Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're going to have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rushleson, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. All right, do you understand the task?
Yeah.
Repeat it to me.
Set up my gear.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Now.
Let's go, David. Come on. Get that mouse in. Get that keyboard in, too.
We've got matching tracksuits, so this is my favorite team of the day. Cables
Yeah,
down. He's gone the standing test. He's not rushing here. Oh, he's gone under. Gets tough down here. You can't mess it up with the USBs, John. You know
Which
this.
Which ports are we going for here? 3.0s?
Where's the other cable, man?
He's lost the cable.
Oh, no.
He's lost in the sauce. He's lost in the sauce.
Oh, it's all
He's
good.
pulling on everything.
We got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
This time is blowing out. Needs to get back in the seat.
Come on.
Start up my
Stop the clock. Referee, 32 seconds. How do you feel about that?
Could be faster, but
I think that we probably could have saved some time, but I think overall good score.
All right, John, up to the plate. Team.
Do they have to go into the hole?
Doesn't have to go in the hole.
Doesn't have to, no.
However, just needs to be set up, ready to go.
I just like my cables nice, same as you, John.
I'll take anything at this point. Referee will judge if there's something he thinks isn't
don't care
above
about
board.
what you do normally, just do it as fast as possible.
Okay.
Straight in the monitor. Oh, haven't seen this technique before.
Oh, come on, but I can't.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's under.
Where's the USB-Cs? And we're just going under for this one again.
He's in.
Microphone muted.
Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Damn.
Referee's not happy. Well, can you demonstrate, John, that you could potentially, see, it's a different technique, something you're not used to. Referee?
You don't know this grip. It's a reverse grip.
It's accepted.
Reverse pull.
Palm grip, but this is reverse palm grip.
The referee will accept it. Okay. Our next test is a speed test.
Speed test.
So it's the reaction test. Who would like to go first? Just went no signal detected, so help me out with this. Wait, is the PC off? All right, just a quick technical doohickey, gentlemen. 1 second. Ready? Oh, what times are you expecting here?
I'm probably gonna get like
143. This is looking good. 148 average. That could be. Is that on par with Monacy?
That's it, Doug.
152.
He's slow.
Dang.
It should have been okay,
And
man.
what was Zywoo? 157.
Hey, that's slow as shit.
You smashed them both.
Yeah.
All right. John's off the bat. It's in your
He's gonna
team,
do
mate.
like 150 at least.
150?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Come on, John.
high confidence. All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay, this is what he said. He said high 150s. Recovery now. 158. Hey, still.
That's way better than I've ever gone at home.
Still made it. What? Under the pressure of the lights, he's done well there. Okay, next challenge, sir. So, gentlemen, we have a decibel reader. It's going to read how loud you can say nice.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's what I was hearing. That's what I was hearing.
Carrigan goes down. Rain goes down. Sasha the Smasher, simple. In a 1v3 situation to push the game into overtime, he wins it. That's where we get the nice. Are you ready?
Let's go.
On the whistle. Nice! 127. Happy with that?
Yes.
Okay, next up to bat. Dancing. Time's ticking. This is to get past
Peak
Liquid.
out.
This is to get you into the grand
Get him on
final.
top.
Frozen wins it. You're part of the 2v4. Hit us with a nice.
Nice!
128.
Holy fuck.
127, 128. Boys, I'm happy with that. All right, next test. I want both hands, like Tetris, on the table. When I blow the whistle,
Yeah, I take a sip from my water.
you pick up the water bottle, lid comes off, take a sip, lid on, back on the table. Hands back on the table.
Let's go.
Oh, that's a quick open. That's a strong open. Decent sized sip as well. Stop the clock. 7 seconds, round it out. I think you're a bit slow there, referee.
One more. Or?
Nah, I'm happy with that.
How
I'm happy with
fast can
that.
you sip through the timeout, man?
Well, lids are quick, bit of splashage, but don't worry about it. Hydration's come through, it's important. And lid, he's struggling with the lid. Stop the clock. 11 seconds, he got wet.
Man, the lid.
Really gonna. Next challenge. Firm handshakes? Okay, I'm going to press the button.
And what do I do?
You're just going to squeeze it.
Like from here?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I see.
Ready?
Yeah. That'll be my handshake, I think.
Ooh, okay, he hasn't gone for strength here.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, who's going for strength? You don't want to break the other guy's arm.
Okay, have you heard of this method before? I haven't heard. Are you putting it down? Do you want to give him another go?
Give me one more. I can do.
Okay.
Let's see. Okay, fuck it.
Break his hand.
Ready?
He clutched on us.
Ready?
Wait. Go. Casual 44.8. He didn't even put any strain into that. That's impressive. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Oof, tension on
that's a
that
fucking
one.
Hulk strength.
Oh, what's happened there? It's a no-go.
Error?
happened?
Error.
We had an error. We had
He
a
broke his arm.
What have I done here?
I think
He
that's
broke the other guy's arm.
Okay, yeah. Ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, go. 39. Okay.
Terrible.
Well, not the worst of the day, I'll tell you that much. So I wouldn't be too upset with that. That's in the top 3. Okay, next test. What's going to happen here is I'm going to read a number. I'll say the number.
How fast can I find it?
Yep. And you have to read the strategy out.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to read the number, blow the whistle. Once the whistle goes, you can begin. Page number 14. Oh, he's gone deep early.
14, man. How many shit was Finn cooking, bro? 120. I started Charlie, Spirit Smokes at 120, Fake into VP, into Furia, ending with Vitality. Sounds good, Finn.
14 seconds and you like the strat. Happy with that?
Oh, you get it. Page 447.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Referee ready? So page 30. Oh, he's gone deep.
It is go up all mid, go through app, shoot clocks, loop up to boiler room, jump out the window, back down mid, then go banana to B.
11 seconds. 11, he's done well there. Didn't struggle with the pages, quite quickly turning in. I like the efficiency. All right.
Good reading as well.
Yeah. All right. All right, gentlemen, up next is the banana eating. We'll get our referee to inspect the bananas. Banana specialist. We've brought him in.
Shape not good.
He's not happy with the first.
Oh, whoa, okay, firm break. Not good.
There'll be no banana eating, gentlemen. Bananas are not up to the challenge.
Thank God.
Actually, Rush, no one went with the breaking the banana in half
No one
technique.
takes banana like that, man.
That would have been quicker, though.
it's a good job they're like pretty fresh, right?
Flashing. Okay, this one is about utility. So I want to see how well you can throw on the fly. This isn't set nades, it's not jump throws, it's out of the box. We're bringing in our man with the plan. That's Rushley A. Rusherson,
A little bit of winging.
the key referee around these parts. As you can see here, we have a basketball hoop set up. You'll be sitting in your position, and you'll have 3 attempts. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh! Not bad. That's 2 out of 3. That's best of the day. He's gone for a fun 4th. That's not going to land, but that is legitimately best shots of the day.
Nice, Dave.
Wow. Okay. Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Oh, it's bounced out.
Man.
0 out of 3, but Frozen will take the cake on that one. Gentlemen, with your overall performance of the day across these tasks, how do you feel?
Oh, all right.
Not bad.
Could be better, probably.
Yeah, it could be
as-
better.
As
Probably,
usual.
we're probably top 3.
Okay, top 3 out of 3. That's
Top
not
3
bad.
out of 3.
Are you ready? Are you ready to win Dallas?
We take that, you know. We take 3 out of 3. Hell yeah.
Do you feel this has prepped you?
Yeah.
You just got your techniques, everything ready to
I'm
go?
gonna be set up in 5 seconds tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much for your time. That's it. That's the end of the Counter-Strike Combine. Stuck in my beard. We're going to have to do that again. Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're going to have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rusherson, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. Monacy, are you ready?
I am ready.
On the sound of the whistle, your time will commence.
Так. Оп. Вот
That's
так.
unusual technique, seeing the chair adjusted.
Of course.
Not a mandatory
Mouse.
part of the setup here.
Drop everything. We don't have to rush.
How is he on a match day?
He's fine. He's fast usually.
So he looks like he's not in a hurry right now.
He should be. He doesn't understand the.
It's a time trial.
Really? Faster, yeah, faster.
Вот faster now.
Look, as long as he gets headshots. Oh, he's even doing table height. We haven't seen this before. This could be very problematic.
What problematic?
He's now under the table. Do you feel confident in beating this time?
100%.
You know, I don't fucking see, блядь.
The USB's had to twist it. Is the classic. Is it all plugged in?
Easy, of course. Yes.
And stop the clock. That's a time of 1 minute and 5 seconds.
To plug in a mouse and a keyboard.
And straighten the monitor.
Wait, it's also chair. It's
but
also
you didn't
table.
Look, we will give extra points. He did, take some, but you didn't. That's not part of the test.
Those guys are not professional.
Nico, are you ready?
Yes.
On the sound of the whistle, begin. Oh, look at that. He's not doing chair.
Who cares? No,
He's going for
doing
the
it.
W.
Yeah, but he's not doing it perfect, you know.
His setup should be perfect.
No, you don't have to hurry. You're not in a hurry.
You are in a hurry.
Oh, it's teamwork.
No, I wanted to unplug.
This is looking speedy. Rushley's happy with that. Stop the clock. Oh, 33 seconds. Absolutely trounced your time.
Flash, блядь. Whistle.
You want the whistle?
Of course.
Reaction time test, Mondesi.
Ui, блядь.
He's gone ahead of the whistle there. That's a false start. Note that down.
I'm lost. I
All
actually
right, here we go.
lost.
Oof, 160 out the gate. 143. Oh,
He messed up on.
he's double clicked there. 138.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to beat.
165.
150 average.
152 MS average for Mondesi. You happy with that?
Fine. And no, actually not bad. Not bad. I don't know what's very fast here, you know?
I don't know.
152 is
You're
good.
first man off the ranks.
Nico Portan, good luck.
All right, you feeling comfortable?
Yes.
On the whistle. I think 138 was Mondesi's lowest. 146. Getting better.
Oi.
Mondesi can't believe it. On his feet now. 164.
That's
Good. Not,
It's
not
good.
very far.
You're
far
10
away.
years younger. And I'm proud of this.
The score is 11-11. You've died first. You've given away the opening kill. You're thinking, fuck, I've just given away 12. Kixon pulls off a miraculous 3K.
Yeah, prime.
And right now, you're up to 12 first, map 5. You're about to win the grand final.
Yes.
How loud would your nice be? You can't just yell anything. Like, you can't just yell bliat or something. We need nice. Nice! 114. Is it just one take? Okay, just one. All right,
fine.
all right.
That was good. You see, Bertan?
That was great.
Are you fired up, Nicola, or not?
Of course I'm fucking fired up. Now it's 12-12.
Kixon Prime is going to clutch 1v1.
Nice! Oh, 128. That's 14 decibels louder.
Bro, I remember times I shout and I stand up and my fucking head is spinning.
Bottle of water's here. Your hand on mouse and keyboard. You need to grab the water bottle, take the lid off, take a sip, put the water bottle lid back on and put the water bottle back down. Oh, bottle's open. Doesn't want to spill a drop here. Consider it on the sip and bottle back down. Stop the top. 9 seconds.
No, I just wanted to drink, honestly. Yes.
Well, this is yours now. Now, this is a man who knows how to stay hydrated.
Oh, нахуй, я вот spill it on the piece on the keyboard.
Oh, he's put the bottle back down with lid on in transition. That's a technique that you love to see. Is
What
that something
technique? Your keyboard will stop working if you will spill everything.
What we're going to do right now is we're going to test how strong you are. You're going to shake Nico's hand.
Yes.
You're going to shake my hand.
Okay.
And then you're going to grab this and you're going to squeeze.
Thank you, Bertan. Hold it or what?
I think it was a 400 there. There's the highest point. Oh, 40, sorry, not 400. Okay, 40,
I didn't
40
really try
kg.
hard, I swear. I didn't try, I can't feel
Are you
it.
happy with that?
It's fine. Хорош, братан, давай!
David?
Yeah. 57.
Oh my
Let's go.
You gotta get in the gym, mate. We're gonna give you a page number.
Okay.
You have to flick through, find the page number, and read what it says on the page. Page 76. Oh, he is going straight to the back without knowing how many pages in the strap book. He's going
All
deep.
5 run A with minimal utility. What? Нахуй, with 77, блядь. Go mid and wait. I will molly window. Push when you hear the molly land go. Go camera. Temple will be smoked. They haven't control. Plant A and take A main. But I have a question. Who brings, blядь, 100 pages on?
What do you want? 10 pages and he says 6?
Well, this is to beat Vitality.
To beat Vitality?
Yeah.
Raid boss, yeah?
Yeah. All right, that is going to be 18 seconds.
I'm on freeze time like this. Sitting, нахуй. Так. Wait, it's page 13. There is a maze on 67.
It's a good strap book, right?
Insane.
Okay, Nico's turn.
American strat book.
68.
Fuck.
Struggling with the pages here.
Milk, eggs, bread, chicken breast, rice, apples, broccoli, cheese.
12 seconds. Look at that.
Man, I have like strats here. Milk, eggs, broccoli, sandwich.
Well, they're code names for strats. How do you feel about peeling and taking a bite of a banana?
Bad idea.
Which part?
Swallowing.
I need to eat.
You don't need to eat the whole banana, just take a bite.
Do I have to open banana?
Yes.
Or that you said peel
Yes.
it? What do you mean peel
Peel,
it?
open it, yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm from Russia. Man, I don't understand this.
Just peel the banana, take a bite, okay?
What am I doing here, man?
Strong peeling technique there. In the mouth, chewing now.
He actually opened the mouth.
11 seconds. That's not a bad time.
I'm taking this banana.
I will not chew it, I'll just swallow it.
Are you really? Nico, you're not doing it. You need to chew it.
Why? Don't need to chew it.
Bro, you're not going
Don't
to
choke, all right? All right. Oh. Oh, he's not happy with the bite size. That's just a nibble.
It's a small bite,
That's a
okay?
nibble.
It's a small bite.
Oh, it's a plus 1 second. Okay.
+1?
So we've
What is
given
this
him-
referee? What +1?
Look, you got to take it up with the tournament management.
Man, look how much I bite.
Yeah, look, it's not fair in life, Monacy. For the size of bite, he's taken 1 second off your time.
Okay,
And
10.
give it me 1 second extra.
Let's bring in our next task. How are you with utility?
Very good.
All right, we get 3 shots. We're going to be measuring your accuracy, not time.
Whistle normal day.
I just wanted, it's very sporty, isn't it? Oh, it's returned.
Okay. Okay.
Пизда, братан, wait.
He sped through the shots there. Nothing lands, but I would like to give 1 point for the return on deflection.
Hey, that's not fair.
Hit the board, came back. He's hit the net. Oh!
No, that was a bad throw.
Wait, 1-1, yeah?
Well, I feel, turn this into a 0.5. If this is only worth 1, then the bounce back's only worth a 0.5.
No way.
Nico wins.
Man, it's always like this, against me. Everyone against me, блядь.
Are you happy with the results of today?
Yes.
Do you guys feel ready for Texas?
Yes.
Yes, insane ready.
Here is to defend the title.
All right,
We'll eat bananas, drink water, and play basketball.
perfect. That's exactly what we need to make Counter-Strike great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Fuck the ref. Fuck the ref.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it. No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay. Go.
Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now. Found the hole. In the hole now under the table. This
Okay.
is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's
Okay.
in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry, the skin is not on. I'm sorry.
Ooh.
The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah.
Ah, you need to.
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker.
Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's
I'm
not really
learning from my
straight.
teammate. I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck!
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this? This is about reactions.
It's about reaction and I feel ready now.
Okay.
156. I don't know if it's good, but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like
course.
it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you going to try this technique?
I can do better than this.
Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
The consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
Oh, you got in his head. You
Give
got
you
in his
off.
head. You got in his head. Ooh. Consistency
157.
across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywo. All right, Apex up to bat.
Oh.
Now look, he is an older gentleman.
Yeah. Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
Mom, I love you.
Oh! He's done him on the
You
first!
see? 22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
I know.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was
Mate,
very
you're
long.
holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the
I'm
angle.
not, good. I'm not good at holding
You
angles.
are not used to be long like
But
this.
still, 158. We can work with that.
Oh, it's getting
Still in
worse.
it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywo's getting by what? Like
But he's younger.
nothing.
The best player in the world. I mean.
I'm just being consistent.
Okay, so let's set the scene. 12-11, map 5. Major on the line.
Oh, mate.
12-6. Falcon.
Apex has just gone 1 for 1 on the opener. You're in a 4v4.
Okay.
You've bottled it. You missed an AWP shot.
Again?
Again?
He's dead.
Again? Okay, I'm dead. Okay.
So 3v4, Mezzi gets a triple kill, wins you the series.
Wow, that's wild.
You've just won the major. You ready?
Nice!
129. Are you happy with the length?
It came from deep.
Yeah, I saw you like. Okay. Nice!
129 as well. They hit the same levels. Same levels. We haven't had that
job.
before.
Good job.
History made today. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Whistle goes off. Hands come off the table, you grab the water.
Okay.
Lid needs to come off, sip of water, lid back on, back in its place. Time trial.
Hands back on the table.
Oh, the lid! 6 seconds. Could have shaved a second off there. Could have shaved a second
again
off
on the
there.
pressure, I'm not good at it.
I need to. Sorry, I'm stretching a bit.
Limbering up here.
Yeah.
Haven't seen this technique
Warm up
yet.
is really key.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't that good. I didn't warm up before.
Are you thirsty?
I am. but,
Perfect. All right. You ready to go?
Yeah.
You ready?
Oh. Yeah, okay, it's faster than me, for sure.
4 seconds.
Yeah. Good job.
We knew
was-
Zywo could have shaved.
but
You-
Sorry.
when you're ready. Referee? 46.5.
It's not that good, no?
Second highest today.
Okay.
Are you ready? I don't want you to hurt your hand here.
Nah, fine.
All right. Gotta be sensible about this. Major's coming up. Here we go. Oh,
Oh, it was close.
45.3.
It was close.
Very close. Very
I
close,
still
gentlemen. Very close.
He's going to gym every day.
I knew it. I knew
I'm not.
I knew it. I knew he would say that if I win.
What's
We don't
next?
work on this,
Yeah.
mate.
This is the strats in this book to win the major.
Okay.
Now, what's going to happen is, I'm going to call out a number.
Okay,
I
I
will
need to
then
find a number?
blow the whistle. Once the whistle goes, you open the book to the page corresponding with the number I give you, and you must read the strategy aloud.
Okay. What's the page?
Wait, sorry. All right, here we go. Page 41.
Okay.
Oh, it's long already.
Okay.
It's a lot of pages.
Yes, go B.
9 seconds. A lot of pages to handle there. It can get tough. Cumbersome. Page 52.
He's losing time.
Yeah, but you got lucky.
on the pages.
Shut!
It was worse than him, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't call that strat. It probably won't work. Okay, 11 seconds.
Yes.
Did fumble on the
struggle,
page
I
as
Yeah,
well.
he struggled
But
to
you
take one.
got lucky because
Yeah.
you went straight to
Yeah,
42.
I'm funny as well. Just...
The fortune's in the pages. Okay. Okay, banana speed eating. How do you feel about just taking a bite of a banana?
Now you know
It's gonna
I have
win.
a
It's
secret.
gonna win.
I have a really big secret, but I can't say it.
Whoa. Speed peel technique there. Whoa! 4 seconds?
Okay. Can I disqualify?
Well, you don't have to compete if you don't want.
I think you won already. I mean, I can try, but 4 seconds.
So it's not DQ, it's no time recorded unless, do you want to give it a go?
I will try.
Okay, he's going to give it a go.
But
Oh, he's fumbled on the... Oh, quick on the chewing, not bad, 5.5. Not bad
I'll
though.
finish the banana at this. Yeah, good job. You 3 bananas.
So right now, you're going to get these basketballs. You're going to get 3 shots. We want to see how good your utility is. So sometimes it's not a set nade. Sometimes it needs to be on the fly, and you need to be ready with the distances.
But there's no time. I can
3
take
shots.
my time.
Take your time. Take your time.
It's easy.
Okay.
Look, little surprise if you want. I can do it with my feet.
Oh, again. No.
0-3 there.
At least I have no pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You can stop now.
Oh, that's an extra point. I tried to dunk and it went down. Oh no, again.
What do we say about that, Rush? The fact that it fell off on the shot. Are we going again?
No.
It's done? He's going again? It's done. He's called it there. He's called it there. The referee.
Fuck the ref.
Gentlemen, how do you feel about your performance overall?
I had 2 shots only and I beat him.
Yeah.
Fuck the ref. I think they will pay the ref, but it's alright.
Okay. Do you guys feel like you're ready to win in Dallas?
Yep. I think we are ready.
What's the last one?
That's it?
Okay, we good. Okay, yeah, I hope we're gonna win. 6 tournaments in a row would be nice.
Yeah, okay. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch. ESL presents Saturday, right here for the semifinals. If you can believe it, we are just on the cusp of what is going to be a great day of Counter-Strike, everybody. It's semifinal Saturday here at the Intel Extreme Masters as Vitality look to continue their streak against the Falcons. But before that, the Mongols will face off versus Mouse. Now, before we get into any of the nitty-gritty, I got a little nothing here. How's it going, Jordan?
How little are we talking here these days? Trace, you're looking a little small yourself.
I'm feeling a little small myself, but if I come down to your level, we're all good to go.
Comfortable.
Jordan, you been to Dallas for or what?
A couple of times.
Yeah, okay. So here's my thing with you today, bud. We come to the Intel booth, right? Have you come here before?
I've been a fan of Intel, yeah.
You know how this works?
I actually don't.
So Intel would like you to eat as many as you possibly can. I think it's 10 is the minimum. So if you could just go ahead and do that for us right now, everybody would appreciate it. Everyone at home would love that. They're crackers.
Like salsa verde or something?
You get nothing.
There's no shot this is real.
Here, I'll hold it so you don't spill them all over the concourse.
Can you?
I'll go with you.
You're gonna eat one too?
Feed me. Put like 3 in there. Let's make it interesting. Maybe not like 4. That's a little much.
I gotta do more. Bro, my mouth is so fucking hard. I can't. I don't think I can fit as much in my mouth as you. It's so dry, Jordan.
Coming up, it's the pre-show. You're watching Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas 2025.
Have a good show.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is
the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025, live from DreamHack. It's the second day of the Intel Extreme Masters playoffs. Later today, we see Mouse taking on the Mongols, Falcons taking on Vitality in our semifinals as we figure out who's going to be fighting for the championship. But before that, we've obviously got the pre-show. You all know it, you all love it, and I've got, once again, 3 of my favorite people all at the same time. What's up, boys?
Chad couldn't make it, but I'm going to be showing up and I'll be giving you my opinion as well.
And Jacob got fired.
And yeah,
Jake, and then Josh.
And then I somehow made it here.
Just happy to be here.
Just happy to be here.
So what I've done today, what I've done for this to start things off, I've challenged the AI. I've asked the AI a couple questions about Counter-Strike, and we are going to debate the AI. We're going to determine if they're accurate, if we like their answer, and we're going to do one better.
So basically, you're going to give people irrefutable proof that we are unnecessary and that machines can do our job?
Well, I'm hoping that we can actually counteract it. I'm looking for this
You
to
want
be...
us to beat the AI.
I want us to
you want
beat
us
the
to beat the machines. My name is not John Connor.
Well, if you believe the dead internet theory, then all the posts are bots already on HLTV, on Reddit, everywhere. It's all bots anyways,
But how about
right?
this, though? Hans Niemann, whatever that other guy's name is. What's that?
Zimmerman?
Well, you're
Norwegian chess guy?
Oh, Magnus Carlsen.
That guy, they can't beat robots on chess, but if we beat this robot right here and now at Counter-Strike, we're smarter than the best chess players.
Yeah, I like that. That all makes sense to me. All right, the first question. I'm going to start with a banger. This one's great. You're going to love this. Using your own internal rating system and criteria while ignoring any opinions found on social media, who do you believe is the greatest of all time Counter-Strike player? That was the prompt I gave the AI. Their response was, Nico is the GOAT, hands down, and I'm ready to fistfight anyone who disagrees. His rifling wizardry, leading FaZe and G2 to glory in 2022 to 2024, and now bossing it at Falcons. No major? Pfft, he's out fragging your faves in his sleep.
Wow, that sounds like Yanko.
So,
Am I being
writing for the
punked here? Is this like a bit that's being done? Like
it is a little
you're
bit.
setting me
no,
up?
I'm not. That's what it spit out. I'm not even lying to you.
So you have to respect machines, basically.
Honestly, I think it's a little bit of a tie because I already know that that's exactly what Yanko would say. But I mean, if you're asking us for our opinions, I mean, can we just go ahead and say simple?
Yeah, you can go ahead and say simple.
All right.
Is there a reason why you think simple? I mean, give me something, Josh.
Yeah, well, all the things that the AI chatbot said about Nico, you can actually apply to simple, except for maybe he didn't lead the team to majors for a little while. It took a few years, but I mean, first place, what? 3 years in a row?
Yeah, in the HLTV top 20, you mean?
On the HLTV, which is everyone's kind of barometer for everything.
Yeah. You've been oddly silent. I thought you'd be a little bit more, even...
Well, what can I say? I have to. I think it's an interesting conversation when you exclude championships, right? If you're talking just about the greatest player, because, it's a team game, who your teammates are also impacts your ability to win championships, right? I still think you can't give it to Nico, even with that being included. I think considering the level of play, some of the other things, I think you have to give it to Zywoo.
Sure.
At this point.
You're on the Zywoo train now. You've switched.
I think because the player isn't just the skill on the server and what he's able to do, it's also, in a way, what sort of a teammate you are, how much you're able to get out of your team. Do you have things around you that are maybe impacting team in one way or the other, which I think, for example, would hurt Simple's case to some extent.
Okay,
whereas Zywoo is just sort of out there, he's just gaming.
I'm actually really glad you've taken this angle because I'm not going to lie to you. That prompt might have been a little bit skewed by one of my previous answers, so I asked it again later on, and it popped out with Simple. It said Simple is the GOAT, unmatched mechanical skill, MVPs, pivotal role in Navi's major run. I just wanted to see how many of you I could get to fight for Nico?
I think I'd actually, like, Yanko's doing some convincing right there.
With the ZywOo?
The idea about, like, separate, when we're talking about the best player, is it the best player mechanically? No, we're just saying the best player, which means how you, build up around your team, how you actually work as a teammate.
You've activated a trap card, though, Alex, because you said best player. We're talking about greatest player. Is there a distinction in your head?
Okay, well, greatest immediately in my mind implies more of like historical context, like you'd be able to whip out some like 1.6s and stuff. Greatest Counter-Strike, that probably goes wider than I'm capable or equipped to have that conversation, but there's those Neos and Forests of yesteryear.
All those guys in the past.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think usually the distinction is it's someone who had tremendous talent and maybe didn't end up being the best because of maybe he didn't have the best teammates, maybe his worth ethic, he didn't reach his potential. A guy that you could just see, was on a different level than everyone else.
Well, because I had Device as my go in CSGO. Device was my go.
Oh, we're putting it to CSGO/CS2 right now? Or?
No, I'm just trying to, what I'm doing is saying, this is what the question I posed to Alex, the difference between best and the greatest. Because I think Device, once you put him in a team and he's the center point of the greatest team of all time, he won 4 majors, like, I think that, for me, accelerated him above Simple as the GOAT. Simple was by far the best player we had in CSGO. I don't think he got GOAT status from Device in my mind, but I know a lot of people disagree. But I'm with you that ZywOo probably has now overtaken it as well.
See, the thing is, you put Device in a team, whereas Simple, you just kind of put players around him, and he's already going to be taking that team all the way. Now, would you also still say ZywOo if it was like 6 months ago? Or is that like the last 6 month stretch kind of putting him over the edge?
But I think also 5 years from now, or even a little bit more than that, the answer can be very different, because what Nico has going for him is he's played on an incredibly high level for 10 years now, right? And even if you look at Simple, he's been gone for the last couple of years. ZywOo came in late, and sure, he's now at the front runner for it because he's been 1 and 2 and just 3 last year in terms of ever since he joined into the scene. But who knows what's ahead for some of these guys? Maybe their best years are ahead of them.
Sir.
Yes, you in the front. How are you, Alex?
Hi. I wanted to ask a little bit about this Russian kid who's just doing some crazy things.
Okay.
Monacy, you may have heard of him.
Monacy, yes.
I watched a game on Dust 2 at this very tournament where it was like I was watching I don't know, someone no longer human, like starting to look like a deity in disguise.
Like he was playing with different rules.
Everything just worked. Everything worked. He's got every wallbang lineup for every plant spot. He's geeking it. I feel like his movement and everything, it's all so beautiful to watch that I'm not smart enough to be able to say this guy's the GOAT, but I feel inclined to throw his name in the conversation. When he's playing and there's something about watching this guy at his peak. I'm like, yo, the guy's doing things no one else can.
There is no spoon is basically what he's saying.
There's no spoon.
That's what I'm trying to say. There's no spoon.
I mean, maybe that reference is a little too old from the Matrix.
You just referenced Matrix with Ross covered in his wires. Come on.
I didn't actually like the Matrix. I didn't remember the spoon scene, so
he didn't like the Matrix. I'm coming to your house next week, Jason. Doxed.
All right, next question. We've hit the go one. This was posed to AI. How many of the top 10 teams by VRS ranking will make a roster change after the Austin Major?
Sorry, I need it one more time for my brain.
How many of the top 10 teams by VRS will make a roster change after the Austin Major?
Oh, okay.
Can you...
so what?
Right now, who are the top 10?
Vitality, MOUZ, Spirit,
Falcons,
maybe Spirit,
Mongols, Aurora in there right now.
Mongols, Aurora won't make
Okay, let's not roll with that.
Liquid, I think, is like 8th or 9th or something.
No, Liquid has to be 13th.
And FaZe as well.
Well, just start talking about the teams we know. I'll look up the top 10.
I think Falcons, most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already rumored. So
yeah.
Vitality, obviously not.
Who does Falcons get rid of, though, for this?
All right, here you go. Here's the whole thing. Vitality, MOUZ, Spirit, Falcons, Mongols, Aurora, G2, Na'Vi, Gamer Legion is 9, FaZe is 10.
So we know G2. We know G2. G2 are rebuilding. They've made it very public.
Yep.
G2 is on a rebuild.
G2's one.
Yes. Falcons, there's rumors about them replacing one of their players with Kyosuke.
Yep.
That seems like a safe 2.
Okay.
MOUZ, probably not, no?
Probably not. They've made their change, and they're sitting
kind of
here pretty comfy.
Cooking right now, unless the major goes horribly.
And they just the worst performer for them recently has been Yimfa, and he's been re-signed recently for 2 years, so they're not going to change him either.
How about Spirit? Spirit making a roster change? Because I think they feel primed for one. They feel like they're in position to be forced to make a roster change with a rough major.
I think that's the strangest conversation. Is you feel like they need a roster change, they just can't really compete with Vitality, MOUZ, Falcons at this point. But then they're letting their star academy player go to one of their main competitors. That's such a weird conversation because, first of all, why don't you just promote him Like, surely you can figure out the roles someone can win. And also, he's, 17, 18?
Yeah.
If he can't change a spot here or there without changing his... I'm not saying he moves to anchor. I'm just saying instead of playing, connector, play cat on Mirage. It's not the end of the world.
Is there room for 2 donks? Is there room to have like a player that wants all the same roles in the same team?
I don't know. Does he do the same role? I haven't really watched much of his game yet.
He's looking to do a lot of the same things.
Cool. I would say maybe Despirit knows something that we don't. Despirit, this guy's critically flawed actually, and we're just sending him out into the wild to ruin everyone else's dream.
I've been falling asleep watching his FPL demos.
Yeah.
He seems like a nice guy.
That's what I'm going for.
He seems quite nice.
It's pretty sharp. But that's it, because that's the easy one and also the least expensive option.
Yeah.
He's already on your organization, right? So now, okay, he's going to go to Falcons, allegedly. And then where do you go? You have to go outside of the org, maybe some other player on their academy team. Potentially, that's how they want to do it, inject some new blood into the lineup, but...
All right, let me give you what the AI spit out as an answer. Since we just waxed lyrical. The AI says 6 top 10 teams are going to hit the roster shuffle button after the major. Total chaos incoming. The major will expose some teams' weak links, like Falcons already plotting Kyosuke for Magisk, Furious Skulls benching, and G2's Hades Lone vibes show post-major swaps are basically a CS soap opera.
Okay, what about the other 3?
I asked them. I asked them to get a little bit flowery with it. We got good.
Well, if we stick on the topic of Spirit for a second, do we think that changing out like a Magix or a Zontix is the solution, or are we having any questions about Chopper and his leadership style, or how he calls in the game, or I guess the structure, system of the? Because
I think it's too early for the IGL conversation about Jafar. That's a big switch. That's a big change.
I don't think it's that big because Halley seems to have a lot of influence and a lot of impact. It's more so who can you get? Sure. We were speculating, maybe what if you can get Boomage for Chopper?
That's right, yeah.
That would be an upgrade. And then, I don't know, I don't think I've seen enough from Zontix that he can really hang at that level, and he has an important role. Like the anchors are really crucial on both T and CT side. So maybe thinking is there an upgrade that we can get in that? Imagine if they could have just gotten Kyosuke and Boomage in that team for Chopper and Zontix. That would have been sick.
That could be cool. And I guess it also depends on what the post-major looks like, what players are, like you're saying, which players are actually going to be available. So what did we end on? We think 6 is good, 6 is from the AI. Are we going more than 6 or less than 6?
I think it's easier to count who's not making a change, and that's Mongols Aurora, just because they're regional teams, Vitality and Falcon. Sorry, not Falcons. Mouse.
Vitality Mouse.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. So we're right at 6.
G2 Falcons, FaZe
is going to be making so.
So then we've got 3 or 4.
Gamer Legion.
I think
Gamer Legion question mark.
Yeah.
Well, they have to.
Well, I mean, there's the question about Acor versus Slan and all.
If it's 6,
it's already there.
We no longer have a job. So that's cool.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Brilliant.
All right, pose the question to the AI. Do you think Simple will do better or worse at the Austin Major compared to his 1.11 rating at Dallas? Now, here is what the AI responded with. Simple's going to pop off at the Austin Major, dropping a juicy 1.18 rating and carrying FaZe to the semifinals. Dallas was just him shaking off the cobwebs, but with Rain back and a major-sized chip on his shoulder, he'll be sniping heads like it's 2021.
Why is it my
FaZe's
answer?
boot camp will have him locked in, ready to flex on the haters.
What stage are they starting? Are they in the final
How
stage?
does it know everything already?
I don't understand.
Isn't this just the
It's just
beginning of
parsing
AI?
If they just trapped a social media intern in a little box, he's just like, oh,
Well, this was a social media AI, so I'm assuming it has access to the plethora of social media tweets and things out there.
I think Simple will do better. I think he'll do better than in Dallas. This was his first competitive, environment and games that he's played in 7-8 months since the Shanghai Major RMR. He'll have a 12-day bootcamp, which I think the control environment for Simple is really important.
Yes.
A little bit of curfew, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Just being there, going back to the grind. That's what he was known for. He would come back from Dallas at 2 p.m. and stream at 5 p.m. playing Faceit games.
I remember he lost semifinals once and then was playing Faceit for 4 hours right after losing the semifinals.
I think he'll do better. I think he'll be helped. FaZe is stage 2.
Yeah.
Right? So I think he'll be able to farm maybe a little bit, play his way into the tournament.
He's into it.
Semi-final, that would be wild to me.
Okay.
But I think FaZe is a dark horse for the playoffs.
Okay. You guys, how do you feel with that 1.18 prediction and getting to the semifinals?
I'm big on this whole Simple arc.
Yeah.
I really, it's not something that I thought we were going to get, to be honest with you. Like it's a really welcome surprise to Counter-Strike. Like, oh wait, you thought the whole like Donk Zywoo Monacy conversation was fun.
We'll raise you a simple.
You forget the GOAT? You forgot about this guy?
Yeah.
He's only been asleep for a while, you know?
I
think that's hype. I do also like that there are those, I think Chad put it beautifully, I'm not going to, nail it, but he did something about like, you're going to be watching regardless. Like you're either there preying on his downfall or there to watch the GOAT take his crown back.
Hate watching, I believe the kids call it.
Yeah, I'm just like, that's real. Like this, just when Counter-Strike was already getting good, like, oh, we've got a new era brewing, Vitality, who can topple them? And then it's like Simple, the Undertaker theme tune starts playing and Simple's back. So storyline-wise, hype. Playoffs are the major, I'm in. Semi-finals, maybe a bit too much.
Semi-finals probably too much, yeah?
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much for so sudden, but I think there's a few key factors here about whether or not he could do it. How much does he respect Kerrigan, and how much is he going to kind of like listen and buy into the system and everything that's going on there? But also, is there anyone else on the team that plays Dota? Because that's going to be scary if they're like, oh, okay, practice is done. Who wants to go grind out like 8 hours of Dota? That's when things get scary.
I don't think Dota's going to be installed at that boot camp. It ain't going to be there. You know, I'll give you a hot take. I actually think Simple's 1.11 here in Dallas was pretty inflated. I don't think he...
You casted all of his games, so I trust your opinion.
I think it was really inflated because he dumpstered BCG. He destroyed them. And that was one game where he just popped off and went nuts. But against the other teams, he really struggled to find impact. He had some good maps and good sequences against Liquid, but not putting... I think that 1.11 to me felt inflated. I'm going less than 1.18 for the major.
Okay, but quick question to the class. Is that not like affected by the fact that the meta moves so quickly in Pro CS? Josh, when you've tried to dip your toe back in and like see how the pros are approaching the same kind of concepts of map control, sure there's some things that carry over. And
he's in NA, Alex. It's a lot easier to just come back in.
But from what you can tell me, does it not? It's one of those things where it's going to take. It will take. What was it? 15-day boot camp, whatever. Where they just sit there and go, yeah, okay. If you're not run boosting, this flash has to be there. If you want to take this, etc., etc. All these little extra steps he may not have yet that will quickly be hammered into him at a boot camp.
I think when we look at Simple as a player, we look at kind of like his individual skill and him just kind of solo, just going into situations and doing things. There might be like some things here or there where he's kind of behind on it, but I see when they're playing Ancient, for example, and I see how they're playing the map where he's going to go and run this way and then throw the flash for this guy to go do this push. Like these things, these openings, like the first initial phases of the round, those are easy to just like add and have him learn. And then when it comes down to like these 2v2s and 3v3s, it's not like the meta's really shifted in that regard. It's all about kind of confidence, it's about timing, it's about not hesitating. So in that regard, he hasn't really changed and the meta hasn't shifted away from him.
Okay, I just think these like weird mid-rounds where the CTs are all clearing together and grouped up. It's like back in his day, maybe someone did make a mistake there.
Yeah, there's a couple things about on the big picture, but I think he'll pick up on that very fast. Yeah. All right. Torji, Spinks, and Monacy are the 3 highest rated players at IEM Dallas. Who is most likely to win the DHL MVP? Now the AI responds with, Torji is snagging that DHL MVP at IEM Dallas, no cap.
Why did you make it speak like
cap? His 1.50 rating and disgusting 2.04 CT set on Mirage against Falcons show he's ready to farm frags like it's a casual lobby. Mouse's cozy bracket, dodging Vitality early, means he's got Mongols in his crosshairs and he's already smoked Monacy's G2 2-0. So they need a little bit of updating. So there's some, your job is safe for a little bit longer.
Just for a little bit.
Just for a little bit longer.
It feels like... I don't know. Torji was, 6 months ago, used to talk about Mouse and say Torji is their best player in the arenas, right? Like it's the other guys who would fall off, guys like Exertion. Now they're getting Spinks, who has really good experience playing, deep into tournaments and whatnot. I think if Mouse is going to go all the way, I actually think it's going to be Spinks who ends up being the MVP. Yeah, just the way they play, they're going up against whoever comes on the other side. Mouse probably their best chance to lift a trophy, right? Falcons seem shaky, Vitality a little bit rusty with taking some time off. But yeah, I think it has to be Spinks if they go on and do it.
You guys?
I agree with the chat GPT, whatever AI bot thing, whatever you use, whatever social media bot, because I think one of the things that we're going to see is I think Mouse has a good chance of actually closing out this entire event. I think Vitality is already showing, against Mongols that they're cracking a little bit. Mouse looked like they learned their lessons the last time they played Falcons. They learned their lesson last time they played Vitality. And I think Torzi is going to be a big proponent of that because I think when Vitality starts to play not great, and I'm already just skipping over the fact that they have to play through Mongols first, I think that's when they're just going to start dry swinging without enough flashes and smokes, and Torzi is just going to get free op kills. And I don't think it's going to be the same thing for Spinks. I think Spinks actually activates more when his team's doing well, and then it's like, oh, the enemy's on eco now as well, and then he's able to kind of just like get that confidence.
Oh, you called him an eco hunter?
Not necessarily.
Okay, it came close though.
You could. But I think the way that it will work out is I think Torres' consistency means that he's going to be there no matter what, whereas Spinks is kind of off the whims of what the rest of the team's feeling.
I wish I'd talked before you, because I felt like I was going to have such a hot take that I was taking Mouse to win this event.
So, I'm not sure. I just want to clarify my opinion. I thought we were excited about Falcons. I thought they were the number 2, like, oh my god, 2 close best of 5s, 5 maps, and now we're just talking about Mouse? Like, did we forget about Falcons? What did I miss?
The last 2 matches I've seen from Falcons, that's it.
That was all it took?
They are, but Nico is shitting the bed this event, completely, and especially on Nuke. And I think I wouldn't take too much away from the Mouse Falcons game because it was a group stage game. The 2 times Falcons beat them was in the semifinal, right? And that's for Mouse always was. That's the last thing sort of left for them, right? It's not. I don't think they're chokers anymore on stage. It's just about that's the environment. Plus, you're playing the best teams then, right? Like it's easier to play Falcons and Vitality in groups than it is in the playoffs. Yeah. They will say that, right? So they just need to get over that last hump, and now the pressure would be even bigger. Imagine if they lose to the Mongols, and that's not impossible. Like they haven't dropped a map. They look like the best team in the event, right? And then you go on and you lose to Mongols. That will ruin their confidence going into the major.
Didn't you cast some of the Mouse games where they just absolutely smoked some of their teams? Like,
yeah, they look great. They looked incredible.
They look insane at this
But
point.
I also have a cool stat for you.
Okay.
Falcons' lowest rated player on Nuke is Nico.
Probably by a large margin as well.
By a huge margin.
Pretty proud of
love
that one.
stat. That was great.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm glad you
found that
remembered it.
myself. Chad did the research for me, but I asked him.
But you looked at the screen. Yeah.
No, I said, could you find out who the worst is?
So Chad's your AI bot.
Chad's my bot, basically. But he's less Gen Z about it.
I like that. That's good. Yeah, no cap.
No cap.
No capping on us. Yeah, for real, for real.
Yeah, I have Torgy as well. So we're just going to go with that. We have one last question. We'll get to this one really quick.
By the way, I had Monacy for the record.
You have Monacy?
Monacy.
You have Monacy?
Yep.
Nico is the best rifler to ever play CS, but he still hasn't won a CS major. What is the likelihood he wins a major before he retires? Now, do you want to give it a go before?
Yeah, I think he's definitely winning a major when he retires. My hot take is he'll win his first major when he becomes an IGL.
Ooh, okay, I like that. That's he took a turn on this question.
We're talking about Nico.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a good chance. Honestly, like it could happen this year. They were right on the heels of Vitality. A couple of just choke. They just need to learn how to close out a game, especially on the T side. They have these 12-6 leads. They could have won a couple of championships already against Vitality. So why not? Let's shake off the nerves or whatever happened this event. Maybe it happens even next month. Maybe it happens at the end of this year. I think it's definitely possible. I don't think we need to see the Nico IGL transition for it to happen.
Well, he might be far away from that one, but we're going to wrap things up. Alex, do you have any final thoughts? You want to give a percentage chance of Nico winning a major before he retires?
I just loved Yanko's take. It was really based. You see how I use that term?
Yeah, that was great.
But I wanted to say that I think Nico has to beat an American team in a comeback. Like it's going to be real poetic.
Okay, yeah.
So he'll be the ones down.
Come over to the good side.
That might not happen.
Pyramids. There'll be clay, and it's his day. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Here's what the AI said. Nico's got a 60% shot to clutch a major before he hangs up the mouse, and I'm hyped for it. Teaming up with Simple and Magiskin Falcons in 2025 is like assembling the Avengers. Another little mistake there from the AI.
We're safe.
Yeah. Dude's 1.2 plus ratings and 9 straight HLE top 20s scream he's due for that major trophy.
Yes.
60% chance, AI says. That's going to be the pre-show. We've got Mongols taking on Mals when we come back. Trace is going to have a little bit of a vibe check for you.
Mzinho, did I catch you off guard?
Yeah, you did.
Well, my bad, man. I didn't mean to startle you. How you doing this morning?
Yeah, just wake up, have my breakfast.
Yeah.
And watching some mouse games. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I got big questions for you today, and they're not normal questions, but what do you know about that?
Book?
Yeah. How does that work?
Book. What is this?
It's wrestling.
Yeah, Mongolian wrestling. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
book. Yeah.
You ever done that?
No, I just try judo.
Okay, yeah.
Judo for 5 months.
Yeah.
When I was there, I'm in Lille.
Yeah. So, I mean, you jump in the server today versus Mouse. Is it going to be a little bit of this?
Yeah, I think so.
How do you say this properly?
Book. Book.
Yeah, I messed it all up. But Mouse, you going to beat him or no?
Yeah, we try to.
Promise?
Yeah.
All right, man. Good luck in there.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Mouse, big one ahead of you guys today. Hey, Jim Pat, what are you guys waiting in the queue for? What's going on?
I think they need to check if we have some USB sticks or something when we go to the stage.
Remember that whole thing about that guy that won the chess tournament?
Which one?
The guy won a chess tournament, but he was obviously using, peripherals that he wasn't supposed to use. Anyway, maybe that's what they're doing here. So if we go past that, man, you got a big game today. Tell me about playing the Mongols.
Yeah, as you said, it's a big game. It's an exciting game to play in front of the stage, first of all. But against Mongols, I think we just need to play our game and be sharp. And I think that will do most of it. They're, of course, a team that can surprise, but I think we are still really confident.
What is it about you guys in stage games? You guys like them, or you just kind of, what's the deal with sage games with you guys?
We're big fans of it, actually. We really enjoy stage games, especially now that we got the experience on the stage. I think we are not really the studio merchants anymore. At least I don't hope so. So the stage games, at least for me personally, I really enjoy them, and I think they're so much more enjoyable.
What did you eat for breakfast today so that all the fans at home can know what to do with themselves?
Some air. No breakfast.
No breakfast, just air.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, that's top secret information. You've heard it first here with Jim Pat.
Well, the air is feeling pretty damn good here in Dallas, a city steeped in Counter-Strike history. Now, it marks semi-final Saturday at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. 4 teams remain, just 2 spots in that grand final, and 1 team going to be lifting the trophy at the end of the weekend. My name is Ferris Beers. My absolute pleasure to be guiding you through these 2 semi-finals today, alongside Steele and Jacob. Gentlemen, yesterday in the arena, it was great, wasn't it? What an experience.
It was great. It's been a while since I've been in Dallas. It's been a while since I've been in America, but the American crowd is always turning up. Still, you're a bit more familiar with the vibe over here, and I guess they're treating us well.
Yeah, I think they're treating us really well. I think they treated Mongols really well yesterday as well, and I think Aurora didn't get the nice end of the stick there, but I think they all have their favorites.
Jacob, I've got a request for you, a very special request from the crowd. Can I get a yeehaw?
I hate you so much.
But you gotta do it now.
You gotta do it.
Can I get a yeehaw? I guess that worked.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff, Jacob. Let's talk about the matchup at hand, though. 2 semi-finals coming down today. First one on the cards, Maus versus Mongols. Let's talk about the route for both of these teams to be getting here. Yesterday on stage, Steel, Mongols making light work of Aurora in that second map to secure that semi-finals berth.
Yeah, it looked pretty flawless for those guys. I think there were some obvious points where Aurora just weren't able to find any success at all. I even saw them, like Mongols is coming through upper B tunnels on Dust 2 through a smoke, and Joda can't even just get a kill on a guy coming through a smoke. It's like when you see these types of moments, you know that something is just off, and it's chalked from there.
We're American. I think they like it when you cut the bullshit, so I'll rephrase it in a different way. First map was atrocious. First map was 2 teams that did not deserve to be part of the playoff in terms of the level they played Counter-Strike. Once we moved into the second map, I think the Mongols played good Counter-Strike. I think they played like they've done throughout the entire tournament, where they were the better team, they were in charge, and they played at a level where I think to myself, that game against Maus today, that could be interesting.
And they are familiar foes. Of course, we just saw the graphic up on screen. They did go head-to-head in IEM Melbourne just over a month ago. That was a seeding matchup, though, and Sponge was giving us a little bit more insight into the last time these 2 teams actually went head-to-head, where there were, bigger stakes, let's say, in the matchup, was actually back at the Shanghai Major What did Mouse do to Mongols in that very matchup?
I mean, they did win at the end. I think they played 2 times during that one. They lost the best of 1, but won the best of 3 that mattered the most. And to be completely honest, Mouse is the better team, right? And they have the better players, and they have the better history, etc., etc. One thing we cannot forget to speak about as well is how Mouse have looked so far in this tournament. They've been dominating their opponents. They have the 2 highest rated players of the tournament. They look like to be in a great shape heading into the major. So I think Mongols, they have had opportunities to play Mouse at a point where Mouse perhaps were not at the level we see today. Right now, still, I feel like the matchup is even more screwed towards the favor of Mouse.
Yeah, I think right now we're looking at 2 teams that I guess most people would say are, studio game teams. They're group stage farmers almost. So not a lot of experience on the side of Mongols. They don't have the players, they're very young still. Mao's is still a pretty young team in themselves, but they do have a little bit more familiarity here. And the thing that I want to point out, though, is their win over Falcons, especially the way that they did it, coming back, I think it was 11 rounds in a row, coming back from a 12-5 deficit to bring into overtime and win 16-12. That was just a great display of resilience, because the last time those 2 teams matched up, Falcons actually dispatched them pretty easily. So to see the Maos that's able to come through and not even drop a map so far at this event is a Maos that looks really strong, looks like they've learned a lot from their lessons losing to Falcons and Vitality in previous events, and looking to kind of keep the streak up.
And that's the story for both teams, right? Maus yet to lose a map. You're rightfully saying that probably should have lost that Mirage game against Falcons, but they found a way to come back into that one. The Mongols have lost 2 maps, but only against Vitality. And the 3rd deciding map on Mirage itself, that's probably a map that Mongols could and should have won. So I think when you look at the strength of these 2 teams and the form they're coming into this game, they should be happy, they should be motivated, they should be feeling that, listen, we're playing the best brand of Counter-Strike we can right now, so obviously we can win tonight.
Well, speaking of the Mongols, let's catch up with Techno, courtesy of Stana.
Big match here for the Mongols on the stage. I'm here with Techno. We're going to talk a little bit about this game at hand. Tell me about getting on the stage, how fun it is. Is it a lot? Is it a pressure? What does it feel like for the Mongols when you get on stage?
We just want to win. We never go above the 3 and 4th place. Yeah, never.
Not even once. Have you thought about going past that?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So what are the odds of that happening today versus Maus?
I think it's more chance than before. Like, because we're against Maus, it's not Vitality again. Yes.
Yeah, those Vitality guys really getting on everyone's nerves with how much they're winning. Let me ask, for the Mongols, you come on here, you got the whole crowd cheering for you. Does it help?
Yes, of course. They're on our side.
You want to say anything to them?
To him?
Do you want to say anything to them? To the crowd?
Yeah. Keep cheering for us. Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. Respect. Hey, good luck today, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Techno, I don't think you need to worry about that. They're already cheering long and hard for you guys on the side of Mongols. And I think Techno, he's on to something, Jacob. He's talking about the odds being, maybe slightly edging in their favor, because for the first time in a long time, they don't have to face that damn Team Vitality in the semifinals.
I mean, that's fair if you want to angle it that way. I think Techno himself has to play slightly better than he did yesterday. We just had his stats on screen. He didn't have the best of showing. And I think the Mongols, we speak about it all the time, Joss, and I had the conversation with Yanko yesterday as well. The win condition, or the main win condition, will always be the individuals showing up. So I guess if you're confident, if you're comfortable, and if you believe in yourself, that's a good step in the right direction in order to come into a match like this one against Maus.
Well, I look on the side of Maus, I look at Torzy and Spinks and how well they've been doing all tournament long, and I think they're going to keep the form up. And when we go back and look at the last time that they played against each other head-to-head, it was Spinks and Torzy kind of towards the top of that as well. So looking at that, it just makes me believe that Mongols is in for a very difficult time. But when I hear Techno talking that they have more chance to win than against Maus than Vitality, I think Vitality is kind of like, it's about time that they're gonna like slip up and lose a game to someone, right? They've been on this insane streak, and it wasn't enough from, like, Mongols wasn't able to close it out there. Will they do it against Maus that are kind of looking sharper and sharper? He did say that the crowd was on his side. Now, I think Aurora said the same thing yesterday before. I said, I hope you guys cheer for us, and then apparently it went the other way. So I don't know who the crowd's going to be cheering for today.
Well, speaking of that Mongols fact, you talk about the fact that Vitality, it has to end at some point. The streak does have to die. Mongols, alongside with Falcons, they were one of the only 2 teams that have actually made it look close, look competitive. Didn't actually happen, but they made Vitality bleed a little bit.
They made Vitality sweat for it, they make them work for it, but I think part of that context for people tuning in now for the playoff as well, and who may be not following all the news all the time, is Vitality have had a week of vacation leading into this tournament. They actually took time time off, regaining a bit of batteries, and they came into this tournament knowing that they wouldn't be playing at 100%. So I also do feel, and I don't know if you agree still, but if no one can beat Vitality right now when they're only playing at 80 or 85%, where they lacked a bit of practice, then who's going to beat them at the major?
I just don't understand this. So if you take vacation, you're not going to play at 100%, but if you play every event back to back to back, you can't play at 100%. When the hell are people playing at 100% then?
Well, maybe before the major. After this event, they have 2 weeks of prep, 2 weeks of boot camp.
Prep, not vacation though.
Not vacation, though.
Okay.
No, but they took vacation as in terms of they went all over the world, and laying on beaches, having time off, and didn't touch Counter-Strike.
God forbid.
I think Apex, did he say that none of the players had more than 30 hours played the past 2 weeks leading into this tournament? That is a statement, Whether you want to use it as an excuse or not, I don't really care. But if you can't beat Vitality now, you're not going to do that at the major.
Well, let's talk about some players that were giving 100% or attempting to on the stage just yesterday. For the side of Mongols, Senzu. Where was his impact seen in that series versus Aurora?
I mean, he was all over the place, and he was playing the Senzu way of playing in the group stage matches. It's something we've been keeping an eye on, just that he hasn't really been playing up to par against better opposition, against top 10 teams, top 5 teams, where he's a bit of a group stage farmer, or maybe even more so, a bit of a farmer against less good teams. Now, I'm not really sure where we put Aurora in that category. He did have a great showing yesterday on a stage and against a decent team, but one thing is doing it against Aurora. I want to see it against Mouse.
Yeah, I think Senzu is kind of the lead man for this team. Him and Blitz need to do a lot of work opening up the rounds, and then they set up Mazinho and 910 to be able to kind of shut down and close it out in these clutch situations. 910 when he's got the op and he's going to be able to just kind of be a consistent player, not like the best player on the team, and not the one that you're going to expect these star performances from. But Mazinho is the one that is kind of the one that doesn't really stray from his rating. He's going to give you the same output, the same performance. It's just whether or not you can set him up to be able to close out the rounds or not, and that is all on Senzu. Is Senzu going to get them to that point? And he does have that fall off in these big games. I wouldn't necessarily say it's the arena games that he falls off. It's just when he's playing against like the top 5 opposition.
I'm glad you brought 910 into that conversation as well. Obviously, Mazinho, I think he's the most consistent player, but 910 is the guy right now that for the Mongols is and has elevated himself from where he normally is. He's having the best event he's had in all of 2025. You see the rating from all the events right here, currently on par to be, better than he's ever been, I guess, at a big tournament. Obviously, that can still change after tonight, but having a 1.22 rating, having played a close game against Vitality, having played good opposition so far, that's a statement right there. Normally, I would argue 910 is a player that has, inconsistencies. He has games where he's popping off, then he has games where he's nowhere to be found. So far at Dallas, he's been consistently delivering at every single game, and as you said, Steel, Torsi right now, highest rated player this tournament. If the Mongols want to stand a chance of winning, he has to continue that trend.
Let's talk about how Maus find themselves in this situation. Of course, didn't play yesterday because they took the fast pass from that group stage and didn't drop a single map in the process. Impressive stuff from Maus.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they got here was great. 2-0s over BCG, Liquid, and Falcons. 9 rounds given up on both maps against BCG. Maybe you could look at that and be like, well, what's going on? Maybe that was the fact that, it's the first game of the event and they have to shake it off. I think I heard them say that in one of the interviews. But then they go on to Liquid, 13-8, and then 13-2. They completely just smashed them without any resistance. So it was good to kind of see that they were able to keep that form up. And then, obviously, we talked about the Falcons, that 11-round comeback to take it in overtime, win 16-12. And Falcons, everyone was saying, oh, maybe they're the number 2 team in the world, and Maus would be sitting right behind them because the last time they faced off head-to-head, it was Falcons beating Maus. Maus lost to Vitality in a couple of situations as well, and it just looked like that's kind of where they were situated. But now the conversation is really, if Maus is able to get to the grand finals here, could they even win the entire event?
I'll be completely honest. I've said it out loud, and I'll happily say it again. I think Maus are my favorites to win this tournament. I think if Vitality were to lose a game, if they were to lose a tournament, it would be here in Dallas, and I think Maus is currently the best suited team to do that. Falcons haven't looked that great so far. One thing that's been so impressive so far here in Dallas is the CT side. We just had it show up on the screen as well. They've won 70.3% of their CT side rounds so far, and obviously a big part of that was the comeback against Falcons and how they've been dominating. Even more so impressive, they've converted 95.8 of their 5v4 situations on the CT side. Out of, I think it's 43 rounds, only 2 of those have been lost. So if you're the Mongols, you're playing on the T side and you're giving up a first pick, you know that you lost the round, you know that there's no way back into the round. So I think that whole, game of, we have Mongols being individuals that like to take fights, that like to prone and proc. If you lose that fight, if you lose that initial opening duel, Maus have shown me and shown everyone else in the world that currently they're the best at just shutting down the rounds and making sure you get the win.
Well, before we do dive any deeper into this conversation, it's time to catch up with Torsi, courtesy of Stana.
Big day here for Mouse and a big day for Torzy. Also big days all around. Torzy, you've got some phenomenal showings on land here. You've had a pretty good tournament. Tell me about your time in Dallas this time.
Yeah, we have been enjoying Dallas a lot, eating good food. The environment here is really nice. The weather is nice. I don't know. We are practicing a lot, trying to get ready for the semifinals versus Mongols, and I feel like we are ready. So, yeah.
Well, you play in the Mongols on stage. I look at your performances. You've been all over the place. Like you've dumped on Falcons just the other day. You had a nice 46 and 18 versus the Falcons. Like, for all intents and purposes, for Mouse, for you guys, what do you think you guys are lacking that you need to push you to that next level?
I think we were lacking some individual brilliance, like what I maybe bring now a little bit, and I hope I can keep it up. But I still think we have a really good team. So even if there is not a hard carry, we can win it just by like our team play, And everybody can shine in this team. It's not just only me, but Serchan, Spinks, Jimmy. Everybody can just pop off, and that's really good. And also we focused a lot on our communication. We practiced this in the last 2 weeks, and I think that is what was missing before. And I think now will help us push the edge,
Tell me this, how can Mouse lose today versus the Mongols? Like, in your mind, how is it that you guys go about getting up here on stage and then you fumble? Like, how does that happen in your mind?
It happens if we are not sharp, if we are really disconnected, but I don't feel like that's the case at the moment. I feel like in the team we have really good connection. Just before the game we play football, we are connecting, we are talking to each other, so I don't think it will happen. But in case where we can shoot them, they are still shooting really good. They are a good team, so everything can happen, but I feel like we got this.
Torzy, last thing, you want to say anything to this crowd? I think Dallas, they kind of like you guys, it seems like.
I hope they like us, and I hope we will show some good counter-strike and you guys will enjoy it. So, yeah, let's cheer for good CS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Torzy speaks about that individual brilliance, and so far, I don't think he has anything to be concerned about, as Steel and Pimp were just talking about. Not only the highest rated AWPer so far in the tournament, the highest rated player altogether, closely followed by his teammate in Spinks.
See, that's what gives me confidence that I think Mouse can win this tournament, because as of late, Torzy, we've kind of poised him in 24 as being the most consistent player for Mouse, the best player in Mouse. He hasn't been bad at all, but he hasn't been hitting that peak level that we're seeing here at IEM Dallas. So Torzy playing and firing on all cylinders, joined by Spinks and having them as a duo, that gives me confidence that Mouse, with the way they approach Counter-Strike, with the team play, with the synergy, with no weakness within the lineup, have a pretty good chance still at making a splash here.
I just love how in that interview with him, he's like, everyone can shine, and he starts listing off all of his teammates one by one, and then he just doesn't even say Brawlin at all. So that was just funny. But it's cool to see that they're doing these things together, like this team building outside of the game as well. I think that's something that not every team does, and just being able to kind of do that, vibe out before the game starts and do any sort of activity, physical or anything that can help them get into the game mentally as well, is really beneficial for the team. And if you were to, ask the Mongols, are they just out, doing something together? I bet they're probably just sitting around doing nothing. But I could be completely wrong.
Well, maybe you should ask them yourself.
Yeah, I'll try to do that one time.
Go up there and ask them. I think for Mouse, though, it's a really nice point to bring up, right? Because it's always been the identity of Mouse is this brotherhood, which I think at the beginning of the year when we saw the removal of Shuey, I kind of thought, is that whole identity in jeopardy? Clearly not. Clearly they're continuing it with Brolin and now Spinks on the roster.
And that's the cool thing, right? Because there was only two ways that could go down. Either the members within Mouse Sports would be like, okay, we had a brother leave us, or Shuey got kicked for whatever reason. We don't really know what's up with that one, but that could have made Jim fat. That could have made Torzy think, maybe it's time to move on to a better team. I'm sure a lot of teams out there are looking towards Torzy right now, thinking we would like to sign him. I think G2 would be desperate to get a guy like Torzy to the lineup. We know Jimfat was a big rumor for Vitality, for FaZe, for some of the best teams in the world. So it could have been the case of, okay, let's seek somewhere else. But it does feel like when you face adversity still, in NA you kind of disappear, you explode, you implode, whereas in Europe you get closer together in the bus.
I just don't know where this conversation came from, because Mouse has been like a top 5 team for basically the last like year and a bit, and it's like, where would he go that's not a downgrade at the moment? It's like, oh, he's going to go to G2. What? They're so much worse right now than Mouse. So yeah, I think everyone is feeling good, and I still want to get to the bottom of this Shui situation. I think everyone does. Yeah. And one day it's going to come out. The files are going to get leaked. It's, the signal group that they had was a little bit longer.
Respect to Trace. He really tried in that group stage. He really tried. Shout out, Stunner. Didn't get an answer though, obviously. Let's talk about some of we know the known quantities, right? We've talked about it. Spinks, Torzy, been looking lights out so far this tournament. I feel like coming into this, firstly, Exertion. We wanted a bit more consistency from him. Has he delivered so far in that part?
I think so. Look at his event ratings throughout the year. I know Exertion is a player that when he's popping off, he's probably the most, impactful player on the server, given the role, given how aggressive he is, given that he plays those entry rules. But the fact of the matter is still, and you know that yourself as well from playing with aggressive players as well, it's very hard to find consistency being so hyper-aggressive on the server. He's done that so far this year. I know not always, up to his best, but overall, when you look towards his 2025 so far, I don't think we can blame him for not showing consistency as we kind of did in 24.
I think we have different definitions of consistency because I see he's kind of all over the place there. What I haven't seen from him is he hasn't really underperformed. He hasn't had like a really bad event where he's just dropping into
that is consistency,
a sub 1 rating. No, because if you're going from 1.3 to 1.1 to 1.15 and everything, and you're kind of everywhere in between, it means that he's giving good output, but to find a consistent output, what is going to be his consistent top output? Is it going to be a 1.2 rating, and that's where he's going to kind of fall? Or is it going to be something where he's around 1.15, and then he's plus or minus 0.05 from there? If we're seeing events where he's just like completely blowing everyone out of the water, and then another event where he's just like, oh yeah, I'm just kind of doing my job, and then Spinks and Torzy are there, then is it him having consistency, or is he just having like a decent event?
I think we have to take into consideration the role that he's playing. Had you talked about an AWP player that played in a system like Shiro, then yes, I would agree with you. A 0.10 drop-off plus or minus would be fair to expect. As an entry fragger, where you sometimes go to the arena, you go into a lot of grand finals, you had 4 or 5 in a row, and you're still, delivering. I get what you're saying. He's not always at a 1.2 or 1.3, but playing as the aggressive rifler, playing a role where you're involved in 30, 35, 40% of the entry duels for your entire team, you're prone to have events where it's not going to work out as well as it always does.
I think something we can all agree on, though. Jimmy, he had a rough start to the year, right?
Oh, yeah. So I wonder if there's going to be a new conspiracy, because before, during the vibe check, he was talking about just playing his game, but he was talking about what did he have for breakfast? He said air. So is it going to be like the air quality index thing going on for Jimmy here? Because the beginning of this year, he did not look so hot. His impact rating was down at 0.91. His rating in general was 1.06. That's including this event where he has a 1.25 and 1.01 respectively for rating and then impact rating. So he is coming back kind of into the form. He re-signed with Mouse for a couple of years towards the tail end of last year, and it's because he was dominant, and then he was dominant in 2024. He was even more dominant in 2023. He was sought out by other teams. I know that there were rumors about, like, does Falcons want to go and grab him? And the beginning of this year, it was just, he was not the same person. He was not there at all. And this event is kind of the first time we're seeing his life coming back and him playing what we expect from him. And when you are a player like Jimmy, who your role is the backbone of the team, that raises the skill floor. It means that you have something to fall back on, something to rely on. And that makes Torzy and Spinks' job so much easier, that if they're going to go out and try to do some sort of plays, especially Exertion, if we're talking about him being the playmaker, now if they make a mistake, don't worry, Jimmy's got you. But before, wasn't there.
Jacob, I know you love an argument, but we need to get into the veto. For some reason, you actually finally agree. Let's talk about the maps, because last time around it was Mirage, Nuke. We didn't get to that third Decider of Ancient because Mouse took things 2-0. Do you see any differences happening today, Jake?
I mean, you can if you're the Mongols try to steer it in a different direction. No Train, no Anubis, that makes an awful lot of sense. In terms of the pick coming in for the Mongols, I mean, they'd love to play Mirage, but they also do love to keep it out as a third deciding map, and Mouse could potentially allow that to happen. So maybe the Mongols are thinking to themselves, let's spice up the veto a little bit, let's try something else, and there we go. Inferno will be picked by them. A map they have also shown that so far this tournament they play at a high level.
Yeah, I think they almost had Vitality on that map yesterday. I think it was a 13-10 loss that they had, and so they decide, you know what, Mouse isn't going to ban Mirage. Oh, maybe they will. Okay, there you go. And then they're going to let it settle on Ancient. But Nuke makes sense for Mouse. It's a comfort pick for them. It's where Exertion gets to go and roam around outside and do a lot of Exertion things. Makes sense.
I'm glad they didn't go for Mirage. I'm glad that the Mongols are trying something different. Inferno is a map that Mouse play at a very high level, but they have been struggling. We know the whole point of conversation when it comes to Mouse and their map pool has been, yeah, you could kind of say that Inferno against Mouse is a bit of a punish pick. They had a period where they lost the vast majority of their games on Inferno, given that it was against Vitality, against the best teams in the world. Question is, have they been working on it? Is that something they've been, targeting leading into the Austin Major? Because that was a weakness. That was something where teams like Vitality, like Falcons, could punish Mouse if they wanted to. I suspect that the time they've had off, heading into Dallas, coming into the Major, Inferno would have been a point of conversation, something where they've had to show improvements, and I think today we get an answer whether that's the case or not.
Almost certainly. We have the arena filling up thick and fast. Dallas, you ready for some Counter-Strike? I think they are indeed, but I tease you, we do need to go to a quick break. When we are back, semi-final number 1 going to be ensuing between Mouse and the Mongols.
In Counter-Strike, we are privileged to be able to speak of generations. The history and the legacy of our game means that our player base spans from fresh-faced teenagers taking the world by storm to legends whose careers are decades in the making. These two teams that are about to join this stage are torchbearers for that new generation of Counter-Strike players. Whether it be Mao's long since shedding their academy origins to now bring in veteran talent to push them over the edge, or the Mongols, who by their might have demanded respect for a region all too often forgotten. The torches that they hold aloft will light the way to many future years of Counter-Strike. But here, today, on this stage, at this Intel Extreme Masters, only one can remain. one of these flames must be snuffed out. So now, I ask you, Dallas, whose flame will burn brighter today?
So, you think you're ready? Are you in your prime? Can you become greatness? Because in Texas, everything is bigger. Bigger pressure, bigger emotions, bigger noise, bigger beef, bigger flair.
Be about tracking and reactions. Good shot. Oh!
Bigger reactions. The highest stakes. Texas presents a Counter-Strike marathon, a trial of your determination and grit. You best be prepared. Being a Lone Star isn't gonna cut it. Bring your team. Bring your prime.
Base level is pretty high actually, compared to other teams. I feel like our peak is yet to be reached. I feel like we have a lot to show in that regard, and yeah, I feel like we just maintain a good base level to consistently make playoffs, but I think it's time we take the next step forward. My memories of the Dallas stage is amazing. I also told this to the team. Then I think the Dallas crowd was super welcoming and very favored, like CS related, I would say. They were super natural. I remember in the grand final against Sens, I didn't play my best in 2023, and yeah, I just love the crowd and I love the vibe they bring.
I think we faced 3 times. We lost 1 time and Shanghai Major. In elimination stage, we beat them. Shanghai Major playoff, we lost to Mouts. Yesterday against Vitality, it was pretty good. If we play like yesterday's, I think we could beat Mouts.
Feels good to go to the playoffs knowing that we are ready in our mental.
Well, if the Mongols come to face us in the semifinals, I'm sorry, but we will have to end your dream here.
First drops off, reposition, just in time for another. No hold in his sight, just racks him up, sends him back from whence they came.
They dominated on this stage, but today they face a different beast altogether. Give it up for the Mongols! A team constantly on the cusp, but are they ready now to take that next step forward? Let me hear it for Mouse!
Well, I don't think there's any disputing who the crowd favorites are, and I don't blame them after the masterclass that the Mongols pulled off versus Aurora yesterday. But this is not even arguably a bigger challenge, because we look at Mouse, we look at their record so far here in Dallas Steel. They haven't dropped a single map. Question is, does that change today?
I think that they're looking really strong. Look, the crowd is against Mouse right now. They're walking out in that red, that powerful red, and you would think that they've just done something completely pure evil. But right now, I mean, we talk about Exertion being the player that goes for all the entries. It's actually Torzy. He's got the most attempts and Brawlin with the second most. So Torzy, the man who's got the best rating at the event so far, having a great tournament, he is going to be the one that we're going to be looking at to see how he's going to be able to, I guess, internalize what is happening from the crowd, all the cheers that are going to be going against them. Every time Mongols wins a round, gets a kill, that's going to be just shaking the stage. That's what I'm going to be looking at.
I'm going to be looking at Messino, I'm going to be looking at Spinks, I'm going to be looking at some of these difference makers on the server. We praised Messino for being arguably the most consistent force within the Mongols, but he doesn't pop off that often, and I would love to see Messino do that tonight. Firmly, I believe the Mongols are not the favorites to win this game, and I understand the crowd. Maybe give them a bit of help, maybe cheer for them, because they're going to need it tonight, especially when you consider that Spinks is playing at his best right now within Mouse. He was fantastic in Melbourne, a little bit less, I guess, Villian in Copenhagen at the Blast Rivals, but he's back to his best here. So if the Mongols want to win, you need to see the best possible performance from Messino, from 910, from Sento, from all of them.
Yeah, I would say Senzu. I'd underline that, bold it, italic, because he is the one that is going to open up all the rounds, or try to. He's going to be the one that gets Mongols the foothold into the game. Without him having any presence whatsoever on the stage, Mongols doesn't really stand a chance. So that opening duel between Senzu and whomever he's up against, whether it be Torzy, whether it be Exertion, whether it be they're trying to focus on Jimmy or Brawlin on the anchor spots, that's all on Senzu. And a map like Inferno, it's all the fights at Banana, right?
Dare I say it? I don't think there's any weak link within Mouse. I think you'd look towards Brawlin and be like, maybe fracking department, he's the weakest link. But let's be honest, Techno 4K to me can be the difference maker. He's had a decent tournament, a little bit inconsistent, but if he's playing great, if he's up there tonight, if all the 5 Mongols players can come in and show the individual skill that we know they possess, they can definitely make a game out of this.
Well, gentlemen, it is time to get this semi-final started. Mouse versus the Mongols going down at IEM Dallas.
We're getting this one started. It is semi-final Saturday. Dallas, you having a good time? Yeah, you are. The K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center. Seats and drinks are full. Vibes are high. Saturday afternoon. Are you guys ready for a show? We are close to the summit of the season. Xertion says the peak has yet to be reached. Mouse are looking to make a statement of intent in Dallas for Austin. Mongols are in a position now where every win in a Tier 1 playoffs is history for their country and region. And they seem to have a home crowd somehow here in Dallas. A grudge perhaps held by Mongols. Revenge for Shanghai on the table. A semi-final showdown. And it starts on Inferno.
Mongols looking for the punish this time round. Mouse showing weakness on this map throughout the season. Heavy util for Mouse on the CT side. Couple of HEs. Sentry and a flash in the mix. Torzy leering down mid for info. Big banana push on the intro. Sector secure for Mouse. They've been able to take a lot of real estate early. There's a lot of teams at the moment on T-side Inferno just taking it slow, trying not to give away any opening deaths. And that's exactly what the Mongols are getting up to. We've got to smoke a couple of flashes for the finish. Banana smoke has faded, contact taken.
Ooh, Spinks has seen enough. Bell rung, Glock bullet finds his head.
They push back Banana control with that damage. Decoy drops towards the sandbag, trying to clear things out. Fake flash in plate. 3-man A defense right now for Mouse, so currently stacking the wrong bomb site. Execute, here it comes.
It's a little too quiet for Brawlin. Canter's over, third body here. Xertion about to have to hit this shot. They start to advance, perfect timing. Takes the head off of Mzinho, trying to throw out a CT smoke. Now they're running into the meat grinder. Solid hold, the USPs fill the feed. A couple back 9-10 and Blitz not going down without a fight, though. He's bought enough space to facilitate a plant, and that is valuable in the grand scheme. Is there a conversation about winning the pistol? 11 bullets. Closing for the double swing. Needed to isolate that duel cleanly. He's running out of health. He's running out of chances. He's running out of bullets. 6 HP. Fresh mag found. It should be Mouse. Just going to stick to this. What's 9-10 supposed to do? He'd have to somehow isolate this duel. Spots him out. Goes on down. Torji secures the round.
That was actually a T smoke. They didn't even get the CT smoke landing on the execute into the site. Just a ricochet off a player, landed top banana, so that's the sloppy start. Bot goes down, so you are going to be expecting the force bite from the Mongols. A great opening there from Exertion. Definitely a player who can set the tone for Mao, so him getting an opening kill. That's where they'd be loving to kick things off. Coach Cycler going to be very happy with the pistol conversion. And Brolin, I want to say newly appointed in-game leader for 2025 is where he's taken over that mantle. Couple of Galils, Tech-9s and a Deagle. Out of control to be vied for again. Half-wall smoke landing. That's to help secure. A bit more real estate for Techno, not having to worry about the bottles of flames. To the back and forth, the joust for top and under control. Mouse will retake it with a util set of their own. Now looking to do a bit more damage with nades. Brolin and Exertion have held on to these for the later piece, and very deep with those. A bit of chip damage done. Let's see Mazinha up mid now. Brackets control next on the menu. Torzi's just braved in front of this, so full information. Exertion will not rotate away from B. Brolin and Exertion, the B defenders can lock this down, and even more information. Jimmy can start to rotate over. Spinks and Torji can flank. What's the timer on this?
Oh, they are going to be locked in. Mouse have got them right where they want them. They've got the read. They're ahead of the play. And as you turn your back to throw your nades, a burst from the MP9
Box
to
it now.
disrupt. And look at the damage. They're even killing each other. It's too easy.
Everybody wanted some frags right there for Mouse, but that is absolutely picture perfect of how to respond in that situation.
You saw it on the X-ray, right? As they're rounding middle, they've just started to group B. It couldn't have been a more offensive, defensive timing. They just immediately got the info.
Right now, it is going to have to just be the eco coming in for the Mongols, so a chance for us to lay the land a little bit more. This is the second head-to-head between these two teams in 2025, the first with stakes of elimination. Previously, it was just a seeding match. You look at Mongols, it was Shanghai last year, they put themselves in a major playoffs. That was history being made. This year, it feels like they're a mainstay. 6 out of 8 playoffs, however, they've made it to 3 semi-finals.
I think I'd still hold a grudge, though, from the team that stopped it being a semi-final in Asia.
Yeah, well, look, I'm sure they do, but they're too nice, aren't they? In every interview, the Mongols always with a big smile on their face.
But they're realistic. I mean, you heard in the interview, Mzinho saying, if we play like we did yesterday, we have a good chance.
They played some solid Counter-Strike, especially against G2 and Aurora. Those were massive wins for the Mongols, at least in the caliber of Counter-Strike they brought. And then that Vitality game throughout the groups. Not like they had a bone to pick with that one. Techno will take down Torji. So an incision made, 4v4. Still seems very unlikely. Only Scavenge back at MP9, and I think Spinks is going to mop things up now.
Oh, he's done very well with that. Takes all 3, in fact.
Just returning to those semi-finals for the Mongols, Katowice, EPL, and Melbourne, all of them, they're eliminated by Vitality. This time, they're getting a semi-final against Mao, so a different opponent this deep in the tournament.
Move the camera! Move the camera! You can't see shit!
Getting a bit cheeky with it as well. There you go, 3-0 start for Mouse. Their season's had its ups and downs, starting back at Bounty, and then the dramatic roster change. Getting rid of Shui, having to use a stand-in for Kato. Spinks comes in, you win Cluj, second at EPL, second at Lisbon. Then the spotlight gets stolen by Falcons in Melbourne and at Rivals. Here they are with... happy about something.
I think we moved the camera.
We moved the camera. All right, first rifle round. Let's see, Mongols, what do you got for us?
Ooh, we've got Aggie Orpin. Torji immediately sends one down mid.
Signs of confidence from Mao's early in the way that they're taking these duels. Allow Mongols to establish their dominance early. But there's quite a clear intent on this, at least initial foray.
Yeah, but same from Maus. They do look poised to collect this. Torji positions himself from abs, keeping track of that. Blitz setting up his boys. Spinks, Jimmy, this crossfire, how well is it gonna work? Gets his, Jimmy delivers a double on the FAMAS and just crashing straight into that defense. Not a single kill to show for it from Mongols.
Yeah, a real lack of that in the first 4 rounds of play. We're talking 4 kills in total, 2 for 9-10. 1 apiece for Blitz and Techno. So the likes of Senzo and Mazinho yet to get off the mark, but that's only the first rifle round. It's just worrying signs with how easy these rounds are looking for Maus at the moment.
Is that a bad sign of things to come when your team X tries to take brackets control and doesn't get anything?
I think that they're going for something a bit poppy like we saw against Vitality, which is to subvert the expectation that they're going to be vying for that banana control and doing things later within the round. They've tried to be more direct here, which you could definitely see in the Mongols game, but crowd's not going to be happy with that one. 4-0 start for Maus, and looking to keep up their hot trot from the Falcons' victory. They were down 12-5 on that second map of play, brought it all the way back, got things done in overtime.
The difficulty is, you know, Mongolia is a harder chant than USA. You know, Mongolia doesn't really work.
They might come up with some others.
Yeah. To the home crowd.
See what they can workshop out there.
Hey, they're very creative people over here in Dallas. It's the creative hub. You know, there's an arts district.
Entertainment capital of the world.
Arts and craft, cut and stick, all of that. But yeah, distinct lack of kills. It really boils down to right now.
Makes a big difference in the game of Counter-Strike, doesn't it?
Believe it or not.
One of the factors yesterday over at Tunnel Fire, I think, was the pistol rounds that were going quite well for the Mongols.
Very artistic, you see.
Yeah, Apex will be here later. Vitality versus Falcons, that's a delight. Seen that in back-to-back grand finals. This time it's only going to be a best of 3 in the semis.
Oh, it should be a banger. I think we've got a very good day of Counter-Strike ahead of us here. What's that in centimeters? Lovely setup here though. Jimmy even doubling up. Spinks gets his, attention's drawn. It was a very comfortable round. You can see just how impenetrable that setup was. But after a timeout taken, Mara hoping to get his troops back onto their the same page.
Yeah, really lacking utility in this one, aren't they? It's going to be AKs across the board, but 3 of them without head armor. I suppose that's okay because it's 3 AKs on the CT side as well as an AWP, but it's the util that worries me. Torji, again, just stubborn with these mid picks.
He isn't scared at all.
Yeah, and he's been in fine form.
Like, I guess knowing there's not a rival AWPer, he's comfortable taking that duel against any rifle.
Blocked in apps for now.
Again, quite stubborn about this.
It has to be contact. They have to win out these fights. We've got a flash and a Molotov to work with. Crowd now finding their voice. Again, over towards A. It's a bit more of a passive stance. There's the opener for Jimmy.
Yeah, but that means the AWP somewhere else. He's holding for you. Blitz swings in. A necessary trade provided. It's 9-10 with 1. Bomb on his back. Techno delivers a nice 1-tap. And Spinks cowering on the side. They're going to wrap around. If he gets anything done, he's done well. Oh, very well. Brought down now. Quick response from Brolan. Sees to the rest of them. Enough time bought by Spinks on site for that rotation to clean up.
Really would have loved a plan in that situation just to guarantee another buy. I don't think Mara's going to want to take another tactical timeout to have the same conversation. He wanted his boys to fight, and they definitely did. So breaking onto the scoreboard now, Senzu. Still Mazinho yet to get going. T-side, it can be rough around the edges, especially when they're not playing on meta right now. You don't have all the nades, you're not winning up banana control with your mollies and your HEs. You're trying to just take these duels, and Maus love a good heads-up fight. Pass B.
Okay, again, pace, and already looks like Maus are on the same page. They're ready for you. Just a mow-down. Zerst has got the job done. Can Blitz punch in the code? You can see how desperately he wanted that. Just a bit of extra funds coming into what will be the halfway point of this half.
Yeah, going very quickly now. I just want to reflect on the Vitality versus Mongol match from the group stage. Mongols only managed to get 4 rounds within that first half of play. But that was with the pistols. They didn't get the conversion. It was spotty, and it was the CT side where they started to bring things back and make Vitality sweat, who haven't been on form. But right now, this is a chance for Maus to play deathmatch. So Mongols bringing that Asian flair, and that's the style we'd expect for the Chinese teams once upon a time. Now we're going to get a full gun round. Still no 9-10 AWP. Torji, very aggressive.
He's doing all those Aggie AWP moves we all dream we could pull off, but in a semi-final on the stage. Does he get away with this one? He knows there's a timer on it. Bedroom could be occupied, forced away. Senzu has got top banana. And a slower pace, perhaps that is the recipe for success. Mongols, a lot of pacey stuff so far.
Yet to find an opening kill, the Mongols.
That has to change, perhaps. Will coincide with their first round.
This is more of a standard round, isn't it? Played out, got the map control now into the AWP again.
Ooh, he's done well.
There's the opener.
Mazinho, the first opening kill for Mongols in this semi-final. A double swing, couldn't track. Okay, 910's done well there. He picks up the pieces, keeps that man advantage, and now divided defense.
Well, they know that Brolin is a B defender. He's still on the site right now. Jimmy, the A anchor. You'd want to regroup with his number advantage. A high likelihood you're either going to get an empty site or a 1v3 situation. Brolin's taking the fight.
He's coming for them, looking for answers, and finds more than answers. Takes out 910. Peace out now.
Blitz has to brave this smoke. I think the longer he waits, has to take a risk in this situation. Mazinho joins in now. They have utility to make this one work. And Brolin's worried about the mid to B, so lots of gaps for the CTs.
Yeah, here they come. Brolin's reposition seems well strung. Is he going to just walk on through? He is. No one is looking. Brolan! Oh, Brolan! An inspired reaggress. Reposition. That was a 2v3. He takes all three.
Bit of lag there on the comms, it looks like, out of the Mongols. Blitz still worried about Coffins, maybe expecting it was a stacked site. And that's going to be the second, and this one feels more like an emergency than an adjustment out of Mara.
Sure.
He's been with them for this journey for an awfully long time, but right now they are down the creek without the paddle. And this is a Mouse that you mentioned, an intent, the summit just around the corner. Well, the spotlight had been taken away from them. Falcons came in and stole their thunder in Melbourne and then rivals. Mouse with a win today will be booked into another grand final, looking to chase their fourth of the season so far. Remember the Cluj win on debut, EPL, and then Lisbon, back-to-back finals of their own. And this Brolin in-game leadership, many thought, including myself, that they would start to drop off at this point. Doesn't appear to be the case. If they have come in with all the energy pointed in the right direction.
And just getting those stage reps as well ahead of the major.
Something that used to be the bane of their existence.
Yeah, just that conversation seems like it's a fix to other teams now. Fast into the top banana clear.
Another partial buy. We've had 7 rounds, the bomb's been planted once, and that was the pistol.
That is a catch! Oh, and Brolin's gone!
They're in. This one's clean up.
Hang on, wait, they have got the bomb.
That's all good.
It's a little scary.
It's not going to cost them too much. Jimmy with the rifle. He's going to try and patrol the rotations. Now do you head towards A? That's the anchor removed. Right now, Mouse, they don't know where the finish is going to come from. They know where the AWP is.
They have the site and they know where the AWP is. So yeah, Torji, dunked on as well.
Even residual utility because the way those kills came in. There's a fire starter. That's what the Mongols are looking for. Off the back of that emergency timeout from Mara. He's hoping he doesn't have to call one more in this half. Want to leave himself something down the stretch.
Yeah, an impact player indeed. That Tech9 drive-by really started things. Techno goes down as well with one. But for Sershin, I mean, that's just B-anchor things. You know, gets caught switching through his nades. Instant headshot from this fast sidearm.
Yeah, and they're just playing the same Counter-Strike they had been for the 7 rounds prior. Yeah. Aggressive in your face, taking the aim against the Mongols. Mongols are spoken about because of their individuals and their output, but Mao's aren't any slouch in that department. Sure, the names aren't as superstar as a Vitality or a Falcons. They don't have a donk, but they have 5 very, very good players. And the crowd liked that one. So first incision, Zinho in an interview saying it's like a home crowd out here in the States. I'm going to need a couple more of those if they want to break the money of Mouse. In the worst case, because you're down such a large margin, is the loss bonus will build as they work through the residual. He's going to be up against it right now, but 910 has his AWP out to play. Molly top mid to limit Torji being aggressive with the orb, so it's actually going to be starting over towards B. It's going to be 3 rifles, Jimmy, Brolin, and Spinks on A right now as clearing out towards Sandbag is Exertion. Ushered in by the Hungarian orb, and not in a rush. The Mongols are taking their time. The banana smoke lands. Techno exchanges a molly. Banana is theirs. They can have it. Clear of the smoke. 910's very good at this. Doesn't pull the trigger.
He's not to know, and on the mantle up. Wow, Techno. Little bit of lady luck on his side there. The leg shot on the jump up. Torji still manages to hit something, but an opening kill regardless.
It might make you feel that Long is a good position without an AWP in play right now. If you wanted to wrap on towards A, you're going to fight rifle versus rifle. No AWP in the mix.
Yeah, but Spinks is the one waiting. He's done very well to stabilize, but
Still two here.
will trade.
This is tough. If they go into this, Jimmy and Brolin are both on the side.
Could be awkward for the two of them.
Bob's going back Banana.
Yeah, Mzinho, actually, he's made the right decision here. Elects to try and apply pressure to Xerxan, this one-man B defense. He's so isolated right now. Brolin and Jimmy are in the dark, and so is he. Staying active, and oh, he had to go.
Round over.
Nice positioning from Xerxan. He kind of put himself in a position to handle both of the eventualities. Just caught out. Good aim again from Mzinho.
Yeah, you mentioned that Techno kill, a bit of lady luck on his side there, and yeah, that's Counter-Strike. Sometimes these scenarios just need to fall into place. We talk about Counter-Strike timing being a bitch. Well, for Torji, that's his feeling. For Techno, it's the complete opposite. Yeah. You think about the impact round yesterday that Techno had against Aurora on Dust 2, where he caught that kill through the B smoke, and that was a round to get them back into the game. Techno, he's never really at the top of the scoreboard. But if his kills can find impact, find round conversions, and start to make incisions, that's all you need. We talk about the high flyers with the 20+, Senzu going off with the multis, 910's quickness on the orb, but it's the little frags that all contribute to the rounds. So second converted.
It was Techno's Tech 9 as well that opened up that B site in the previous.
Well, there you go.
Two very impactful kills, and Mongols with 2 rounds now as a product of that.
If they win this next one and there's no saves, the buy is going to be looking a little bit questionable for Maus, and Cycron, he'll be taking a timeout. Wants to stop this spree of rounds from becoming anything too threatening. Both these teams with a lot of respect for their coaching staff. The younger generation being brought up under the wings of okay, well, look, I'll take it. Cycron thinks it will be a pace change over towards the A side. It's just going to be getting caught with nades in your hands. Make sure that you're in positions where one pop flash isn't going to completely keep you committed and you're able to get away. So we'll see if they want to start forward and jarring. Remember, Torji taking the all, picking down middle, going aggressive in towards the apartments. What's it going to be this time round? Well, looks like it'll just be Xerxan and Brolin over towards B. It means a 3-man A start as they're going to harass down mid with standard utility. Deep smoke will slow anything more poppy towards A. It's Banana control. Going to brave through this. With the logs boost, information flows. Senzu is going to swing on the molly.
Oh, he's in the open, not wise to their tricks. Spot it now. No, he's not. Oh, Brolan! He didn't check him, didn't clock him. High pressure on the B defense. Do you want to run through that smoke? Do you have the audacity to commit? The conversation right here and now. The whole Mongolian side find themselves behind that smoke. There is a nade to break. Flashes are good, and accelerating through is their captain. Blitz ready to take this swing. CT smoked. Torji with a blow. Nothing home. Perfect restraint out of Mongols. They should get across now. They still get caught by a stray or bullet on the cross through. Xerxan repositions coffins.
Do you want to risk the finances in a 4v4?
Oh, he's mantling up. He's having a go. He's giving it a look. Finds an angle, works with it for one.
Rotations on the way. Jimmy and Library, Spink spill on A. There's still at least a couple of seconds before they can get there and attempt this.
A couple of flashes from Jimmy.
Well, replenish the CT smoke makes this very difficult. You might lose it all here, Maus.
Weighing up their options. It's now or never. Spam does connect onto 910, puts him low. That was from Spinks. Oh, and a missed orb shot, getting a bit sketchy. No time for this. They're certainly going to try and make it hurt the Mongols' finances on the way out the door. There's a nice one onto the orb. Techno goes down as well. So just Senzu allowed to leave with his life, but it is Mongols who take the round.
Important save and some really sharp shooting there from Spinks, so very well done to get out of there. They investigated Xerxan and Torji with a couple of miracle kills to make that one feel like it was doable. But for Brolin, it is tough to put it on him there because Senzu's taken a massive risk, and you'll see in this situation, Brolin's thrown a flash The reason he looks into the wall is to turn his own flash, so hasn't seen Senzu. And then he just peeks out and says, hi, I've scaled a whole lot further than you've expected, young son.
Baffling. I'm sure that was baffling. Very out of position, out of the ordinary.
Well, now those finances I was talking about really come into play. Jimmy's going to harass through window room right now. He's aggressive. Boiler takes down Blitz.
Big find. Very nice find on Blitz's progressions. And there's more where that came from. Oh, nearly got caught on the quick switch. Senzu fighting for his life right now. Puts it through the flames. Zarshan! How's he done that? He's got boots made of asbestos.
I don't know if he like Brolin getting bullied in the previous round, so Exertion giving him a 2-man advantage now.
Oh, Torchy's got to get out, getting run down, gets put on half. Pressure onto the A defense. Jimmy and Torchy here. How do you handle this one? With 9-10 Zorp in apps, it will enable him to poke and probe around the smoke, and Zinho making something of this. Torchy still does well to find his. Spins down though. Oh! And he gets one off of nothing. He's flying in the air as he headshots Prolan. How has Techno got 3 there?
See if he can live up to the namesake. Is it a Techno 4K?
Yeah, very well could be. He's got 9-10 alongside for the ride, starting to walk on in, and he's held by the AWP. Mongols a recovery.
7-0 to 7-4 can very well get the 5th going into the halftime break, and that is Cyclone back on the mic. The loss bonus is built. The finances are there to tussle with this final round to buy. More than available, but they've taken away all the momentum from Mouse. Another impactful round from Techno. Towards the tippy top of the scoreboard in the server. 8 kills, highest on his team. On the other side, you've got Brolin, Exertion, and Spinks all ahead of him, but only just.
Here is the 3K.
What is it? Is he dropping off?
Dropping.
Okay, he's surfing down the truck.
Admin.
Hang it 10 right there is Techno.
Brolin's had his fair share of unlucky ones, hasn't he? Yeah. Back-to-back rounds.
Well, smile on his face still.
Wow, this would be one hell of a 7-5 recovery, wouldn't it? I mean, from 7-0 to 7-5, we'll see. Cyclone calling an extra timeout, so both coaches have burned 2 timeouts in this half alone.
You don't want to allow Mongols to go into the halftime break with all the momentum, and that spam through could do some damage. Mazinho unleashes. Finds nothing. Oh, there's late chip. Oh.
Not far off, you know. Double nade.
They return to A. There's going to be players aggressive in window.
Oh, the barrage does connect onto Techno.
They know that the third player, Spinks, the rotating rifler, was on B. So there's information, but the problem is you're down a man and you're blocked. The smoke over towards A, it's going to be nothing. They should have vision or at least an understanding. There's nobody in halls of boiler. It's not going to be this A play.
They don't actually have answers as to what's happening mid, though, because they're 2 in apps.
Oh, Jimmy's just pushed into window room now. So he's saying sector clear. Rotation back to B. It can still be timely.
Yeah, blocked for now.
3 players to defend this. Ahead of the curve, Mouse. This is looking good.
Forced to once again go on the nade break. Bit of chip damage there onto Brolin through the coffins. Timing of this is everything. Flash connects onto Brolin, forced away back behind the smoke. Still, Spinks flashed in as well, gets aggressive, gets disruptive, and destruction on the defense. Only Blitz and 9-10. Good luck, have fun. Door is locked behind you. Jimmy has the cross back towards the A side of the map. He's got the angle.
And don't forget about the time.
Running with his knife out. Oh, he didn't get it, but the bomb is down anyway. Okay. Cyclone, timeout well spent. He recovers. Mouse have 8 to work with. Mongols just 4 heading into our second half.
Promise me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. Why we gotta end this way? Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Getting attention. Where did our love go? You will always bring my fall. You were meant to be here forever. Remember when we used to have it all? We were so good together. Why can't we both feel the same way? Why do I need to explain? You were there most of the time, but that was never good enough for me. Had me going out of my mind, had me going round like crazy. Why we gotta end this way? Why is there always a struggle for you to let me go? You got me like crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Baby, where did our love go? Crazy. Like you were always right and I was always wrong. Crazy. Getting attention. Where did our love go? Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention. Crazy. I used to need your care and attention.
Maus have momentum. First half goes their way strong, but Mongols have given themselves something to build off of. 4 rounds is all they have, and a pistol round could catalyze a competitive half. Or will Maus just run away with this in a quick trip in a semi to secure that grand final they feel like they're worth?
Looking primed right now, and Maus in some of their best form of the season so far. Couldn't have picked a better time. 4-man ace start out of the Mongols, just Techno to defend B, and there could be some pace on this.
I mean, he's been equipped with a smoke.
Now we can see how much pressure he's under. He's already used it.
Oh, that's a really nice catch. It can finish it. Jimmy down. Senzu provides. They quick swing back into the 910's USP, and he taps 2. Lovely work from Mongols. They're ready to fight. They welcome the chaos. And a little flank coming in as well. And Zinho chips in onto Zertian. Blitz is behind you. And Spinks left alone from behind. Blitz will strike. Wow, near a team ace there. Just Techno without a contribution. But his team sprung to action to aid him.
And the pistol rounds were a huge condition yesterday against Aurora to help Mongols off to hot starts. We take a look with Maus not getting the bomb down or any kills to their name. How are they going to fester into this round? Will it be the Force Fire? Will it be the Eco? Well, we can see the purchases starting to take shape. 910, the Orpa, a beast on the pistols as well, very sharp. 5 Tech 9s. No mollies, no HEs. Few smokes to work with and flashes. You expect this to be poppy and in your face.
It does feel, though, that this could be closing the gap if Mongols can shrug this off comfortably.
This is going to be an A-go. Not through an apps pop, but up mid.
Okay, well, 910's in a good position to farm him up. He's even got the extra bullets in that M4. It doesn't matter. Spinks puts him down. 2 down on A. And Zinho, they need you now to save them on the A site. And he does step up for 2. Needs more. Can't track him. Off to the USP. Flanked in by Jimmy.
Giving him something to work with, though.
Yeah, Senzu and Techno. It's up to you now. Pushing through smokes, and Spinks will spank. Awkward. Techno, you talk about his impact frags. How about an impact clutch? He's not going to clear this, is it? The positioning alone, the bait from Spinks. You're not clearing your corners, and Maus immediately sees control.
That's going to send them down to the doldrums right there. It's 9-10 getting nothing. Swings out, just obliterated. Be able to move with those Tech 9s. The pop was good. Came at a quicker pace than the Mongols were ready for, and just not able to get kills on that A defense. Mazinho did his absolute best with the double.
Brutal.
Yeah, and that's the M4. I'm sure an MP9 on the yard side. Mazinho stuck between a rock and a hard place as Jimmy comes late out apps to secure this. And yeah, Techno, 180 degrees worth of angles to deal with. Will have to be the force fight back from the Mongols, but that might be the half just getting away from them. They pick Inferno, they hope for the punish, but right now they're the ones who are feeling the pain. Oh!
That's one way to get the party started on the Deagle Force.
And that's just one of the 2 players on A. It's actually a B stack.
Yeah, and
Not
Techno's
anymore.
lost his head, and the opportunities presenting themselves to Senzu. Hasn't connected. Lit through the smoke. Cheeky! Cheeky indeed! He gets 2. Senzu builds on it. Okay. There's more to Inferno after all. Jimmy in the clutch and a clean dispatch of the first. With Senzu down, he picks up that bomb.
Lots of util to work with this.
They partner up.
They're going to push the smoke.
Yeah, they are. Oh, they did make noise. That's been heard. Spots him in the smoke. He's isolated him all! It comes down to that one!
Openers and closes for the young buck Mazinho.
Oh my God, did that get close?
They talk about his consistency. Well, a kid that was never poised under pressure started to find his footing in 2025. The reps in the bigger games. Mongols are mainstay on our screens. And check this one out again. Bang!
It's not the all-round without this from Blitz as well. Thrives in the chaos, times the smoke push well. Senzu a chip in as well, but that 1v1. 2 bullets spare, and Mazinho secures it.
Might be the most impactful kills from Blitz and Senzu so far. The 2 of them struggling to get things going, but this is the CT side where they can start doing some of their absolute best work. It's going to be the force buy back from Mouse as the financial wars continue, and AK Khalil and Pistols again this time. And take the pace out of things, give themselves a moment to breathe. Four players to deal with this. Bomb not committed.
Mid-fight, Team Flash. 9-10. Oh, he's done very well. Up against the Galil as well. Gets that man advantage. Easy on that pick commit. Mazinho down. Spinks does deliver, but is traded out. Senzu an important trade. When he's given a bit much there.
Live or die by the sword of aggression.
Yeah, Broland happily welcomes the exchange, but does remove and puts us into a 3v3. 9-10 and Techno on the side. Oh my God, he actually hit that Tech 9 bullet. Ooh, one and done. Overlooking 9-10. Can he get them both? He can. Oh, wow. Really up for debate these rounds, but now the financial repercussions. We could be looking at a tight game here.
The eco needs to be taken now by Mouse, so Mongo should be able to get things up to 8, no dramas. That was still touch and go for a couple of moments. Then Mazinho re-swinging into the AK. Senzu staying quite aggressive on long. It's a good shot from Spinks, but you feel like he shouldn't be offered it after the initial 4-8. But proficiency on the MP9s is... Mouse are going to bring in literally nothing into this round. Because it is just the Glocks. Can't really be giving away more than just a single kill. You don't want to give away a bomb plan either. So Mongols, how clean can you keep it? They've had a few of these matches now.
Yeah. We are going to start seeing teams adapt to the environment.
Well, Mao's just going to try and bleed out as much utility as they can from the Mongols. This is going to be a lengthy round before the Eco Bash comes in. No head armor on Senzu.
He lives to regret that. Wow. He's actually lost out.
2 kills, that's pretty good.
It's not bad, is it? And a recovered AK on Spinks, so like you get a little nervous if he gets anything going with this. Okay, how about a naught bullet to the leg to humble him?
No way back, only ways forward. Can they take anything else, though?
You would like to die. Eventually.
Yeah, you would. You don't want to be holding on to that MP9. Jimmy, you better run. You better run damn fast. 7, 6. They could just let you live, just run away. There's not enough time to get the bomb in. Blitz, he wanted the kill, but could have really screwed the blast bonus there for poor Jimmy.
Really could have. Like, there's a couple of seconds in that.
Yes. No way he was getting that bomb down. Surprisingly, Zycron is going to call the 3rd of 3 tactical timeouts. Mara has 1 left, so both coaches on the mic. The Sherpa's up this mountain. Their team's primed and ready.
It's like a pantomime.
Wait, so who are you guys cheering for?
Sounded like it began with an M.
Yeah, one of the teams with M.
Yeah.
No gooning allowed. One round the gap. 30-second chit chat. Zycron saying we've got to step it up. No AWP on the T side. Crowd liking what they're seeing now. Dallas loves an underdog. No stand-ins left.
What? 9-10 in short, no Prolan in mid. Hey! Oh, and the fights keep going.
That's the confidence you want to see from the Mongols.
Straight off the Mouse timeout, immediately you're aggressive, immediately 9-10 and Blitz connect in their opening engagement.
Giving them a taste of their own medicine from that first half of play. Mouse were very aggressive mid. Boots in the right place for the Mongols.
Yeah, a little bit of bait spam there from Senzu, setting Blitz up later. Throws out a couple of bullets of his own.
Using the clock as their teammate right now, Mouse. Hoping this sows some seeds of doubt. The deep banana smoke is going to start to fade. Exertion pushes this back, which should inform a 2-player B setup, and has.
Oh, you've messed it up.
In a big way. Smoke's missed apartments, landed sight. Exertion's joining the pack. It's going to be a 3v3 on A. They can break into this.
They certainly could. Mzinho's going to be that pit anchor. You're going to need something out of him. He cannot go empty-handed here. 15 seconds. It has to be now. Here they come. Wrapping into the side. That smoke works out in the end. Can they keep all 5 alive? Torji forced away to save an AK-47, and we are tied up. This was a 7-0 game, folks. Mongols demonstrating some on-stage tenacity.
It was that 2 out of the last 11 rounds for Mouse. So the winning's been flowing one way, and that's them weathering the storm of a forced by war early within this second half. So
That's new. I like. It's a good gag. It's a good gag. I'll give you that.
So there's an AK in the mix from Torji's carried through. Some upgrades around. As far as full gun rounds have concerned, Mouse have only had 1. And into the next, it might not even be a full investment because Torji, unless they get the bomb down, is only going to get the loss bonus. So they kind of need a plant.
They might get better than a plant if Torji can have his way with his sight. Trying to track 9-10. Oh, come on! What? That's quick out of 9-10. He's just taken 2. The second, a stunning one with a white screen. Blitz commits to the spray, gets 1. Still, job done, right? Feels that way. Spinks has recovered the AK off Torji's corpse.
You'd have to really overplay your hand right now to give this one away. Spinks putting in a great shift. 18 kills in total for him.
Yeah, there's no question about his presence in playoffs, is it?
Wrapping through CT, going to head into library to open up a few different angles. Mazinho up to bat.
Okay, well, he gets more than just info. He'll remove Spinks, and so hot potato with this AK. Just brought on left up to swing. All down by that 9-10. Oh, that's a very high impact round from the Mongolian sniper.
Now this is the Mongols blossoming now in a stage game.
Yes, it is.
And look, we've touched upon before, sure, they've lost semi-finals to Vitality. Everybody loses to Vitality. It was more the type of Counter-Strike that they were playing. But this is them. This is their identity. This is the way they play in the group stages. Sure, maybe Senzu's not having a massive match right now. Techno's had impact. 9-10, showing why he's one of the best AWPers in the world. Mazinho with some steady kills. That Deagle shot, bang. Well, here we go again. Remember, I said that Torju was going to have issues in the buy. He just has a Tech 9. He's been their best performer. He sets the tone. But no AWP to do so. 7-0. Mongols are the first to hit double digits.
Oh, okay, nice find. Double HE manufacture an opening. High pressure onto Senzu as well with early damage. He's lost a teammate. He's lost over half health. And now a CT smoke is thrown. How much do you bite on this?
Gap's been pipped. Mazinho's going to need a multi-kill from this position. Unless it is the B finish, it looks like the bomb's going to keep heading over there. So this late lurk of Jimmy, not worth anything right now. We can see with the radar, just look how far Spinks has gotten. And there's a kill, they're in.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good to take this one here. Ooh, 9-10 might have something to say. Can't connect the second.
Senzu's time.
Maybe, just maybe. You can do something with that 19 HP. Torji, you've got the bomb, mate. Does start to commit. Get that one down.
2v2 now.
Mzinho's caught Jimmy. Now presence from Banana noted. Senzu and Mzinho, smoke and kit present. Incendiary as well could be useful. Brolan's going to use that safe haven of the smoke on new box. Hang on, Torji cooking. Senzu not looking. Brolan connects, it's only Mzinho looking good. Mouse will take it. Up for debate at times.
A couple of shaky moments there. Really well used with the util, right? It's not often we see the nades, the conversion on the kill. That gets him the opener. Spinks pips the gap. Observer staying off of that to give them an opportunity to finish off the B split.
Yeah.
3rd of 3 tactical timeouts. Both teams with nothing left down the stretch. Money is still there to issue another buy for the Mongols. However, with the loss bonus at the bottom of the barrel, might have to be a save if they lose the site early. Likely the discussion being had. The worst case scenario, getting your finances broken late on the CT side. That'll roll out the red carpet for Mouse to take away the Mongols map and then waltz into Nuke with the confidence of being one map up, one map away from the grand final here in Dallas.
Round 21.
Oh, they missed the mid-smoke.
Gap.
Maybe it's intentional.
Or perhaps, yeah, there's a T-smoke in response, but he's still going to stick around. He'll use that as an invitation to stay a little aggressive. Zertion's not playing scared, is he?
So they went searching for kills over towards A while being more passive on B, right? You can't go aggressive on both unless it's all in. So they haven't vibed for this banana control, which is going to put them under a lot more pressure of this B defense. That's the likes of Senzu and Techno.
It's like they knew this util was coming. He's actually managed to block that slightly.
Yeah, that might even foil the Sandry still, but now there it is. Just a wider plume.
Bang.
Oh, nade's not good either, so
no,
util not hitting the mark right now. Mongols, a minute on the clock. Now's with the banana control. Now they need to work on brackets. Remember, Mongols will have nothing left if they lose this round.
All to play for. Trying to get a little pick there, set up with the HE on the break.
Started rotating, I think it's B. Now they know.
And now they know they're going to hear the commitment of this utility. 9-10 to peek out on the shot, does deliver. Here they come, they're wrapping into Mzinho's sight. 9-10, he's holding the cross, solid with the AWP. Misses his chance, but Mzinho doesn't. Finds Zershun, Spinks in response, elevated angles. Looks like the CTs are holding fast. There's no time for anything from Torji. No silly business here with the AWP. They're chasing him down.
Boxed in.
Is he going to get away with his AWP? has to fight his way out of this one, but jumping with his knife out into Senzu. Mongols survive, make it 11, take the lead at the pointy end of our first map.
Oof, okay, it looks like the double orbs have been brought through right now, and this is something that they used on Mirage as well as Dust 2 yesterday with Senzu and 9-10, but this is Inferno. You can still get away with it, sure, but think about the retake potential. That's where things become a problem. You need to shut them down at the door. If you have double orbs and you're trying to get into one of these sites late, it could be real rough. And not only that, you have a Famis and an MP9 around the double orbs against a partial buy.
Oh, and if you lose someone early to a double nade, 2 down, 1 nade from Brolan. The double dunk. You want to talk about retakes, Chad? How about losing 2 players in the opening 10 seconds? That's all you had to avoid. Let the orbs work instead. Now Mongols' hands tied behind their backs, hamstrung by the Brolan HE.
There's enough utility right now for this execute. Smokes and flashes are plenty. Senzu's likely to be blind off the line. He is going to need to have a massive performance on this orb right now to shut down this site.
We know we've seen Senzu with the AWP. He does have the ability to pop off.
The flashes are just going to be there though. How's he meant to get anything done?
Punisher, slightly aggressive Tech 9 swing. Incendiary, does they push off that or do they respect it? They do push through! Oh, Senzu nothing! And the same can be said for Mzinho. Just the one.
That's the round done.
Job done.
That one right there, like a gut punch. Mouse, the way that they open that up, Blitz and Techno just going down to the nades, top banana. That is going to be tough.
Just as you were talking about try retaking with that, immediately in my head I'm thinking, okay, just don't, whatever you do, don't die to a double sandbag nade. Instead it gets worse, you lose 2. Techno's going to be kicking himself, he's just seen that and died to it again.
Yeah, the sobering moment of this, it's definitely going to fall over the Mongols now. Remember, lost bonus bottom of the barrel. If they can retain this weapon on 9-10, we'll give them at least something to work with, but your option is force buy behind it, or save and then work with the 1900. Well, this is to tie things up 11-11. It's too late in the piece for this to go down this way. He gets away with it. 9-10 will not be found. 20 kills in total for him so far. And remember, there's no timeout. There's no 30 seconds to give yourself a breather and come up with a plan. They are going to force buy. It's the only thing that really makes sense in this situation. And M4 has been made available by the residual cash at 9-10. As we catch this in the replay package, just the shots going astray there. Mzinho not able to get more than one, and that round is done.
Gonna be pacey here, 9-10. Tasked with doing something early, and oh, he has!
Do you accelerate A now?
Oh, he certainly might. Ask questions of Jimmy on the apps.
That's the bomb!
Away. Oh no, Blitz!
Torgy has the bomb.
He had the bomb right there for the taking, but Torgy's hit a quick combat orb shot. He saves Mouse from red faces. Retrieving that would have been a nightmare.
Well, now the round can settle back in. There's no rush for Mouse. The fact that they level things back into a 4v4, they're going to make Mongols search for info or sit on their haunches. Well, the orb hasn't moved. This time the nade chips away. It's the 2 best gun for Mongols to deal with this. Senzu's yet to have his moment.
You can see the game plan. 9-10 gets 1. Smoke goes down. They like to throw the smoke now. Reformat the setup.
They can clear this and go.
They will. They're stacked up on top of each other. Oh, the flashes are good. You're in so much trouble. Jimmy dips into the smoke, and oh, a missed shot from the orb. That's got to signal the end of the site. Mouse to take 12. A certainty now.
Just to think of the fashion this happened, just with a couple of HEs, getting you 2 kills on that B side.
That's all it takes.
And Mal's there in the driver's seat. They can even hunt for this, try and remove these MP9s, and the Mongols, they don't even feel happy about having to save these SMGs. 1900 into the bank balance next. They're going to need to do what they did on round 3 of this game with the Deagles. Hit some bangers of shots, but now you're up against a team with orbs. Full U2. AK is going to be across the board. Mals have done enough to get this one converted. It's so tough to see a way that Mongols are going to be able to manufacture anything on this CT side to convert the next to take us to overtime.
Oh yeah, it's a red carpet has been rolled out for Maus to take this in regulation. CT economy broken late, a horrible combination of words for any CT. And so here, Mongols are presented with a challenge. That was challenging for Blitz. Couldn't get a single bullet onto Torque.
Felt like he had the jump on him, didn't it?
Yeah, rough.
You get that kill, the bombs lose top mid. Everybody has to scamper back from Banana to try and get this, and there's the frustrations.
Oh my God! Torgy goes looking. They tried to accelerate into him with MP9s, but he's anticipated that at a collateral. Mongols can't stop conceding double opening deaths right now. Oh, it feels like the end of Inferno. 3 MP9s on the 3 remaining Mongols. What on earth are they supposed to do with this? Fight taken by Blitz and insufficient damage just by cutting noise, by freezing. Oof, okay, one back, Techno. But B is starting to hear the smokes plume. Senzu's rotating over. Oh, yeah, a little more damage. Look how much damage has been done.
Here's Spinks with a final knockout blow.
Yeah, you're right. Nice shot from Techno, but is he really ready for this? They're even pivoting back. They've got him absolutely booked here.
Techno W out. Spinks has got this. He's heard the sound cues. This will be the final kill. Hold on a second. 2v2. 17 seconds. Bomb will go down.
Techno actually with more and more impact. Is he going to keep going? Has he got anything more to show? A triple kill when his team needed him. Senzu's miles away.
Timer on this.
Yeah, don't forget they don't have a kit. They don't have a kit. This would have to be something very quick somehow. He's thrown out a smoke to try and fight with it. Hit him. He had the impact. He heard it. Now they know where they're both approaching from. This has to be quick.
Bomb halfway gone.
They have to move. Senzu up and over on the graveyard side. Zashin denies. It looks good. It looks great. Only Techno and no time for this. No time, Maus will take it, Inferno is theirs.
7-0 start, the crowd against them. They are in pursuit of yet another grand final in 2025. The inexperience there at the Mongols, it cost them late, but they're here to play and we might have a series on our hands. Nuke up next.
Here he is, the king, back to defend his Dallas crown. So who you rolling with nowadays, huh? Who's this? BCG. Who you got? Prime Taps. Luca Voigt. Least German nickname I've ever seen. Nork. My boy Nork. The Ronald Christiansen of Counter-Strike. My boy Cypher of Into the Breach fame. Wonder if it was your boy Jacob giving him financial advice. I gotta say, I really think a move like this can light a fire under you.
Next will be the first contact. Nexa, what's he done that for?
Look, I get it. Olaf sits in a molly, he gets a graffiti. You sit in a molly, you never hear the end of it.
Not exactly a 1-for-1.
Well, you weren't exactly a 1-for-1, were you?
Excuse me?
Far from it.
This explains a lot.
Tell me, Where was my boy Justin's explanation? Stuck in the middle of the outback.
Here we go.
Do you have any idea what it's like to go 2 weeks without clarification on your future? Well, buddy, you're about to find out.
What the fuck? Why? Why would you do that?
Let's see how you play with your future on the line.
That slow start for the Mongols costing them dearly. 7-0 down, they battle things back when it gets a bit chaotic for Maus, but too little, too late. Torzy opens up that last round in style, and the Mongols 0-1 down.
What a great game of Counter-Strike. What a fun game of Counter-Strike. Very tense game of Counter-Strike. I bet you the crowd inside this arena loved it, and you could probably sense that at home as well. Now, you said it, Freya, the slow start for the Mongols kind of cost them in this game. I think the Mongols did a good job fighting their way back into the series, and I think Maus, you know, I don't know how you want to angle this deal. They didn't play their best point of Counter-Strike, yet they still won their opponent's map pick. So is that a good thing or is it a bad thing?
The angle I would spin it is Maus comes in here, they've got the crowd against them. Yeah. Sure, they have a great lead, and you should think the way that they're playing and the way that Mongols was playing some of these situations, okay, Maus should be able to close it out. But suddenly, Deagle round comes in, they're sitting behind, somehow the Mongols takes the lead, it's 10-9, they bring it back 10-10, kind of neck and neck for a little bit. But it's the resilience, okay? That's the angle, the resilience. Okay. They're playing against the crowd, they're playing, they're bleeding out all these rounds, and they're able to stay in the game mentally and come out on top. Because this is a great learning experience for these guys against a team that is good enough that it's a threat, but not good enough that they'll just fumble it all like it was against the Vitalities or Falcons. This is good for their experience to know that they have it in them, that they're capable of it, so when they get against better opponents, they can reflect back to this and be like, guys, remember that time that we were able to stay in the game and play against the crowd and all that? That's it.
Let's tackle this one in a bit more of a linear fashion, if you'll so allow me to, because Maus 7-0 up, we jump into round number 6 to be starting off. Steel, what's the tail of the tape with this?
Yeah, I mean, Mongols, they haven't found anything going for them, so what do they call? Let's just rush B! And look, right here, Exertion, he's lining like 3 of them up here, but what you have to look at is Mongols, 2 of them peek with smokes out in their hands to both throw smokes at spawn. No one's throwing a flash over, and no one's trying to get Exertion off that angle. No one's trying to like line up a safe smoke. I guess they want to do it like with speed, but there's no kills at the top of Banana by car, by sandbags. There's none of that, so you have to kind of take it in stages. If we get the kills, then we do this. If there's no kills, then we do that. And they had enough time to set up at least a flash and have communicate who's the one throwing the smoke. That type of just like, blah, 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 okay, let's go, and then just all line up like that. That's not good. That's not good enough.
The funny part about that one, I saw that happening against Vitality as well, where they ran the exact same strat, instant into a B rush, you know, limited utility, Tech 9, and they ended up winning the round. So it's maybe one of those where you do something, it works out, and then you fall asleep a little bit. You know, it's a sleeping pillow in some sense, and as Steel said, you know, it was a poorly executed round that probably shouldn't have worked against Vitality and definitely didn't work here against Maus.
I feel like utility was such a weird theme throughout this map as well, but let's jump into the round that happened immediately after this. Round number 7, what goes down here for Maus?
Well, I mean, Steel kind of pointed it out as well, the confidence that Maus are playing with. Banana control, you know, aggression, utility, Roland being aggressive right here, getting a little bit feisty with the smoke, again, constantly contesting it. It's not like Maus are playing scared at all. They want to contest, they want to be aggressive. Torzy misses a shot, goes down right here, and you think to yourself, all right, that may be an opening. What does Maus do? They re-aggress and they find a kill.
Not only did they find the kill though, but they actually got traded out, so they're playing on the back foot here, and this is just because they have a 6-0 lead. Look at Brawl, he just flies out there, gets a kill, he actually repositions back to site, back through coffins, and then instantly walks through the smoke and tries to catch them. They're trying to clear the site. The last spot that they knew Brawlin was at was in the site somewhere, so they're looking for him. He comes through the smoke. His teammate's across the map. He's still on A. So yeah, the confidence that they were displaying when they're up 6-0, just getting this massive lead, the momentum and everything going in their way, they went for these types of plays because they could afford to do it, and they knew that if they had made a mistake anywhere along the way, they have enough of a buffer that it's like, okay, we got guns, we got rounds, we're all chill. We went for the gimmick play. But the thing is, if they're able to continue getting rounds like this because the other team's not really ready for it, then they can build upon that lead, and the other team is going to start tilting like, he just walks through the smoke, what is he doing?
They didn't manage to do that, obviously, because Mongols did answer back 4 on the trot to end the half, 8-4. Then they win the first pistol, moving into that second half. How do Mouse answer back to this one, though, Drew?
I mean, well-executed Tech-9 round. You know, a lot of utility right here. 9-10 kind of isolated, Blitz isolated, and again, I do have to say it, as well played as this is from Mouse and as well played as Machino is trying to save the round for his teammates right here, you are looking at 3 isolated players that are trying to take a duel 1 versus 2 all over the maps. And again, Mouse is doing a good job with the utility, a good job with the spacing, good job with the Tech-9, very explosive in towards middle as well, but this is kind of what I mean still when I say that the Mongols sometimes rely a little bit on the individuals, because you could argue had the first player gotten a kill or a multi-kill, we would just say, yeah, great individual display by the Mongols, Mouse couldn't really make it work, they win this round, they move on, maybe win the game, but they kind of put themselves in a situation where the individuals have to step up. There's nothing to fall back off.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean, though, because Falcons does that setup all the time, and they looked great when they're... Yeah, I agree. Especially, like, there's moments in the game where you need to play a little bit differently, and when you know that you're against either a 4-spy or you know your opponents have, like, $2,000 or less, they can't really put together a really strong buy with rifles. They're not going to do a standard thing where they all split up. They're going to group up. They're going to try to overwhelm you in certain areas. You can't have an SMG by yourself on long. You can't have someone else close up short. Do something where you double up on one of the areas, pick a side. You can throw like a molly deep down halls and then smoke it, and then you can reposition and take middle that way. But there's so many things you can do, and they choose to do none of them.
Speaking of one of the individuals, Zershan, he was a man we were putting under the spotlight coming into this series for good reason. He started off the map great. Second half, I feel like for all the Maus, though, that did get a little bit complicated, right?
Yeah, he was off to a good start. We spoke about his consistency. I wouldn't say issues, but his lack of consistency in 24 compared to 25. Another strong start, very assertive, very aggressive. You see the highlight package right here. Not a lot of kills on the T side. I will say, though, this round right here, round 23, that's when he came alive. A nice double entry from Exertion. Last round as well, he gets another kill. So he did step up when he was needed the most, but he had a long period of that game where he didn't do anything.
When you talked about that round 23, I'm just thinking about, they have an op there. The side of Mongols, their money's not great, but 9-10's there with an op. They have 4 players alive. They have 2 players on B, and he's staring down, waiting for Mouse to turn the corner. And then because Mouse threw a smoke over top, his teammate in sight actually just panicked through the smoke at main, blocked off his angle. So what does 9-10 do? He can't just sit there in the middle of the open looking at a smoke. So he actually moves into sight, and then now Mouse actually go for their attack. They come through the CT smoke, throw a flash over. 9-10's fully blind. He can't even get a shot off with his op. So these types of things are like that. There was another round where, for example, Mizzino rotates to B on round 22. He has an HE still. They're putting this rotate. They have 3 players alive, so they're gamble stacking B. Mouse actually is postured to go B, and if they go B and they smoke off spawn, Mizzino can break it open, follow his 2 people in the back, and Mouse probably doesn't expect that there's another player there, that he has an HE, that he's ready to break that spawn smoke. But no, what does he do? He just chucks it at Banana by car, and he gets like, what, 20 damage? Like, cool. What does that do for you guys, though?
Yeah, that's true. You know, if you'll allow me to summarize it for you, I think I kind of set the bar high coming into the game. I wanted to see Mouse and see if they learned anything on Inferno, if that's a map they've been working on, if that's something that coming into Austin, coming at the major, that teams shouldn't be necessarily comfortably picking against him. I didn't learn much here from Mouse. You know, a good start, but then they struggle. They make a lot of mistakes. They don't look too comfortable. And I think right now, if you're Falcons, if you're Vitality, if you're FaZe for that matter, or anyone else, Na'Vi sitting at home right now not playing, you're looking towards Mouse and you're thinking, yes, in a best of 3 series, Inferno is still not a map they are too comfortable on. So that could be a punish pick still. Not something they worked on, not something they've done a good job at making improvement on, at least not based on what I've seen in this game.
Definitely not watertight by any stretch of the imagination. Steel, you brought up the name 9-10, and I want to dive into that one a little bit, because when you put him up versus Torzi, I feel like it's in a bit of an unfair comparison coming into the series, considering Torzi, highest rated player so far at the event, but you can see by the numbers, 9-10 was doing work here, even though they didn't manage to seal the map. Yeah,
I mean, we even saw Torzi early on in that first half missing some op shots, so him not being there was kind of a surprise to us, but 9-10, he was basically on fire for the team. He was a big proponent of why they're able to get back into it. I think it was actually his deagle that opened things up on round 16 for his team to be able to eco them back after the Tech-9 disaster that happened. So 9-10 had a lot of things on his shoulders. He had some good holds on B. He had some good holds on A with the op. Not just like getting 1 kill here or there. It's multiple people running at him, and he's getting 2 kills and 3 kills in some of the situations which are very chaotic and hectic.
Okay, Inferno wrapped up. Goes in the favor of Mouse. Jacob, Shaw, surely you know a little bit more about MOUZ coming onto Nuke and the dominance they can display, because that's our second map and might be over for Mongols now.
I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid that Inferno was the ticket into the game. I'm not going to say Mongols don't have a chance of winning Nuke, but the teams they're playing on the map, they're not necessarily the strongest team out there on the map of Nuke. And when you look towards MOUZ, we know them to be very strong. They're going to start on the T side. And one thing they always like to do is use Yard for a lot of different things. They have different variations of the smokes in Yard. They have Exertion always roaming out there. They have Exertion trying to find openings. And they have a bit of pacing to them as well. I like the way Brolan is controlling the T side in the sense that if MOUZ is getting off to a good start, if they win the pistol, if they convert, I bet you'll see two different things happening. The first bar round is going to be a pushy, fast round towards Yard with a couple of smokes out there just to make it a little bit complicated for the Mongols to contest it, and then the following round will be a round where MOUZ drags out all the pace and just wait for a mistake to be happening for the Mongols. So the fact of the matter is that I think Brolan's T-side calling on the map of Nuke is so versatile that if you're the Mongols, you can't really figure it out. You don't know when it's going to hit you. So again, it comes down to me, and I look at it from this angle, and I know you hate it, Steel, but the individuals from the Mongols will have to stop it.
Well,
the individuals will have to step it up.
MOUZ just about squeak this one out, and now their map pick lays in wait. This is going to be going down on Nuke, and potentially just one map separating MOUZ from that coveted grand final. We'll see you in a few after the break.
So, how do we get to this?
Hey, I'm Fi, and I'm here at IEM Dallas. We're gonna take a look behind the scenes to see what tech makes this tournament tick. But no tour can be done without a tour guide, and that's why I've got the second best JW in esports, Jackson Wolf. What's good and what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, Fi? Yeah, I'm Jackson. I'm the IEM Dallas product manager for this event. What that means for everyone is I kind of work behind the scenes, connect all the different departments, but I also get to do some other fun things like integrating the new Acer Predator Orion 7000 PC. So you want to go take a look?
Hell yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Jackson, what's going on here?
Yeah, so this is the group stage tournament booth. So the referees that you will see standing behind the players, the people running the servers, they're also in charge of all the equipment. So the Acer Predator, it's the Orion 7000, it's powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor with a built-in NPU, combined with the RTX 5080 with the Cyclone X 360 cooling. We're trying to make sure that it's elite for these players. So this is the player lounge at our tournament. Hospitality is huge for us. Players travel all the time, so we want to look out for them, but essentially this is where the players come to hang out in between their games and the PC testing.
Holy crap, that's a lot of screens.
Yeah, so we're at the center of everything. The captain's chair, driving the ship.
What is red, green, and blue plus?
So those are all replay operators. Each color represents something different. So blue will represent all in-game highlights. Green will represent face cameras. And then we have red that's kind of combines them two. It makes like a big highlight package.
It's super cool, super complicated, but it is quite beautiful. Behind me, it looks like this is where the Counter-Strike is happening, Jackson. What's up with this?
Yeah, so this is the observer station. Over here on the left, we have the context observer. So think frag movies, cinematics, anything third person that can give a little bit extra context to what's going on in the round. Over here, you have the main observer to capture all the kills and get all the action. This is the in-game director. Whatever they choose to see is what actually goes back to the technical director and is what's on the show.
We've learned a lot about how Acer Predator and Intel power events like this one here at IEM Dallas, from the hundreds of buttons in the control room to the esports area and player competition. We've seen what goes into the launch of the Predator Orion 7000 as the official tournament PC of future IEM. Now let's get back to Counter-Strike, Dallas.
Now, Mouse, they may not be crowd favorite, but definitely hot favorite to be taking this semi-final now after closing down Inferno in every single round required of regulation in map 1. Nuke is our next battleground. Mongols versus Mouse, two teams with a lot to prove, different stories, but both looking to hit this peak, arrive at the summit in the best form of the season. Bit of a heartbreaker for Mongols. Feel like that's something I've said an awful lot as of late. Close but no cigar. Getting to playoffs, but how deep do you run? Is it another quarterfinal exit at the hands of Maos? Is it Shanghai all over again? Or will they dust themselves down, come in and take us the distance? Nuke to determine it. Dallas, count us down!
Mouse on the attack, their map choice. HE to the door, blown open. Options available. Techno breaks the vent, dips down early. Smoke at a flash. No P250 to pick yard with. Techno noisy on this. That's a boatload of information, and he hangs around to Coppergoosh.
Yeah, he's going to have to get out of there now, and 9-10 called upon. He's been struggling to find the headshot there, just a couple of body shots, but now it looks like his teammates demonstrated how. Techno with a tap. Mzinho underneath as well, so if you think you're going to be able to find isolated Jewel, you'll be right, because Exertion brings 9-10 down. Will Mzinho be overlooked here? He's been positioned perfectly, just taps and turns! Oh, Mzinho! Masterful start on the pistol for the Mongols.
Yeah, important for them to pick that up, and now they need to make sure they convert cleanly. They really need a strong start here. You just have to return to Melbourne. That was a seeding match, but Mao's got the better of them on this map. It's the Mongols who changed the choice in the veto. Last time it was Mirage. This time they tried Inferno. Same result, but damn, they were close. Now it's going to take almost a full eco into this one. Exertion invest into a Deagle. The rest will be Glock heavy. So we'll play past the parcel with this $700 hand cannon. A bit more lively today out there in the arena.
I think everyone's having a good Saturday.
Yeehaw!
Counter-Strike on the telly.
Yeah, grand final tomorrow, best of 5.
Yes, please.
Winner of this versus winner of Vitality Falcons, the next fixture. Oh, this is the same way that Maus approached their eco back on Inferno at the time. Allow the utility to be expended, see if you can get a kill or two, and actually I think they got 3 within that round, so.
There might be some new members of the crowd, maybe the bias has swayed. Dallas, who's cheering for Maus? It's like 3 of them, I think I heard them.
3, yeah.
Yeah.
That's we'll get the official count out there.
But what about the Mongols? A fan favorite, winning an anti-eco.
This is the time to get some stat padding in for Mzinho. Beautiful double kill, important for him on the pistol, but how many of these can he grab? Oh, it's going to be Blitz to come over and steal one, but they're just going to punt this one in. The crossfire, very strong. Exertion gets something for his troubles, but all good in the hood. 2-0 before the AKs come out. This is a map from the T side. Mouse can look marvelous. Seen them earlier in the year against Spirit, just keeping Donk completely silent.
Someone in production's having a really good day. Mind controlled.
All right, 9-10, starting warehouse. Heavy lean towards top at the moment for the Mongols. Dropping down the vent early is going to be Blitz. He'll be dealing with the secret crawl. 9-10 calling the possibility of the cross, and they're aware of the timing. 9-10 needs to win this one. Peppers his way out of the duel with Spinks.
Yeah, very important headshot. Removes that silo vantage point. Protocols to be tested.
Yeah, this is the thing though, with this smoke wall, it's a full commit for Mouse because they don't have much utility left after this. So they have to get across. They have the bomb, and the lion's share of their players down. Late lurk from Brolin.
Blitz immediately smoked them off, but that's not going to last much longer.
He just needs to play for info. He doesn't really need to commit to a fight. They have the man advantage. Is that a new Gen Alpha?
I think Greasy is the new tryhard.
Okay.
Like you're trying hard. How dare you? Kind of thing.
You learn everything. You learn something new every day, don't you?
Just working it out. And so is Blitz. Okay, well, we forced forward by the Flame, but in the meantime, Mzinho has secured this one onto Torji, and he'll finish the job as well. 4 alive, not bad for the finances, and keeping this win streak going. A 3-0 start, a reverse of what we witnessed on Inferno. It was a very slow start from Mongols, or you frame it the other way, it was a hop from Maus, a 7-0 to start us off. It ends 13-11, so there is something to be said about the resilience on display from Mongols map 1.
It's all going to be about the mental, right? Maus, once upon a time, they were the ones who had the question mark around them as far as arena games went. They were great in the groups, it was getting to the arenas and then putting in the strong performances. This season, that's all been about the Turkish side of Aurora as well as the Mongols. Now, there are caveats, there is nuance. We touched on it during map number 1 that the semi-finals that the Mongols have lost were against Vitality, but then they also had an arena loss to Astralis with Cadian. So it's all about taking these steps, getting this experience. The change of Counter-Strike into the New World Order, the VRS. Age's end of the season as the ult for 9-10 opens the account.
He's done very well, gets away. Now, Xerxes Deagle did pick off one before he was brought down.
Yeah, spam through the smoke there by Blitz. But these Tech-9s are going to pivot back, see if they could find an incision elsewhere. So they've with the kill, they've forced a rotation. They know where the AWP was. 9-10's dipped down towards B on his lonesome Senzu CT vent. Techno back a sight. Oh, trying to go down the vent here.
Yeah, Senzu positions himself to try and unload. Did the bomb go down?
Not yet.
Torji
getting lost.
Trying. Succeeding.
This
Gets
is tough
down.
for 9-10.
Yeah, it is very awkward for a 9-10. Up close and personal with the AWP. A jumping pistol. Prolat brought down. He's ready for another. Well handled. That's what you want to see from 9-10. Nothing scarier than knowing there's multiple Tech-9s leaping towards your location as an AWPer, but he's taken that comfortably.
Ooh, okay. Didn't catch that one, but a bit of spam on the bodies just there, making sure the pistols they picked up aren't faulty. Return to sender. But that from Maus, I even love the idea. Okay, AWP was rammed, we forced him down to B. Let's get ourselves down the fireman pole. We know that these Tech-9s can get up close and in your face. Sure, not able to get the kill, but the ideas are there. That means the comms are flowing. First tactical timeout called, and there it is. Really just got to check. Need the WD-40 on the trigger sometimes.
Yeah, it could be faulty.
This one's called by Cycron. The boss man behind Maus. Going to go into their second rifle round.
I mean, organizationally, Maus has had such a great rising from the ashes to be a genuine contender for trophies. It's been a long-standing organization in Counter-Strike, but Maus, in their current form, definitely in that conversation. They're at the tip of the tongue. When we talk tier 1, we talk playoffs.
Yeah, well, self-proclaimed Mongols said them and themselves, them and Aurora are 1.5, tier 1.5 names, like Maus, Falcons, Vitality, Spirit, they're the tier 1 names.
Okay, Senzu let off the leash and punished immediately.
That's a conversation that you had in the post-game of the last. Said, hey boys, let's leave nothing on the table. Let's play with no regrets. Let's make our plays. And that move doesn't stick the landing. So Senzu goes down early. Techno's just snuck on in. A bit of a heist. Got himself that AK and able to get away before the smoke starts to fade.
Yeah, 9-10 in a forward position, which has scored Zemzinho into this forward position on trophy. And he's done it.
Exactly that.
Just like that. It's a different type of headshot. It's called, it's like an American Bop It.
This is like a Dallas special or something? Like, bro, what's going on, man?
It's American Bop It. Nice 5 from 9-10. There's more where that came from. Techno's done well. Clears out Hut, maintains that lobby fight. Oh, Techno, he just swung in for another.
Oldham's got the bomb, he can plant. This is in Spinks' wheelhouse.
It certainly is. It's a dangerous position to find yourself in. 3 CTs versus 1, but he's got the bomb down and a clean headshot to start. Slams close the door. Expecting more, expecting trouble. Attempted to reposition, only has info as to what. Does he know both now? He can grab and he will! Spinks strikes thrice in the low sight.
Oh, it's just the spam bullet of the one Tech 9, right? So you hear the AK, it's hammering shots through the door. It's to give them some vision. But then 9-10, I think he catches a glimpse of Spinks on the cross, shoots the Tech 9. His teammates say both. Spinks locks and loads, and I said it's in his wheelhouse. And boy, does he deliver.
Instant headshot into that transfer as well. Prolan leaping him forward. And a grimace on Mongol's side of the stage. That's a nasty one to let go. 9-10 not going to be too destabilized by that. He immediately provides an opening kill.
If you can respond immediately with a shutdown round, you'll take out all the energy of that clutch. Sure, it got Maus on the board, but Mongols can respond in kind. This one means a lot. Money will be skimp after this if the Mongols do concede the man advantage.
Oh, it's a dangerous game. Out in the yard, Senzu, what does very well, even dinks up Torji.
See that missed waterfall smoke there?
Jimmy is going to ask questions and not far off the mark. Both of them had a bit of a hectic spray there. The Galil brought down. Torji's very low.
Hit the gap.
Should go down into the trade though. Will 9-10 be able to provide that? Yes, sir.
All right, just Brolin in his turn at a 1v3. Plenty of time on the clock. Like YouTube to work with, but lacking the ability to pivot immediately in towards a site.
Yeah, what Spinks had that Brolin doesn't is that. He's not immediately about to be planting the bomb.
Still could work his way into A right now.
Brolin into the site. Trying to clear out that hard to clear corner. Techno good for it from CT Ven, and it's 5. So shrugging off that clutch.
I wonder if Maus will go with the hero AK. There's the ability for Torji to invest into one, and his teammates could drop him an AWP into the following round. But I hope Mongols are feeling the love right now. There's that missed waterfall. So as you drop in, you're completely exposed. What Spinks thought was going to be covered and shrouded by smoke was not the case whatsoever. A moment where that could have gotten out of control if Torji was able to find another kill there, but it is just going to be the partial. So Maus back down to essentially an eco.
Oh, he got forced forward. He's done well to path away from the spray and live on.
They're going to try and go ramp here, Maus. Oh, 9-10 with another opener. He's been great so far.
Yeah, he is definitely looking like he's in form. It's 9-10 again. Zemzinho chips in. It's just a shooting gallery. Just as easy as that. 9-10, he's everywhere right now.
Making it look casual at the moment. 13-2, 7 rounds deep. Second tactical timeout call for Maus. Feeling the pressure at the moment. And with these openings, 9-10 is 5-0.
13-2, 5-0 in opening duels. He does seem to come alive when the pressure is at its highest.
Yeah, we've seen him have some good maps throughout the tournament so far.
Nice little start, removing another row. That's his 5th opening. And then racks himself up a couple here in helping out Mzinho's ramp hold.
This is the type of start where Mongols, if they can just get 1 to 2 more rounds, they're going to be very, very content with this CT side. Right, Maus are going to be able to work with 3 to 4 on the T half, but still they need to get there first. So how long will the pain continue? Again, standard smoke wall. Exertion playing ahead of this.
He's going to give it a go. Exertion, the entry. Oh, and covered nicely by Torji. Progressing quickly. Oh, info, but a bullet between the eyes. That's nice from Exertion. This is his round. He actually gets it from the grave, the flames, onto another. Should be Mouse's round here. Nothing left for Senzu. His teammates have abandoned him.
Still haven't had that Senzu moment in this matchup just yet.
No, that's true.
Now this one would have to be bananas because they're armed to the teeth. They know where you are, and you need to hit some one bangs. The AWP shot misses. AK rattles by, but shot in the back. Round to be converted. 6-2, 4-round gap.
I mean, that's an entry fragger, like frag movie moment, right? Like, it's not going to be the most glamorous, but he gets the space, takes it, and he gets that second as well. 9-10 got deleted.
Yeah, Mara trying to get in before things get out of control. Now, obviously, he's been given 60 seconds up until this point. Wants to make it a minute 30. That's thanks to Cycron, but this one's going to be on his watch. Now, there is the ability for 9-10 to get out of the AWP again. Techno's going to have to work with something lighter, potentially just an SMG, but that's fine when you're anchoring down that top side. Mazinho will be able to get himself a rifle of choice. U2 will be lacking, so that's going to mean certain points they won't be able to block, but otherwise, still a pretty good buy, all things considered. Blitz gives away the opener. Exertion takes the space, and it hits some very nice shots there to essentially confirm the round for Mouse. But this next one, as far as Mouse are concerned, is worth 2. No kit, Alex.
Better avoid a plant. Interesting pathing from the yard players here. Going to stay close to that diagonal wall. You will be exposed. You spotted a glimpse of 9-10, but they're going forward. They're coming for you. They want to take this locker space. They want to occupy yard. Spinks will activate. Ramp falls. Oh, high pressure and rotations held. Unorthodox now equalized into a 3v3. They'll accelerate into B. Torji been tasked with the bomb plant. Oh, he's done well there. Techno, not so much. Blitz stands his ground for 1, but it all falls to 9-10. And is he gonna really want to win this with an AWP? You discussed the finances, Chad. He doesn't have an AWP if he goes for this. Oh, and he has opened the doors, announced his presence. Torji will peek in, misses one back. 9-10 is asking questions of Torji. The pressure mounting for Torji. He can feel that time slipping away. 9-10's got to make a move now, and it looks like he's chosen to elope. Oh, too late! AWP denied, ripped out of his hands as Mouse are closing that gap.
Now, set 3 or 4, well, that's the guarantee. Now is going to have to be the Mongols eco before they can bring out the guns again. At that point, 8 is all that'll be available after this hot start, but that's a great little entry there. And you can see they're using the diagonal smoke wall pathing because they know that they also applied ramp pressure at the same time. It's going to force your rotating player to help out. There's a gap that manifests. Sure, those 2 players go down first, but they get all the information. Able to rotate down towards B and convert the round. So very well handled from Mouse, staying in it mentally. And this is a really good sign. You want to see this team able to bounce back. In case of adversity, a slower start, rounds not going their way. A tussle with the Vitalities and Falcons in the world. That's exactly what you need.
Yeah, because both of those teams are more than capable of doing the same.
So he's having a really good series so far. I know he only has 5 kills right now, but the 1v3 has completely changed the tide of conversation within this so far. Nice shot from Blitz, but it will just be Techno. Last man standing. Noted and removed. So Casual on the must-win round for Mouse. No AWP for 9-10. The money's not there with the loss bonus. Now, do you send somebody down secret, or do you go for something a bit more yard control right now if you're Mongols? They've been getting this space, they've been taking it. If you want to fight, get in their face, push up towards red, maybe get under the silo, try and stuff them before it gets out of control. But that doesn't mean Mouse have to follow through with these yard plays. They could do something more lobby-centric. Well, doesn't appear to be the yard control for the CT. He's just going to keep it standard. Blitz at 9-10, tasked with harassing. Sends to a Techno to lock down the site. Senior to play that ramp position, and oh, okay, this is a bit unorthodox. 1 you expect, 2 very rare to see. Blitz and 9-10 partnered up. It might pay off here.
Certainly does for the first.
Well, now Blitz can swing.
Yeah, take
He can be more
fights.
active.
Oh, Mzinho. Mzinho's in trouble. Want to slip the net. Ramp, he lost, but he's actually going to try and take the fight. Dinks him down. Oh, nice from Mzinho. He isolated Jimmy from his boys and then pops his head off.
Bronze across undetected, but there's always the possibility that conversation has to be clear for Mongols. All the comms have been lacking. 3v5 as the cutter noise continues.
Perfectly positioned there. Catches Frolan, forced to look the other way, clear his vents. Clear that single side. Torji ahead of that. Will have a chance, and ooh, leg shot. Techno lives on, takes down the AWPer, and Spinks last to fall. Will they keep the sheet clean? 5 alive, yes indeed. Last round of this half is a big difference between an 8-4 and a 7-5. Mouse know that.
Well, 9-10's able to scavenge back his AWP, and the fact that works out so perfectly, no trade potential there on Exertion. Even if he gets blitz, 9-10 is going to trade 100%, but it's all about Mzinho. When we first got this kid on our screens in the high-pressure tournaments like Katowice, he was having a tough time. But you have to look at his age. You have to look how young this team is. A photo came out from the Mongols Twitter account of Techno, Senzu, Mzinho when they were, I think, 12, 13, 14 years of age, playing together in a LAN cafe. The expectation's high because we know what they're capable of, but the environment that they're doing it upon, it's always new, it's always fresh, and there's an opening incision. Can it be 2?
Nearly. Exertion got brought very low, and he actually is going to stand around. Goes for more! Blitz! That is ridiculous! He takes 3 down, forced forward by the Flames. Just Torji left, but Mongols, they make a statement in the final round. They're ready for the fight. Bring on T-side, bring on map 3. Mongols in pursuit of their first Tier 1 Grand Final. Mao's standing in their way. It's semi-final Saturday. We are live from the beautiful Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center and potentially a map 3 on the cards. Sure, Mao's, you may have taken Inferno, but Mongols a defense they can be proud of. An 8-4 half as we get back into the server.
Led by the sniper, 9-10. Massive performance from him, 14-5. But Mazinho with some magic moments too, 11-6. And then Blitz at the tail end with a multi-kill. 9-10. Always sharp on these pistols. I keep saying his name. Can he find another opener? He's been great in that department.
Oh, they were holding for these fights. He's flicked around for a heady.
3 HP for Brolin.
Saved by the staircase. Brolan, lucky to be alive.
All right, well.
Hello, goodbye. Spinks overlooked. Blitz in the corner, and that should mean a plant, uncontested.
How does Brolin get back into this?
That's the question. I mean, he's just going to have to be the bait. Exertion's going to be coming in from hot side. They're all coming in from different angles, so they have to rot the clock a little. Exertion hoping to be overlooked, and you might very well have the element of surprise held by that CT vet. Techno confirms presence in hut. Nice tap from Jimmy. They need this one on Desertion. Clean. It's falling apart. Need it on Zemzinho. Oh, he's in trouble. Getting away is hard. And I think this time, Jimmy has pulled it off. Right down to the wire.
I'm having a tough time piecing together how this one went wrong.
Yeah, me too.
So Exertion gets out, is able to make all of this space. Mazinho fluffing his lines on that shot, then trying to run away, back turn on the reload. Jimmy hunts him down just in time. And that defuse comes in, and yeah, you got to be frustrated with that. It felt like they had it. The kills on the way in for the retake. They lost the opener, they get 2 back. Brolin on 3 HP takes down Blitz.
Zemzinho's just gone straight no Kev. He's dropped an AK for 9-10, says please. Make this our second round, and already brought down. Look at that from Torji. Oh, it's a beautiful round from Torji. I can't even control the spray. Can Blitz scavenge the AK, put Zershin down, but oh no, this round is already looking over. Nice Molotov placement. Spinks will burn. 2v4?
There's still a chance on this. Mazinho's actually gotten across. Nobody's addressing to that right now because they're trying to pin in that of Techno.
They got no Kev on these.
Well, Jimmy's taken yard completely. He's got a second scope. This time it's an AUG. Curious investment as Techno's still going to kick up a bit of a fuss, so they know all about him. If you can get another plant, this is somewhat salvaged. Mazinho, again, you touched upon it. He dropped the AK, so has no armor to go with this. But if he's sharp, it won't matter. Exertion's low, hard to be cleared.
Oh, but Techno just aware enough.
That's another gun, and there's Util. Look at these smokes.
Oh my god, if they place these correctly, it's near impossible for Jimmy and Brolan. Smoked off at the doors, now what? Hold your horses. Despite Torji's great sharp shots on the scout, now they're peeking into a crossfire, and it's Zemzinho gets one. Jimmy can clutch. Oh, you just need to survive. Techno, you just need to stay alive a second longer.
Backside plan, there's no time, there's no time. Jimmy can't win it again. This time the Mongols are gonna get it done.
And it's a hero, it's man like Techno as well. May only have the 7 frags, but he gets impact with those ones. Gets 2.
You don't think that molly on Spinks is really going to cost them, do you? But Exertion dealing with ramp goes down. The bomb looks like it has more than enough time, but they don't have a kid. It's planted backside. It's a long journey for Jimmy to get back to that. And they pulled off a highway robbery in Dallas. All these forced by walls. If Mongols can come out on top of this, if they can win consecutive rounds right here, right now, they'll brag Mauser's money, and they'll be the ones hunting down that magic number at 13 very quickly. They all carried through. Afamis invested. A couple of 5-7s, and that's a great start.
He's done very well there. Famas at range, burst to the face, Zemzinho gone.
Smoke ball's up, they will get across. The bomb, however, a late piece staying red. So it feels like they want to force the rotation down and then pivot back, maybe into a heaven and hell. But if Blitz goes down, the round's going to start to spiral out of control very quickly. Blitz wants to show a little bit of leg, and that is enough. He's identified that they are down towards lower. They'll smoke off main. They'll start working on this heaven and hell space. Use these rifles at range.
Oh, it's a lot of bodies out yard, and the perfect weapon for that kind of fight. Jimmy using that scoped rifle to best 9-10. Sure, both of them are low, and timing from Techno is impeccable. He's managed to catch Brawlon off guard on the A site. Oh, crossing into main cancelled. Senzu's been run down.
That's the bomb.
It's the bomb. Should be the round. Oh, lovely. Torji's MP9 farms, runs down Blitz. Bomb and round now hanging in the balance of just Techno. What is he supposed to do?
30 seconds, no time for this.
I mean, I like the idea if he had an extra 20, but at this point, yeah, good luck, have fun. You've got 20 seconds, you haven't got the bomb. And the CTs are all over. Reveals himself. $600 kill, but he'll go down.
Nice round there from Mouse. And, you know, I could see what Mongols were opting for quite quickly. When Blitz got across, because he's on his own, there's no bomb there, it's unlikely they're going to continue into the lower side. Essentially what they want with the fear factor is to force the rotation. But they knew that Jimmy had saved it all. So you're playing against something that is a ranged weapon. He's able to scope in, play it like it's Call of Duty and take you down, so you're kind of negated with your move. Might have had to come up with a whole different plan in that situation, but again, Forced by Wars will continue. AK for Senzu, pistols for the rest. In fact, they stole one away already. It's been quite the miracle. If they could do it again, I'd be very much surprised. Mauser in a strong position now to take control of this half.
Oh, it gets better for them as well.
And look how individual it is. It's like, I'm swinging on my own. There's no one baiting for me. There's no boost. The util's not there. They're just putting their aim on display, which that's the way that the Mongols play, but you need a bit of finesse right now. Let's look at that. The nade has blown the AK miles away. Not going to be able to get scooped up.
Couldn't be more in enemy territory. Techno's going to try something off of that flash. Takes a heavy lick and now getting run down. Yeah, nice from Blitz back. Oh, no ammo! How has the B250 gotten two? Oh, and a potential third on the one tap there. The AK didn't quite find the head of Jimmy, and his days are numbered. 9-10 trying to lend a hand, forced into the fight, and 9-10 the last to fall. He's been spotted out. No fun for him. Playtime cancelled. Okay.
With the eco now for Mongols. Can't continue to invest in this fashion. Apex, another fan favorite around here. Remind everybody again, I'd say the main fixture of the day. Falcons versus Vitality up next. Vitality still on that winning streak. Who's going to stop them? Well, rivals in Melbourne was back-to-back grand finals against the Falcons. And they had their chances, that's for sure.
I think Maus really want to make it clear that it's not just a conversation about Falcons and Vitality into Austin. Oh, wow, that's a lot of damage from one single HG. Jimmy's making this all look pretty damn good, pretty effective in the roles he's playing. Here comes the cleanup crew. Zershan just stealing away some of Jimmy's eeks.
Jimmy could have been regretting right there that he didn't buy head armor, but it's not going to cost him now that we get the AKs back into the hands. 9-10's AWP is not available. Second tactical timeout called throughout this. So Mara will be very happy with how proceedings have gone up until this point. It's just a one-round gap. You know you probably should have won that T-side pistol. You won the force, then you dropped the ball. Now it's tight. You with the AWP, Jimmy with the AWP. So level the playing field in these duels. Round still rallying behind the Mongols, making a bit of a home here in Dallas. Nothing crazy with the openers. Smokes dot across yard. Senzu, cautious of aggression towards T-Red.
Zershan is going to have a little aggressive venture of his own. Tucks in.
I feel like he might even try and push through these.
Yeah, timing on the descent. Oh, wow. Brolland's brought down Techno. That's very early for an opening death for Mongols. They were counting on Lobby being theirs. Immediately, Brolland rips that territory from them.
Spinks is already down here.
Spinks doesn't have any util, so he is just going to kind of put himself in a Joker position and hope. He's overlooked. Looking good. Blitzed already. Oh, he gets them both. That looked way too easy. Senzu, can you save him? The answer, a resounding no. Not on Torji's watch. Oh, and 910's even let him know where he is. A little metal step. Catches the swing. Can he come up clutch? Too many bodies. Adjustment for another. Good grief, he makes a strong case for it.
Starting to heat up there, but we're all tied up now. Loss bonus 3,400 going into the next. It's been 4 straight rounds for Mouse now with the bomb not going down. Spinks, he has found a lot of damage in that position on this map so far. T-side winning the clutch as they come out that door, this time making sure they can't even walk through it.
He's such a valuable player, isn't he, in that Mouse jersey?
The partial's in for Mongols. 910 will get the AWP out into the next. You can tell with his limited investment. So he'll be more of a facilitator in this round. You want to still seem threatening if you're the Mongols in this situation so that Mounts have to continue to block. Make sure it's not a top rush, make sure it's not a ramp rush. Okay, they throw some smokes towards Yard, we need to deal with that. Does look like they are going to pivot back into a top play. So Blitz outside, making it seem like there is a threat available.
Ash is thrown in for the A side, but no immediate commitment. Roland and Jimmy, they're on high alert now. They can feel this acceleration into the site. They need to bring him down. Actually, Techno again with impact. He's facilitated the plant. Hey, that's going down. Mzinho will make it a retake scenario.
Tough for Exertion to get into this from the vent.
Oh, he got a double with a nade.
Not denied, it's down.
Yeah, Mzinho at least gets the code punch, but look what they're working with Senzu. Just the deagle, Techno 12 HP. Now should have this every day of the week, and a missed deagle head. Oh, just a knee-jump reaction, and it's gonna be Techno to close. Senzu and Techno.
That's a showstopper. Senzu breathes some life into this Mongol T-side with a stunner, and the X factor, it's what you want, it's what you need, and it's what gets you up to double digits.
Let me see that one again. Senzu's D, sure Techno, he made that round look good, but this one, a flick to the face. Outrageous. Oh, and look what it means to them.
The 2 rounds you've won so far have been in these force or lighted by situations. But the joy on the faces are infectious. This team in the big games, everybody loves them. Dallas want to see the underdog push this the distance. Looking to flourish at the right time are the Mongols. Tail end of the season, major right around the corner. Getting their stage legs.
They started the AWP down here. Torji has nothing to report. Jimmy ready and raring to go should they try and ask questions of his carriage position. Oh, Famas tagged up, finished off. Spray there from Exertion to lend a hand. Zinho, though, maybe he's got a good chance. Yeah, does remove the Famas. Pulls us back level only for a second as Exertion, he gets his second kill of the round. And Torji goes aggressive. With a man advantage, the AWPer goes looking for trouble. Puts Mzinho in the dirt.
Still some space to work with. Torji's going to re-aggress. This might catch 910 off guard. He's been spotted now. Torji's going to clamp up through, and that's the shot you want to see. It's Senzu, last man standing.
All right, Senzu, you were hitting some bangers, but not today. Not in round 20. Torji's seen that that's over.
Oh, the level of importance on that round, the Exertion impact there. It's 1,900 loss from ours going forward if they were to lose that. It's great to see Exertion with 17 kills to his name. This is the player that had question marks in some of the bigger games before even addressing it in some of the pre-game material that we saw coming in today in earlier years. It's all part of Mouse being one of the top teams in Counter-Strike in these type of environments. Is their players becoming more comfortable to deliver what we expect? Not down, not out just yet, but third tactical timeout consumed. Now, you know that they won on a partial, which means they will have a bit of residual cash. There's only one player staying alive in that scenario, sure, but they had squirreled away a couple of extra pennies, which does net them an AK, a Galil. Make it 2 as Mazinho invests late. They've been able to pull out 2 AKs out of all of this. Okay, so it's just going to be one Tech9 in the mix for Techno. So the firepower is there, the utility isn't. What's the mission that Mara set them upon?
The missed shot from Torji could open the doors to a little bit of pressure. Never mind, pressure relieved. Comfortable defense, a little pacey attempt towards the top side. Mongols put a lot of pennies into that, and it just falls flat.
Yeah, it feels like the same situation over Inferno. At least Mongols have the loss bonus with them, so there's still going to be some investments available, but right now, it's either a shove all in or a partial, and then you play for overtime. But Maus feel like they've done enough just to keep the Mongols at distance. Sure, the crowd's not behind them, but they are playing the Counter-Strike that is going to get them into that 4th grand final. A win in Cluj, a 2nd place in EPL, 2nd place in Lisbon. We're now in Dallas. They're looking for another.
Good haul for a season already.
Yeah, this is an all-in maneuver right now from the Mongols. Do or die.
Ooh, Torji nearly got caught out there. That was a Galil, puts him on half health. Orpa on notice. Nice movement to find the elevated angle over the initial smoke wall. 910's lining up wall number 2.
Block smoke just landed on Secret. So it's unfortunate timing. By the time that they start to cross, that smoke's only going to have about 10 seconds left on it, and Mouse have completely evacuated B for now. As I say that, Jimmy dips down from ramp. 2 late pieces on this. 9-10. How's he going to be able to contribute? And then you have Torji all the way in CT spawn.
Checking it this time. No Spinks this time. Just Jimmy.
Hit
Oh, and he does get both. No, not a third. Not a 4th. Jimmy denies the hopes and dreams of the Mongols. A one-man defense of that B site, and he just terminates them.
That's beautiful from Jimmy. The Finn, ice cold. There's no trade on the immediate swing. Gets to activate, pulls out his USP, and with owner on the screen, that was gold, gold, gold. And that's 12 secure. Bomb not going down, and Brolin. Can't believe what's unfolding here. Mouse just 5 kills, 1 round away. Taking this series 2-0, keeping the unblemished record of Dallas alive. They've had the hot hand. BC game, Liquid, Falcons. Nobody able to make a dent. And the Mongols, they're going to fall to a similar fate. Their 4th semi-final of the year. This time not going to fall to the hands of Vitality, but Mouse. Unless they have something to say in the next 2 rounds of play.
Dallas trying to will the extra rounds into existence, but Mouse, that grand final is just 5 clicks of the mouse away. Mazinho will be having questions asked of him. It's Jimmy, puts him down! Such a quick kill! Again with the aggression, Mao's making life difficult for Mongols, and look at Spinks' position! You're just not ready for this. Techno's had a horrible half. Oh, he gets caught though! He just hits his crouch key, forces Torji forward. We're into a 3v3. Blitz is killing people on yard, and now Brolin should have him. 2v2, all to play for. How much did he know? How much does he know? Senzu and 9-10.
Brolin's pushing lobby. Likely to allow the bomb to go down. Torji's going to have to come up with the vent here.
They're begging to find a pickoff before they go for the bomb plant, but it seems like they'll start to commit to it. Drops into the site. 9-10 gets that bomb down. Retake demanded of Torji, and Brolin are not electing for vents. Torji, this is going to rot the clock. This is going to take some time.
But look at the util for this. If they can get to the site, get the smoke on the bomb, maybe they can win it with the defuse.
Certainly going to be the conversation they're having. Senzu and 9-10 are looking for answers. It's a little too quiet, suspiciously so. And there goes a nice pick. 9-10 removes him just as that smoke you discussed was being pulled out to try and threaten for the defuse. And Torji, he's seen enough. What an incredibly chaotic round of Counter-Strike that one was, but we will see another one. Oh, and Torji may lose his AWP after all. Hang on. Senzu Cole gets the job done, keeps him busy.
There's money for the buy, fortunate for Mouse. Final round of regulation. Mongols, they're dying breath right now. Holding on for dear might.
I mean, what a relieving round that is to watch if you're Mzinho.
Oh, these trades. Can they do it again? The aggression came their way. Able to dig themselves out. This time taking the fight at ramp.
What's it going to be, Mzinho?
Jimmy back with the AUG.
Jimmy's hearing this. Now forced to drop away. The flash has hit him. He's got a full white screen, but he still navigates perfectly down into the B site. In hot pursuit is Senzu.
He'll be channeled into this if they go now because of the
smoke.
smoke.
Go horribly wrong. The smoke to try and channel them. Jimmy spots them poking their nose out. That's an important trade, but there's Spinks building around it. He's isolating this duel. 9-10 crouches and commits, and he wins it out, backs his aim, and now into a 3v3. It's Mao's in the grand finals, or it's Mongols winning 2 consecutive to secure OT.
Look at this blitz lurk. There's nobody that he's going to find whatsoever. He's just going to walk about. The information's not there, but they're coming for the fight. Mao's are looking for this.
The fight's coming. It's imminent. Techno got to keep his gun out. Gets confirmation of presence. The molly will be able to perhaps keep them at bay. Channel them one way. He's not hitting his taps. The HE looks good, though. Chunky. Help by the AWP now. Techno confirms it. Lots of damage onto his teammate 9-10. They're begging for blitz now. The util, it's brutal. He's forced into the fight. 9-10 down. Only blitz can save him, and it's denied. Mouse make it theirs. It's their grand final. 4th of the season.
Falcons stole their thunder and took their spotlight, but Mouse, the season's not done yet. They lock in another attempt to lift a trophy in the start of 2025. Well, right now we're coming to the conclusion. The summit is right around the corner. From Dallas to Austin, and right now showing some fine form. Fighting fit Mouse. They get the job done. They were pushed. They were tested. Mongols took them all the way, and they weren't the crowd favorites. But Mouse are playing some mighty fine CS right now.
The form we're seeing from Spinks, the confident duels we're seeing from Torji as well. He is being that game changer. Admirable independent form as well. You got to see Zershini, he was making space. Brolan as well. Supportive element. Jimmy standing his ground on ramp and delivering a 2-0 all the rounds. But Mao's prevail.
And a couple of tough losses for the Mongols to stomach. Vitality in the seeding match, that was damn close. And right here, right now, they could have very well taken this 2-0 or pushed it the distance to the 3rd. But right now, we're going to hear from the victors on the stage with Mike.
Spinks, 2 maps, but they went the distance. The crowd was against you. It was roaring. What made the difference here to put you guys over the line? All right, knock off the booze now. Game's over. Come on, enough of that.
It's okay, it's okay.
There we go. What made the difference here?
They played super good. It's really hard to play against the Mongols, and the difference here, I think we had a solid game, and we kept focus, and we didn't give up, and even though they had a good start, we just kept going, and yeah, we pushed through.
Haven't dropped a map here. Even when the pressure's on, even when they're in the intense moments, you guys have come above. Is there a new level to this Mouse in the lead up towards that major, in the lead up to this trophy?
Of course, we are better than we used to be, and we are working really hard on it, and yeah, I think we are getting better every game.
Now waiting on the other side, right? We've got one more match to play. In that grand final to meet you, it's either going to be Falcons, who you've already beaten at this tournament. It's going to be Vitality, where I think you might have a little bit of extra skin in the game. What do you want to see?
I want to see Vitality. I think we deserve a revenge, and yeah, I want to see Vitality. I think it will be nice for the storyline.
If it's Vitality, what's going to be the difference this time?
The difference this time is that we won't saw this game, and this time we will finish it.
This time they're going to finish in Dallas. Let's hear it for Spinks and Mouse!
Mouse outlive and just about outlast the Mongols. They're going to be locking in their first Grand Finals appearance since Blast opened Lisbon at the tail end of March. And as everybody's talking about, we don't know their opponent just yet, but it's going to be one of the two teams that Mouse haven't been able to put down in quite a long time, other than when we look back at that group stage with Falcons, right?
Yeah, that's true. Another final for Mouse, another hard-fought battle here in the semifinal versus the Mongols. Gotta give out an awful lot of credit to them. They really pushed them all the way to the brink of failure now. For Mouse, obviously, it must be nice still to be in another grand final, and I think the way they've been playing so far this tournament should give them some confidence that they can, at the very least, fight for that trophy.
Yeah, I think with just the things going against them right now, the crowd is definitely not on their side, and they're able to remain resilient all throughout. You know, this wasn't the best showing for Mouse, but again, it's another series where they went 2-0 at this event. They haven't dropped the map yet, and no matter how close it gets, they still just remain on top. So it's going to be great to see them, whether it's Falcons or Vitality. I feel like they would have a stronger showing against Falcons at the moment than against Vitality, just the way that some of these games and situations break down. But, I mean, well, I guess we're going to have to see and wait.
We use the word resilience a lot to describe Mouse after that first map, and I think we can repeat that same word after the second map as well. As we mentioned, all the rounds required in this series to get it over the line, but Mouse, yeah, well-deserved spot in that grand final.
Well-deserved spot. Again, they were put on an awful lot of pressure, and I kind of feel for the Mongols, because we spoke about in the green room, just there was so many moments in this game that if the Mongols could just win 2 rounds in a row, if they could just capitalize on the footwork they were doing, on the groundwork they were doing, and just hammer it home, then they could have won this map. They could have moved on into a third deciding map. So again, yes, credit to Mouse for showing resilience, credit to Mouse for showing that they can withstand the pressure, but I do feel that Mongols could have done a little bit more to apply even more.
I think you can see it in the stats actually break down for all the players. Both these games were 13-11 wins for Mouse, but you look at kind of the disparity in the stats for especially the side of Mongols, it's almost as if every time they won a round, it was a big round where one person stepped up, had a huge thing, and then they lose the next round or whatever, and it's kind of, they never string multiple rounds together, but it's always someone new in every round to step up and get some big round, whether it be 9-10 with his AWP or his Deagle rounds, or this game we had Blitz on like the final round of the first half, just running outside, just holding W and killing 3 people, and then it's Senzu in another round, and then it's always someone different that has to just put a 3 or 4 kill round for them to even get on the board. And then on the side of Mouse, it's like, okay, this person gets a kill, and then it's someone else, and then someone else, and then someone else, all in the same round. So it's a team contribution, and that's where the contrast is.
Let's speak a little bit about round 5, because we got to hear from Spinks up on stage, and this was a moment where, Mouse started to get back into the game with this instrumental clutch. We talk about Spinks. We spoke about his record versus the Mongols previously as well. That wasn't faltering today, right?
No, there was a much-needed clutch coming in from Spinks, because Mongols got off to a very strong start. They were very demanding, very much in lead. First couple of bar rounds from Mouse as well didn't go the way they would have wanted to, and sometimes you rely on those individuals. I agree with Steel when he's saying that it felt like the Mongols, every time they won a round, it required some of the individuals to get a multi-kill, get a nice sequence, but for Mouse to even get into this game, it required a massive clutch from Spinks.
That is true, and that was a great clutch after all. But I mean, the only round I could really point out where Mongols worked together as a team and really toppled Maus was in round, I think it was round 14. It was a 4 versus 2 where Maus had a huge lead, and Mongols actually crawled it back and, you know, found isolated duels. But the rest of the game, it was kind of just like, yeah, one person just being a hero. And sure, we can point to individual moments from Maus here or there, Spinks in this moment, but I mean, overall, it's always this coordinated fight, and maybe someone is doing something to open it up, like Exertion is at the forefront, or Torzy had a great game, Nuke remains his best map still. You're still looking at them doing one piece and then someone else contributing. That just didn't exist on the other side.
And I think that's always going to be the conversation when it comes to the Mongols and the ceiling. Obviously, they are a top 5 team, top 6 team in the world. They are a team that gets into the playoff occasionally. They've shown here, you know, at this tournament, they came dangerously close beating Vitality. Dangerously close, at least forcing this one into a third map. But when we speak the Mongols and their ceiling, it always comes down to the fact that I feel they lack that extra layer. They added different ways to win round. It's always about the individuals, always about certain players popping off, but you look towards Vitality, you look towards Maus, you look towards Falcons, the way they use utility in the game, that's what I feel is lacking within the Mongols. So that's keeping them at bay right now for making that extra step.
Well, you don't like when they just swing in the open with people with smokes in their hands and just die at the same time with not even trying to shoot back?
No.
Okay, well.
You made a great case still. I can't believe you didn't really buy you on that
I know, right?
Let's talk about another pop-off moment for Maus. Round number 9 on that T side. What's the story here?
I mean, the story is Maus again coming alive and keeping themselves, you know, within the round. A lot of yard pressure, as we spoke about, coming into the game. 9-10 had a great showing tonight, being put under a lot of pressure right here. Exertion always roaming. The smokes that we spoke about coming in as well. They like to play around these. Spinks getting an opening, and then Exertion gets an opening, then trading back and forth, and it gets into a little bit of a dire situation. But in this round, still, they have control over the lower bomb side, and that's what Maus lacked in that first half. They never really got into a position where they could play together, where they could trade their way out of the situations, but in round 9 they did, and that's kind of what saved the first half for them. They only ended up with 4 rounds in total. This one was very important for them.
I just love how that round, I feel like everyone on Maus got 1 kill each, so it's just like a perfect representation of kind of like where they are coming together as a team. I mean, I can't bang this point out enough. It's just when we see Maus, we see that teamwork, and we only really see Vitality, another team that kind of does that, where they have a group effort. Because the other team that we could see in the grand finals, being Falcons, is also kind of a team like Mongols, where it's going to be one person having a really standout performance every round to kind of make it go a certain way. And it's going to be Monazi that we're keeping eyes on for that one. So Mongols is like Falcons, and Vitality is like Maus.
Wow, I can't really fault the maths there, Steele. Jacob, you had, I was going to say a bold prediction. I guess it is in lieu of the whole Vitality situation, but you had predicted Maus to be going forth and actually lifting that trophy up on stage. Confidence check from yourself after this showing versus the Mongols. Do you still think that is a likely outcome?
I think it's possible. Let's put it that way. Okay. I'm not installed with more confidence after watching them play today. My big issue is the best of 5 grand final and the fact that we are going to see Inferno in that grand final almost no matter what. And I'm still not sold on Maus being better on Inferno than they used to be. And they have the tendency of losing to the best teams in the world on the map. But I will say the way I argument this is not necessarily Maus becoming a much better team as of recently. It's more so Falcons so far in this tournament haven't really looked like their old self. Or I say their new self. And Vitality, well, they came in with lack of practice, lack of playing hours. So if you can't beat Vitality at this tournament, you're not going to at the major. So there's still a possibility Maus will do it, but it's not that I believe in it more after watching them play tonight.
Just sticking on the point of Inferno, I mean, if this is your worst map behind your permaban, I feel like they're still in a good enough spot. It's been picked on them a couple times in recent times where they're still able to come out on top. They did it today. They did it against Liquid at this event. I believe they did it one other time in the last...
They need to do it against one of the better teams.
Sure, they will have to do it against one of the better teams, but for that, if we're going to be honing in on that, Inferno is their worst map, and they're playing that well on it, I feel like for it to be the weakest link, that's pretty good. So they have other things to look forward to. Sure, Nuke is going to be a good map for all 3 teams that could be potentially in the grand finals. Where does Train sit among all that thing? Mirage is going to be also kind of a slugfest, Dust 2 as well. So when I look at Maus today, there were moments where I'm like, oh, I'm getting a little bit nervous for them because it does look like they falter somewhere in that kind of second third of, somewhere around halftime, just after that, they slow down, they lose that momentum, the other team starts picking up rounds, it gets to double digits, and then they finally pull ahead at the very tail end of things. And against a team like Falcons or Vitality, that they might not have as much leeway for that. They might not get enough buffer early on to be able to do that in the end. They've done it once before, 11 rounds in a row against Falcons, so it's possible, but that doesn't instill me with confidence.
Do you think they can win?
I do, absolutely.
Yeah?
But that's what would make me hesitate and be like, well, maybe not looking the greatest. Look, they still look really strong. They haven't dropped the map. This is a single event. Vitality, on the other hand, they dropped the map to Mongols, and they played 13-11 and 13-10 in the other two maps that they played. So Mongols, yes, they're pushing MAU's 13-11 both maps here, but they did the exact same thing to Vitality and even took a map beyond that. So for MAU's to be able to 2-0 them, I think it's a pretty good sign for them.
Well, I'll tell you what time it is, Josh. It is time to check in with our DHL MVP. DHL MVP contenders, and surely you guys at home know the drill by now. Use those ever valuable Twitch channel points to get your votes in to vote for your DHL MVP, and we'll have an exclusive interview and trophy with them at the end of the tournament. Coming off our first semi-final, 3 players from MAU's going to be up for your votes, beginning with Exertion.
Good CT side on Inferno. That's about it, isn't it?
Yeah, we did see him opening up some rounds here and there, but someone that had not a great Inferno overall, but an incredible nuke, as always, is Torzian. He's all over the place with the op. He's getting the rounds open. He's getting the rounds closed.
That's a scout, by the way.
And with the scout as well. That's a round they actually lost, too. He get the 2 openings with the scout. It's a 5-on-3. He re-peaks, gets traded, and they still lose a round. So, what can you do about it?
You're not really selling me on these first 2. Maybe Spinks I should be voting for?
With the clutch that he was able to pull off, that's impact, that's fair enough. We see a couple of highlights from the man Spinks, but I think in reality, he's had a great tournament overall, but it's still tossy to me that it is the star of this matchup, that is the star of MAU's right now. He's having a fantastic tournament, and if he can keep up that level together with the man on your screen right here, and Spinks, then, we talk about MAU's potentially winning the tournament. Those 2 will have to continue to play well if that has to be the case.
Any takeaways for the side of the Mongols before we kind of wrap up their tournament here in Dallas?
I think it's a step in the right direction. I think the way they conducted themselves at this tournament installs me with a bit more confidence heading into Austin that they can be a dangerous team to face. They're always going to be the underdog. They're always going to be an annoying team to face in a best of 3 for pretty much anyone, especially considering that we have some best of 1s as well happening at the major. But playoff is possible. Anything beyond that at the major, I don't really believe so.
I think I agree with that. I think the questions that we had about Mongols moving into this matchup to begin with was, where is Senzu and where is Blitz going to kind of follow along everything here? And I don't think we saw what we needed to see from those players. Yet again, it's not necessarily that it's a stage match. It's about the caliber of team that they're facing against. And these players, they just disappear. We saw 9-10 was the player that was kind of remaining a little bit consistent throughout both maps so far. Blitz had a great second map, but when you look at Senzu, there is a lot of responsibilities on his shoulder, and if he's not able to do what his job is, then the rest of the team can't really do what their job is. So they need to either refocus on how the system works and give some help to Senzu. Otherwise, something's not working. You guys got to change something. They'll never be a championship contender like this with the likes of Vitality, Falcons, MAU's, all these teams at events.
Well, speaking of championships and big stage games, you've got not 1, but 2 grand finals going down tomorrow, because the grand final of ESL Impact will also be going down 10:30 a.m. if you're here in Texas with us. Now, we already have 1 grand finalist, that is Supernova Comets. It's going to be either Furia or Imperial that are going to be that grand final opponent. That's going down over on the other stream right now if you want to be checking in with that action. But for MAU's, moving forwards, Jacob, you still feel confident? You still feel confident in that prediction?
I feel comfortable that there's a chance. I think MAU's so far have looked great. They haven't lost a map so far. They will tomorrow, no doubt about it. Best of 5 grand final. But as I said, I think MAU's is in for a trophy. They kind of deserve it. And to do it here at IEM Dallas, where upsets usually happen, I think there's a lot speaking in favor of that.
Any departing words from you, Steele, as we do bid you farewell for our second semi?
Bye. They don't deserve anything. They have to earn it, okay? And tomorrow we're going to find out if they've earned it or not.
I think that is totally fair.
Man,
Josh,
speaking
thank
facts.
you so much for joining us for our first semi-final. We're going to take things to a quick break. But when we are back, I'm going to brand this as the grand final before the actual grand final. It's Falcons taking on Vitality after this.
Big day, Mr. Kickson. How are we feeling here?
Feeling good, excited to play. Yeah.
Spend a lot of time out here in Dallas outside?
Not too much because it's a bit hot, but yeah, I mean, I prefer this than being cold.
Yeah? Yep. So would you say that the Falcons are hot right now? Because people are asking if you guys are starting to get cold.
No, we're really hot and excited to play.
Really hot and excited to play today. But the Falcons, everybody's talking about the Falcons. They say, Monesi joins, everything works. Is it true?
Not so far, but I think soon it will be like that.
Just a few steps away from it?
Yes.
How do you go about winning this game today? Or better yet, losing?
Well, we know how the last games went against Vitality, so we're hoping for a different one this time.
And I think the crowd usually finds their way on your side, is that right?
I think so. I mean, it was like that yesterday, so I hope it's the same today.
You want to tell them something?
Tell the crowd? Yeah, tell them. Just cheer for Falcons.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easy. I appreciate you, Kickson, man. Good luck in there today, man.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Apex yesterday after your win. He said that he really wants to win Dallas this year because of how it went last year, losing to G2 with the standing and everything. Do you care too much about that? How do you feel about it?
Well, I think I just want to win Dallas. I don't really care how we lost last year. I think it was also like Dallas usually is a tournament that is in the middle somewhere. Like it's not, obviously it's not above the Cologne Katowice, but it's not under some of the tournaments in the year because of the stage, because of the place. But it's still like last year made Dallas like a bit more bigger with Stewie 2K coming, the storyline, the final was quite like, you know, back and forth. So I'm not regretting it in some sense. Obviously, I would have loved to pick up another trophy, but it's just something that, you know, I would like to win a trophy on every like, because Dallas is like has been going for a few years, Melbourne has been going sometimes, so I'd like always to win trophies, to be honest. But this one is just to keep the win streak alive, to keep going, to gain confidence for the major, because it's the last tournament before the major, so we have 2 matches potentially, and they're the only opportunity to sort of, you know, get better under the official sort of environment.
Do you feel any less confident because you guys took some time off, right, to relax? You're, you know, not at peak preparation for this tournament individually and as a team?
I think the individual skill, I feel like yesterday Mongols have been shooting really well and Game Religion also have been shooting well prior to that. and also legacy. So it's like we're not in our top form, but I don't know if it's because of the 1 week prep only. I think we just couldn't find the energy, but we couldn't find our footing. So we were slowly going game by game, and yesterday on Nuke we kind of flopped. But on the other end, what I'm very happy about is that we managed to do it even though we're not feeling in top shape. But I do feel like there is some, like, you know, we're lacking some of our like DNA from the last tournament, like some of the things that carried us sometimes.
You think this is the best opportunity a team will get to beat you this season, because you'll be going into the major with a boot camp and a lot more preparation?
Well, you never know, but what I think is that last year in 2024 we were really grinding for AWC. So we did a lot of practice, a lot of games online, a lot of facets, a lot of many things. And what happened is that we got really good in Cologne, like we picked at Cologne. So sometimes it comes a bit later than that, and sometimes it could happen mid-tournament. And I think it happened a lot for us that group stage we're kind of like in the middle, playoffs, like our level goes up, energy, communication, everything just steps up. And obviously due to the stage, the crowd, the hypes, the emotions. So I think we're still in a good shape and good form, and I think we're still resilient. And I think it's also hard playing teams like that they have no fear, and Mongols, they're so skilled and they can just run at you and be so sharp. And I think what we still stick to is our resilience. We don't give up. We don't we don't give them too many openings. We still compete even though it's tough and it doesn't go our way. So I think this is something that carries us in some sense this year so far. But it's true that right now the form we're having, if we get into the semifinal against Falcons or Gamer Legion like that, and potentially Falcons, I think more, it's going to be tougher for us. So and they're a good team. Let's be real. They're a good team and they're shooting really well. So yeah.
Kixon, you finally had some time to practice with Monesi. What did you guys focus on the most?
I mean, we focused on improving the map pool, obviously. At the start, we didn't have any maps prepared, let's say, for Melbourne. Now had some time to play all the maps, so yeah.
Do you know what your map pool is like, or do you feel like it's after this tournament that you'll have a better understanding?
I think we have much better idea than compared to Melbourne, let's say, but it's still not perfect, I would say. We still need to get some more data on ourselves because we only had 2 or 3 games here, so it's not a lot.
Talking about Melbourne, got the same opponents in the quarterfinal and Gamer Legion. Why do you think the game was so easy for you over there?
I just think we have much more experienced players, and we just played like we usually do, and it was not the case for them. I think they played a bit differently, maybe because of the arena, maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the inexperience, I'm not sure. But I just think we should do the same and just play like we usually do.
Do you expect them to make some significant changes in their approach, or maybe just being able to play their own game a little bit more?
I think they will definitely try to change some things, maybe play with a bit more confidence, because we felt like they were not themselves in that Melbourne game. So I definitely expect them to change something for this game.
Tell me about also, you might have the same opponents as you did in Melbourne, right? Just it would be a little bit different with Falcons waiting in the semifinals. So what are your thoughts about maybe that potential game? Do you actually think you would have a better chance in a best of 3 compared to a best of 5?
I don't think it matters that much. Maybe actually it does, because it might favor us a little bit more because it's 3 maps, and obviously we had a bit less time to prepare than them. They've been playing together for months compared to us with Monesi, so I don't think it's a big change, but maybe it could give us a little bit of an advantage.
And what do you think was the problem in the Mouse game here in the group stage? They looked very, very motivated to get revenge on you guys.
Yeah, I think we were just not ourselves yesterday in the game. We didn't play with the patience that we usually do. Maybe we tried to close the game a bit fast, and that was the biggest mistake. But yeah, I think they also played good and with a lot of confidence, like they usually do, and they punished all of our mistakes.
All right, thanks, Kixon. Good luck in the playoffs. Because you guys have so much going on, right? The win streak, you won every tournament, and you know the major is around the corner. All these different things. Is there a part of you that maybe would have felt relief if you lost to the Mongols yesterday, so at least got that out of the way. You know, you're still in the playoffs, you can still win the tournament, but at least you don't have that as well hanging over your head.
Well, always my friends are saying to me, like, man, you have to fucking lose a game, because if you come to the major and lose in the major, everybody's gonna be. But what's different in this regard is that I feel like we have a week to prep to Dallas, then we have an opportunity to play Dallas and maybe win it. And then we have 1 week at home, and then 4 or 5 days boot camp in France to get like top shape. And I think that separates. Like, I don't look at it losing or winning anymore. I look at it more like we're gonna have a lot of time to prep to get to our peak form and come to the major really strong. And from there, I don't really care what's happening here. And obviously, we need to study what's happening here and what happened like in the other games. But it's so separate for me. Like, you know, we have a boot camp, and you played as a coach. You know the power of a boot camp for some reason. Like, the practice is so efficient. Everybody's so sharp, so on point. So I think this is something that, like, I don't care if obviously I want to stick to the win streak here, but also I don't want to lose to. We don't want as a team to just lose to ourselves. You know, to yesterday Nuke, we just threw it. We didn't have energy. We didn't bring the game to them. They just decided what's going to happen, and that happened. And I think this is something that we don't want to have too much, and that's going to happen because it's Counter-Strike. But that's something we stick to, and I think that's something that's part of the 27 win streak.
And lastly, who do you see as the main challenger for you guys right now?
It's fucking tough. Like, everybody's so good. Mouse beat Falcon, and I think Falcons have pushed us. And Maus have pushed us, and Spirit have pushed us, and Mongols yesterday have pushed us. I think everybody's just a big challenge, and I think obviously playing against Maus, Falcons, Spirit is gonna have a different weight because they are good individuals. But I think Maus are playing really well as a team. I think Falcons have so much skill to offer. I think Spirit, to some extent, have so much skill to offer, and sometimes they play really well as a team. And I think we have the edge that we have both the superstars like Rob Zaiwo, and we have like a good team and overall. And I think that right now, if we stick to that both DNA, we're gonna be probably pushed on by Mouse and Falcons more. And if Falcons are gonna, and obviously they didn't have time to practice the last 2 times we played against them, so now they have time to practice more and get better. And if that's the case, I think they might give us a better fight. But on the other hand, they lost 2-0 to Mouseport yesterday, so you can never know, because also Mouse are playing good, so it's just dynamic. One day it could be this one day it could be this one.
Everyone's talking about, like, you guys had some time off and everything. I think you're the only person that's actually going to get more tired when you're back home and have some time off.
I mean, also this event, I've brought them out to this event, so it's the first time they've come to an event. But it's nice to have them here as well. It's of course, spending a lot of time away from home. It's tiring at home, but yeah, it's also nice to have them here and still be able to grind CS and hopefully win a tournament in front of the family as well.
You find it difficult to juggle between the two at home and here?
No, I mean, I think it's obviously really important. It's nice to have partners like really understanding and supporting of the career as well, because I think she knows how much hard work that you have to put into get to the top and also stay there. So I think for us, it's trying to maintain that and me trying to balance that as well, because of course it's important to spend time with the family as well. So I think it's trying to balance that.
I think it's great that you have your kid here and your grandpa as well. Attending the whole family is here.
You're younger than me, but you're on the desk.
Yeah, I know when to quit. How do you feel in this tournament, considering you guys had a little bit less prep and everything? Is this like the best chance teams will have to beat you?
It's looking like that, but I think we're still a team that and you can never count out. I think yesterday was I think everyone thought the streak was going to be over, and once again we proved people wrong that you can never count us out. We're always going to come back and win these games, so you never know what's going to happen. Maybe ask this guy what he thinks about our performances. He's probably not too happy so far, but we'll see.
Well, he'll never be happy. That's his job, right? Yeah. That's his job, to keep you on edge at all times.
He's never happy. If Dan's happy, then something's definitely wrong in the world.
Man, get out here. Anyway, what's going on, man? How are you feeling, Mr. Merriman?
Feeling good. Excited for the stage. Look, I enjoyed it last year, so hopefully it can be a good one this year as well.
Yeah. I think all of Dallas is sitting here wondering if you guys are going to keep your streak going. And I'm surely that hasn't been on your mind, but you do go into the server today. Is it ever back there in the back somewhere in your thoughts?
No, I think at the moment we're not thinking about it too much. I think before it was for sure something we tried to keep up with, like to beat Liquid and like get through those streaks. I think, but now Nip are a bit further away, so it's not really in our like thoughts to keep the streak as much as it was before. So now it's kind of we want to keep the streak of consecutive wins in terms of tournaments. That'll be nice. So that's our main focus now, just trying to get another win on the board.
And you guys playing against the Falcons, right? So everyone's talking about the two big brothers on the block, and that's Vitality and the Falcons right now. What do you think about this matchup?
I mean, I think it's been pretty exciting matchups so far, the last two finals against them. Especially in Melbourne, I think it was a final I think everyone really enjoyed watching. It was a stressful game to be a part of, but even now I think I'm looking forward to playing against these guys. They always put up a good fight, and I think maybe in this one we haven't showed our best CS, even that those guys are, but I think when we go up against each other, it's where the best players always turn up, so hopefully it's going to be a good one. Dallas came here to see some good CS. You want to tell them anything? They're watching, they're listening to you right now. I mean, I hope we can provide some good CS. I think I know they're going to bring some good vibes in the crowd. There's probably going to be plenty of fuck you Apex as well. It's that's always the fun. We want it. I know he definitely loves it as well. So let's keep it good. Yeah, open invitation. Thank you very much, Mr. Merriman.
The current kings of Counter-Strike officially in the building. Vitality sitting pretty with 28 series wins in a row, but that also puts quite the bounty on their head. Falcons arrive with yet another opportunity to try and bring this one to an end. My name is Ferris Spears, joined alongside Jacob, and now YNK for what is going to be an absolute banger of a semi-final.
It should be. On paper, it should be. Looking how it went every time these two teams played, it has been a banger. It's reminding me of, you know, those games between FaZe and Navi in 2022, between G2 and FaZe in 2023, you know, Spirit and Navi and G2 in 2024. It really is, with the amount of skill on the server, you know, atomic CS, right? Like you only get 1 or 2 bullets to get a kill. If not, you're out. Both teams really into it every time, very committed to beating the other team. And these two finals have probably been the two best ones of the year.
That's the thing, right? You speak of a track record, you speak of history, you speak of these two teams going toe-to-toe versus each other. One thing is all the individual skill that is at display. You know, you have some of the best players in the world, m0NESY, ZywOo, you name it. We know that for a fact. But the two teams are matching up so well against each other that it can only be a cool matchup. Now, this graphic on your screen right here, Freya, is a little bit interesting. I'm not gonna lie, to see Tessus up there to be not only the highest fragger, but by far the guy that does the most damage whenever he's going up against Vitality, to me, a little bit surprising and also a bit worrying for Falcons.
I think you need to look at ZywOo and Robs, right? They've been delivering in these finals for Vitality. And then you look for the Falcons, their counterparts are really m0NESY and Nico, and they both struggled. m0NESY bounced back in the Copenhagen one. Nico actually played even worse compared to the Melbourne one. And, you know, it's very disappointing for them, because just a little bit more out of their stars, they could have kept the Grand Slam still away for Vitality in Melbourne, right? I mean, that was their game to lose, and it did choke it away, right? They did let Vitality get back into it. So it's going to be frustrating, regardless of the fact that m0NESY wasn't around for too long yet. They didn't have time to practice. But when that keeps happening, it starts getting in your head a little bit.
100%. I think there's only really been a couple of occasions, right, where we felt like there's been a threat to that Vitality 28 wins in a row. Obviously, Mongols in the group stage, where we've heard from Vitality, you know, they weren't necessarily coming in with the most practice and preparation for that stage. But Falcons as well, the fact that they have come this close, Jacob, this close. But that record, that speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does, you know, and the cool thing about it is that if we were to win tonight, then tomorrow in the grand final, it could be the 30th win in a row by hoisting another trophy. But let's not dive into that too soon, because we don't know if that's going to be a thing or not. Now, in terms of what changed this time around, I agree Falcons probably should have won in Melbourne. It was there to lose. This time, though, I feel both teams are heading into this semi-final not playing the best brand of Counter-Strike. We heard from Vitality, obviously, that they took a break heading into this tournament, lack of practice. None of the players showed up with more than 30 hours played the past 2 weeks, and for everyone who's a Counter-Strike aficionado, you know that's not a lot of hours played. We've also seen Vitality struggle a little bit. I know 2-0 versus Legacy, 2-0 versus Gamer Legion, but they had some close matches. I believe they went 13-11 versus Legacy. They had a 13-11 versus Gamer Legion. And the Mongols game, Janko, we covered that together. I would argue Mongols probably should have won.
Yeah, it seemed like they were poor. But how many times have we seen this against Vitality, right? Yeah. They ought to lose this game. They should have lost. They should have lost in Melbourne. Should have lost somewhere else. Should have lost in Lisbon, maybe. But they don't. They always find a way. And that's the characteristic of great teams and championship level teams. Everyone on their A game can win and win the tournament, right? It's what can you do when you're playing your B game, your C game, when your stars are struggling a little bit? Do you have enough in the tank to still win? And that's what makes Vitality great. Is when they're not playing at their best, as Apex will gladly let the opponent know, they're still able to pick up the win.
I questioned him to kind of quantify exactly where he put the rating of Vitality in that group stage during the media day. He said 6 out of 10. Would you agree with that sentiment? It definitely wasn't Vitality at their A game, right?
No, it wasn't. And I think 6 out of 10 is fair, to be completely honest. They didn't play well. They didn't play up to the best. But as Janko said, they find a way to win anyway. And some of those individuals, they will step up when needed. You know, you look at Robs, you look at Saivu. You've seen Apex in this tournament as well, played at a very high level individually. So maybe for him for the future, play a little less Counter-Strike, take a little bit more holiday, and then maybe he can put up numbers on the server. But overall, I think it's such a cool thing. You described it pretty well. You know, if you're playing at your C level or your B level and you're still getting into semifinals, you're still winning, you're still keeping your streak alive. It's such a cool thing to see that we have a team right now that doesn't have to be on the A game in order to win games.
Well, let's check in with one of the many stars on the Vitality roster. It's Flamesy with Trace.
Flames, we're in Dallas, bud. No stranger to this place, no stranger to this atmosphere or these settings, these environments, because you guys are on a hell of a streak right now. So let me ask this question. You're coming to the server today. You've got Nico and the Falcons on the other side. How does this look? Anything different than what we got in Melbourne?
Well, that's a best of 3. Semi-final is always different. I think last year we also played, well, we played like G2, but it was the Monesti-Nico duo against us, and we lost to Stewie 2K, so that's like something that we feel a similarity with, like with the game. But it's no difference. Falcons are a great team. We're doing great. So it's maybe like a clash of giants in the semifinals to some extent. In a arena that we love and familiar with, in a country that we love and familiar with. So I think everybody's excited and it's going to be a good game.
Yeah, you had them all pretty excited there a second ago. I noticed you changed their jerseys. You got everybody real excited. So I'll ask you this then. If it comes down to Vitality and what you guys have right now to keep making this magic happen, how do you bring that to the table? How do you keep doing it?
We just, I think what helps us here is the crowd in front of us. It's gonna help Falcons as well, but for us, when there is crowd, there is loads of energy, a lot of things that we can go off and like give energy to each other. But it's just an amazing moment to play in front of the fans, and I think it's the last time we played was Melbourne, which is like almost a month ago. It feels like so-ish around the time. So we always talk in the team that you never know when it's gonna be your next stage game. Right now, we're very fortunate to be qualifying for the playoffs and winning some of the events, but it's nothing that is goes guaranteed, because you could dip in form and have like a tough 3-4 months. We saw in 2024 we couldn't like handle a lot of those games. So right now we have a good team, we have a great team. We want to enjoy every minute that we're on the stage and on the server with each other. We're gonna pump up energy, and well, we'll see how it goes.
Well, I think they love you, Flames. You want to tell them anything?
I hope you have a good match, and we hopefully will beat the... I cannot say it on stream, fuck it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Flames. That's Vitality.
Not many guarantees in life, but one thing we can guarantee almost always is Zywoo showing up, but Flamesy also joining him as the joint highest rated player on the Vitality roster thus far.
A bit of a difference maker, you know, a bit of a wildcat sometimes within Vitality. I think we discussed it earlier on, Janko, as well. When he's playing well and when he's stepping up as well, it almost seems unfair, because you know for a fact that Rob's in his current shape, that Zywoo in his current shape, they will get the job done over the course of a best of 3. But if Flamesy is also finding some of that level where he can be the difference maker, where his way of entering into a bomb site not only creates space for himself, but also the likes of Robs and Zywoo, it almost seems a bit unfair.
It shows you how unique of a performance he's having. He even got a double kill with the AWP. I never seen him pick one up. But yeah, he's very good in those anchor positions. A lot of pressure is going to be on him, right? That's just the meta right now. When teams go for these explosive plays, you need to be able either to stay alive, buy time, or get one kill, a couple of kills. And he's been doing a great job of that at this event. I think he works very well with Apex on some of the maps, like like as that 1-2 combo, and that's a lot of help for him to always have someone who's going to, guide him a little bit and just sort of tell him, hey, I'm going to flash for you, just go kill them.
I think we have to quantify as well how appreciated he is within Vitality as well, because obviously we speak about Saibu all the time. Now we speak about Robs all the time. He came in and he kind of made Vitality what they are today, and he's obviously playing at a high level. But I think if you're Apex and if you're Vitality and you understand the inner workings of the team, Flamesy is as valuable as Robs is within that lineup. He's a soldier. He's being described as a soldier. He's willing to do anything for the team. He's willing to go in first. He's willing to sacrifice. He's willing to drop his own pride, so to speak, to drop his own stats to a level where sometimes they're maybe not justified, if that's the better for the team. And having those kind of soldiers within your lineup, Janko, that's very useful, especially if they have the output to show up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also on the emotional side of things, right? Like you're always going to have some tough rounds, some silly round that you lose. You need to keep the energy up. You need to stay positive, right? Keep fighting. And I think that's what has been the strength of Vitality too. In all these tournaments, in all these close games, there's always belief, and there's always a round or two in the game where Mezzi's going to have a lot of impact, where Flames is going to have a lot of impact, and that's what makes it so difficult to play against Vitality. There's no weak link, there's not no one spot on the map that you can abuse, because they do such a good job of playing as a team and covering for each other.
Now, we talk about the numbers on the side of ZywOo, and don't get me wrong, a 1.21 rating is nothing to be snuffed at, but it is being eclipsed by a couple of other AWPers, one of which he'll be facing in the server today in m0NESY.
He hasn't been needed so far in this tournament, so I'll give him a bit of a freebie here so far for ZywOo. Also, I do think he's one of those players that will gradually warm up into a tournament when he's coming in a little bit dry. As said, part of the story for Vitality coming into this tournament was that they took a break heading into Dallas. They didn't practice, etc., etc. And I think for ZywOo, maybe he just needs to get started.
He's had good games, but you can tell, like, we've seen some frustration from him that we don't usually see, right? Because he had some uncharacteristic either misses or, you don't see this from ZywOo.
Yeah.
Even when he is having a poor game or his team is losing, he's always like very good at staying even keel. So that's something that worries you about Vitality, especially in that Mongols game. That game went 3 maps because they got too emotional on their T side, and because Apex just started buying, calling buys every round because they lose a 2v4 to Blitz sneaking out of heaven, and they're not supposed to do that round, to lose that round. You can't be doing that, right? Because then you call your opponent into the game. Because when they're up 5-0 on CT side of Nuke, all of a sudden, well, now they're feeling great. Now they have all the confidence to make aggressive plays, to go in your face. You're starting to be a little bit reserved because you don't have any economy. You're also 5-0 in the hole, right? And then you're starting to get worried a little bit, and doubt starts creeping into some of these players' heads. You can't let that happen against a team like Falcons.
Now, on the flip side of things, when we're talking about this Falcons roster, I know it's been a brief history for m0NESY in this Falcons jersey, Janko, but what are some of the numbers that we're looking at, particularly in terms of how many times he's had to face Vitality?
I mean, they play 38 maps with m0NESY. 12 of those have been against Vitality, right? Which is why sometimes when you look at their stats on maps also are skewed a little bit, but this is the team they played the most times, right? And they have, by this time, a lot of experience playing against them. And when that happens, when two teams play each other really often in a short time span, the game really changes, right? Like, because you have to think about, okay, what worked for us, but what worked especially against these guys. If you go back-to-back best-of-5s, and we see some maps going either way, Vitality trounces them on Inferno first time around. They actually have 1 loss on Inferno in this lineup, and that is against Falcons in the Copenhagen final. So now you have to think, okay, these are the things that we like to do and that work, but maybe in this case they figured it out. So you need to think a little bit outside of the box how you're going to surprise your opponents when it comes to those key gun rounds, the reset rounds, the rounds that really count for a couple more.
Now, from a star who has been consistently showing up to another who's been a little bit inconsistent here in Dallas, it's Nico with Stunner.
Oh, come on, man.
I've got Nico from the Falcons. Currently a defending champion here in Dallas still. Nico, you came back here, you play in front of this crowd. Tell me about some of the things you're feeling.
Great memories, honestly, great memories. Ever since we came here, walking around and seeing everything, it reminds me of a good moments that we had last year. So we are super happy and excited to be here and to play in front of the amazing crowd as well. It's been a great atmosphere yesterday, but I think today it's going to be even better, especially playing as Vitality that we have beaten last year in the finals. So looking forward to the game.
Yeah, because there was a real world where they went and picked up that Grand Slam if G-Stu didn't happen, right?
Yeah, that's true. We actually at that time kind of stopped them. It didn't stop them in the end, but yeah.
So you come here, you're playing today, and obviously this is a big one in front of you with Vitality, right? Tell me what it is about Vitality that's keeping them ahead of everyone else.
I mean, I think there's a lot of the things that they are better than most of the teams. But if I would have to choose one, I would say that I think they clicked very well together as a team ever since Robs came in. And I think when you see how they play, I feel like they just have a very good cohesion together. Everyone is going for the moves, everyone is taking initiative, no one is afraid to make a mistake. They don't really doubt themselves too much. So they're just riding very high right now. Their confidence is through the roof. So we had, a chance to beat them in Melbourne. We were close. Maybe this is the time.
A little too close in Melbourne. That was a long game for you guys. And obviously in these things, that was a real new sort of project. There's been a lot of learning stones since then, or stepping stones, I should say. So when you go to the scoreboard today and you've got to beat Vitality, how are you going to do it, Nico?
But we need to show our A game, definitely. We all have to be sharp, especially me. I did not play the best against them the last two finals, and I felt like if I could have played a little bit better, we could have beaten them at least once. So I think today, we all need to be on our A game. We need to have good energy. We shouldn't think too much about just beating them, but for ourselves, we want to go, to the final. We want to try to get a trophy. So it's not our main focus not to break Vitality streak or anything. They're in front of us, so we have to beat them, but we would probably behave the same way even if we played against anyone else. So I think it's just important that we focus kind of on ourselves, and I think by this we would give ourselves a higher chance of winning versus them.
Yeah, Vitality, a big opponent on the other side. Nico, anything you want to tell these people? Because every time you come over the screen, they love you out here in Dallas. I'm pretty sure they do.
They definitely do. All I can say, enjoy the show, boys. It's going to be amazing.
Thank you very much, Nico.
Nico, sounding very self-aware, particularly when we're talking about the Vitality head-to-heads in previous matchups. 2 best-of-5s under his belt. Do you agree that he could have shown more in those situations?
100%. Me and Janko spoke to him as well during this tournament, and he's being very blunt about it, being very honest about it, being very open about it, and I think that causes a lot of frustrations when Nico, because he's well aware that he's had a couple of opportunities, and I guess he's had a whole career, Janko, as well, where when he's playing well, he's in charge of it himself, right? If he's playing up to his A game, he knows that he can win against every opponent out there, and that hasn't been the Nico we've seen against Vitality, and I'd even so in some of these group stage games as well. He's been struggling, in particular on Nuke as well. So I don't know if we're seeing a Nico that is in a bit of a regressive form, but I hope to be wrong, but it's not a good sign heading into the major.
It's tough, and a little bit is like you said, even in group stages, but definitely in the games against Vitality and Mouse. He had 3 of his worst ever Nuke performances in the last month, right? And especially on T side is where he's struggling to find impact, and whether it's a little bit just being sent on his own and maybe he should get a little bit more support to get going, we don't know. But here's the thing, does this impact their map pool now as well? Because they've been picking you all the time, right? But if you have Nico struggling on it, do you stay away from it? Do maybe Vitality pick it because of that reason, right? Like, what do you do? This is where it gets interesting, because we're not going to see Anubis, we're not going to see Ancient, but what do Falcons pick? Is going to be Dust 2, which was the case in both best-of-5s for the first time. Maybe Mirage, because that's where they beat Vitality 2 times, and the one loss came in OT. I have no idea. All 5 maps are in play here except for Train. I don't think you will see Train in the first 2 picks, and Falcons go for Dust 2. And now for Vitality, do we go Inferno? Do we maybe go Nuke? Because we see, Nico is struggling, and last time in Copenhagen it was a comfortable win.
Oh.
Actually, it's going to be Train.
Okay.
One map I said we're not going to see. It's going to be Train. I think that's brave for Vitality, because you're going to have to start on the T side.
Yeah, I think that's mega brave from Vitality. I like the pick of Dust 2 from Falcons. I think it's a good idea not to force Nuke into the map pool anymore, especially with the current form of Nico. They can fix that before the major. They can fix that before Austin. But for now, the best chances of them winning should be on Dust 2. Now, Train coming in for Vitality, slowly but surely starting to flash that big D of theirs. Right now saying that we can play a lot of different maps, we can pick a lot of different maps into any opponents out there. Inferno as a 3rd deciding map, you said it, Janko, Vitality have lost it once, in forever. So to have that in the backbone, to have that in the back of your backpack heading into a 3rd potential map, this is pretty much the perfect veto for Vitality.
Do you like this Train pick, considering, this isn't the major just yet? We are in Texas, but we're not at the most important tournament of the year. Is this maybe a chance for Vitality to get some more reps in here?
I like it, but I'm also a little bit afraid in terms of if it works out, if it's Apex saying that we are so comfortable, we're so confident on playing Train that we can pick it into Falcons, we can pick it into anyone, then heading into Austin, it's it's kind of hard to find any weakness when Vitality.
I don't like it. I hate it. I think the 2 times where they played it, they had a really strong CT side. In the Melbourne one, they won a full USP eco just as Falcons got rolling. And in Copenhagen, they won the second round after Falcons won the T-pistol, and Falcons couldn't win a single round after that. Those are huge momentum changers. And I don't know if this is a curveball, if Falcons is prepared for it or not, but I would have much rather liked an Inferno, let's say, from Vitality.
And also the context is that they haven't been practicing since that game. They haven't been practicing since, so it's not like they're coming in with something new for training.
Well, either way, we have got a treat up for grabs. Vitality versus Falcons, this time in the semi-finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Greatness. That's what every team is chasing when they step on this stage, when they enter this arena. And what could be greater than 28 undefeated series, an unblemished record for the second longest streak in Counter-Strike history. But no team has served as a greater obstacle to this point than the team that stands before them here and now. And the question is, are we in the midst of history, or are we at the end of it? You never know how that next chapter will be written until it comes to its close. So Dallas, I have one question for you. Are you ready to witness greatness?
We are lucky to have each other right now, because this kind of team happens maybe once in a career, and we just don't want to waste it. The mood in the team, I live a dream, and we all live it together, so that's a good part of it. For me, the opponent doesn't matter that much. I really take everyone on the same level. I'm confident because if we play our A game, they might have no chance, but they're still a great team, and we have to give our best against them, and that will be the same for any opponent.
We're definitely a strong team, and we can show a lot of resilience as well, and the way we can do comebacks. I always put it as a goal to be in playoffs, to play on the stage, and I always have high standards when it comes to the game. Being on the same bracket as Vitality, I don't really care too much. We lost against them 2-3 times. Those losses we have to remember, because some loss was very hurtful.
Even when we play bad, boys! Even when we play bad!
Win after win, trophy after trophy, they've set a standard even brighter than their jerseys. Put your hands together for Team Vitality! They've tasted this might of the arena already, but today they will need to soar higher than ever before. Make some noise for Team Falcons!
V for victory is all Vitality no. 28 series in a row, but now they face a foe who has pushed them to the limit before. That is Falcons. Back-to-back grand finals, which Jacob have slipped from their grasp. Now they have a golden opportunity to gun for the Kings.
I think Janko said something incredibly smart a couple of days ago. It doesn't happen often, but I gotta give him the credit when it does so. Maybe it's better for Falcons to face Vitality in a best-of-3 instead of in a best-of-5 grand final.
I think so as well. I think so too. Their map pool is going to be less challenging in a best of 3, and especially with this curveball of Train. But hey, today, one streak will end. Falcons have 3 grand finals in a row for Vitality. It's been 121 days since they last lost a damn game. I'm just hoping we get a banger.
It's just absolute insanity, isn't it? Do you think that Train pick, though, I keep going back to this point because I was not expecting this. Do you think that's going to pay off for Vitality, or do you think that could be a curse and awaiting?
I mean, in reality, there's only one way to find out for that's by watching the game. I like the ballsiness of doing it. I love Apex coming in with that, mentality that we can pick any map against any opponent and make it work. Again, part of the context is that Vitality did take a break leading into this tournament, so it's not like they've changed a lot on Train. It's not like they've been home for a week or 2 weeks, refined the way they approach the map, refined the way they play Train, come up with a couple of new strats. You're going to see more of the same that we already have seen. And as Janko said, it was a topsy-turvy game. It was a couple of moments where Falcons probably could have won Train, should have won Train, who knows? So I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure.
But I don't want to focus too much on the maps or anything along those lines. It's going to come down to the players. Nico has to play better. If he plays to the same level he has this tournament or the last 2 times against Vitality, it's going to be very difficult for Falcons to beat them. We've seen Zywo and Robs every time deliver in this matchup. The Falcons players will have to do the same.
And that's the crazy part. They played each other 12 maps so far already with these current rosters. As you said, 1/4 of all the maps that Falcons have played has been against Vitality. And guess who's the highest rated player? TeSeS. TeSeS is the one that consistently shows up every single time. The guy that was even rumored to be cut from the lineup after the major. All I'm saying is that if TeSeS continues to play well, if Nico steps up like we normally see him do against the big opposition, then Falcons can most definitely end the streak of Vitality.
And every time we've seen these 2 teams go head-to-head, it has delivered in buckets and spades. It's time to get Falcons versus Vitality underway in the semi-finals.
Oh, Dallas, we got something special for you tonight. Falcons and Vitality, the 2 best teams in the world. They've given us the best Counter-Strike that's been played in the last few months. In an era of Counter-Strike where stars are necessary, these are the 2 most star-studded rosters you can get. Nico and m0NESY, Zywo and Robs, the headliners, but the supporting cast is no joke. And both of them out for blood today, looking to end each other's streaks.
We've got the storylines, we've got the history, and we've got a collection of some of the greatest Counter-Strike players on the planet. Are Vitality truly untouchable, undefeatable, unrelenting, or will Falcons finally do it? It's semi-finals time, Dallas.
29 straight match victories on the line for Vitality. Looking to extend that record and push it forward for Falcons. 2 straight finals, both of them lost to Vitality. Looking to overcome that, find their 3rd finals, and deal Vitality a blow. leading into the major. Stack out towards long, and Vitality is coming right at it. Or excuse me, Falcons coming right at the defensive stack from Vitality.
Everyone's here, ready to fight. Flames in the pit, low in HP. Takes a couple of steps back. Fire right at his feet. But it's about ZywOo protecting him. Multiple Falcons flying towards him, and ZywOo's taking damage. Nico and Kixen, great start here for Falcons.
Really nice patience to make sure you can pin ZywOo down. This round turned on its head. Vitality with an advantage, but quickly taken away from them. Last three players are all here. They know exactly what's coming. They need the kills.
Mezzi jumping up, trying to get down to safety. He actually gets away from that. Apex yet to reveal his position. Needs to rely upon Rops to connect something with his high HP. And now Apex is spotted. Nico's going to bring him down. m0NESY to follow up, and only a single kill in this pistol round for Vitality. They are locked out of it. Rops to step up, but plenty of Falcons players staring him down, and there's the pistol for Falcons.
So a triple kill for Nico in the pistol as well. That's got a lot of words about him needing to be here today. Had a very rough Dallas. We obviously all know about the nuke fiasco yesterday, that map particularly, and thankfully not in this pool today. But Nico is one of those stars that has to show up if Falcons is going to hit the level to take down Vitality. We saw yesterday to close out the series against Gamer Legion. He had a nice pistol round that extended into a very good map for him. We'll see if the same thing can happen on Dust 2. Double scout and upgraded pistols for Vitality's defense. This second round buy is going to be intimidating. We're getting started early this year.
Familiar sound. And Apex wants to hunt down that trophy that he missed out on last year against the very players on the other side of the server. Good start here for Falcons into the fourth spy. Another tag from ZywOo's scout. Oh, it's going the way of Vitality all of a sudden. Two players left. Tessus and m0NESY trying to bring this back. And with Tessus' double kill, it's within touching distance again.
They've got time to work this, but with the low HP, so dangerous everywhere you go. And you're going to want to be quiet and slow about it. m0NESY drops down. That's good information passed over to Rob. So m0NESY comes back. One more tag through the door. Oh my lord, I don't know how they get out of it. m0NESY forces him back. Holds on to middle. Tess is waiting out the smoke on catwalk, but m0NESY adds a kill to his tally.
And Tessus has already started to try and pull this back for Falcons. He needs this kill, and he's going to hunt ZywOo down. And hand to the head for Apex as he knows that this was an opportunity for Vitality that has just slipped away. But there's still a shot for m0NESY. Both players incredibly low. If he can connect with the scout, he can win this for Vitality. Timing favors m0NESY to get across the doors and up to the Xbox.
Timing on the flank, though, is everything. If he jumps up, he's playing it slow. He's playing it safe. No flank coming in quite yet. The timing could be brutal. m0NESY and Tessus with low HP working up the courage to start moving into the open, and m0NESY has just now gotten on catwalk behind them.
Switched out to the Cleo. He's going to have one right in front of him. There's the kill on Tessus. Can he bring down m0NESY? m0NESY against m0NESY. Grenade not going to work out, but the bullets will. And Merriman steps up immediately to tie up the game.
Well, Apex's head came out of his hands and shot the hand straight into the sky, thanking m0NESY for the clutch. You're exactly right. He knew that round was in the palm of their hands and it almost slipped away. Just an incredible round where Vitality is able to tag Falcons every step they take. First kill onto Nico, but those scouts do so much damage. And a very impressive attempt at a recovery for m0NESY and Tessus. It goes against them at the end of the day, but with the bomb down, they buy right back up into it. So the action isn't done yet. AK-47s on Nico and Tessus, upgraded Deagles on Magisk and Kixen. What you're missing is utility. A pair of smokes to use for round 3. And because of that, Falcons is going to stay grouped up. They want to play the trade game. Nico going to lead the way out middle. There's plenty of space.
Silence as Falcons have made their way through the mid doors. No one from Vitality close by to detect them, but they'll start to realize how quiet it is and the gap that they've left open in mid.
Yeah, it's just going to be, I mean, basically it's just like they're waiting for the reaction from Vitality, and now it's a B split.
The smokes are up, a little gap here for ZywOo to spot through, and he's going to use that perfectly. Kixan goes down. Fantastic response from Nico. 55 seconds left. Limited time, and they're starting to go up cat. They're going to be accelerating into the A site, leaving Tessus and CT to cut rotations. And here comes the Flames Flash to try and assist Apex. Flash comes a little late, but Apex still making it work. Flames to step up beside him. And now it is all Nico. A 1v3 and some clinical taps. It's exactly what you expect from Nico, but can he get a couple more? Takes the plant, does not look too long, and Flames takes the fight to bring him down.
I don't think he ever thought Flames would stick around that close for that kind of a swing, 2-1. Nice attempt from Vitality, but great work from Apex, great work from Flamesy coming back from long to chuck out the flashbang for safety. It is a bit of a bromance, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what that is. Yeah, some great shots from Nico. Looking pretty crisp early on. Yeah, not reading that Flames is going to push him at long again. Think he's going to get the next fight coming from CT. But Vitality, they ward off the Falcons forced buy back. Now Falcons fall to pistols. You just got that deagle for Nico and already sustaining a lot of heavy damage, down to 15 HP.
Kixon had a lot of words about his talking before this matchup as well, coming into things, gave a nice interview. I mean, most of it talking about, I noticed for me, it was all about mentality for him, and mentioning, you know, that group stage loss, especially against Mouse, who they might meet in the finals, but was not the best in that game, got really frustrated. He said the same thing about the Gamer Legion game that they ended up winning yesterday, was, I'm really proud of that win because we encountered a lot of rounds, a lot of situations that could have tilted us off the face of the earth, and they held strong. So a lot of talk about mentality, a lot of talk about the fact they haven't had a ton of time yet to practice because of the tournament schedule with Monacy. And this isn't anywhere close to their final form because they need to get those protocols and plans in place with the new player.
Yeah, it was very interesting hearing the desk talk about the fact that, you know, they've played 38 maps with Monacy, 12 of which have been against Vitality. So in terms of finding a familiar opponent,
yeah, you're not really having easy games to get comfortable with each other, are you? You don't ever get that luxury.
They've played against each other so much recently that it's bound to get a little bit weird. Dust 2, a familiar battleground to kick things off, but Train up next in the series.
Yeah, Dust 2's been played in both the best of 5 finals at Melbourne and the rivals out in Copenhagen, and it was won once by Vitality, won once by Falcon, so this is kind of the tiebreaker in that scenario. Round 5. Apex, Flamesy, and Zyru out towards long. Monacy, Nico, Kixon, and Magisk in that direction as well for the T side, but nobody being aggressive. Cautious of any potential mid-pressure, but still staying grouped up as Falcons.
Well, that's a new one.
Very aggressive as well, I'll say. All right, Nico leading the way for Falcons around the corner of Catwalk. 2 players to find, 2 players defending, and first one he can't handle.
Oh, Nico gonna drop to Flames. He's having a great time on the MP9 to kick off Dust 2. Grenades following up and forcing Vitality to take a couple of steps back. They've got so much time left. We've got Falcons with a 4v5 to try and convert in their favor. So they back away, they send a couple players down into mid and filter into the upper tunnels.
It's been kind of an on route. I feel like everything building up to that moment was just to be able to walk that contact catwalk with Nico. And now that he's gone down without any kind of success, it's sort of, okay, I guess we'll just fall back to the B bomb site. Rops is here, Apex and CT spawn. Rops is alone on this side of the map. And Kixon is holding them at bay.
Well, Rob's getting into position just in time behind the car, and it's only one from Robs. Not enough to keep his team comfortable on this B site, so Apex tries to stop the bomb from getting across, can't do it. And now comes the Kixan lurk. He gets in behind that smoke. He's being flanked by Mezzi, but he's already a little bit too far, and he's gonna make it work on Saimu. Oh, a second from Kixan. A 3K in the round, and he's got the read on Mezzi too. He knows exactly where he is. In the round, comfortably in control of Falcons' hands thanks to their in-game leader.
All thanks to the in-game leader. Massive performance, and Kixon has been doing a lot of that for Falcons since he's joined the team. A fragging in-game leader who likes to take space. And yet again, highly impactful in a round they absolutely need it in the early stages of Dust 2. Mezzi with the off angle, won't even be able to find it. Kixon adds his 4th. And he's got Zonic feeling good. High fives all around. It's a 3-2 score. .4v5 conversion after Nico fell on the opening attempt, all thanks to Kixon around this smoke. Tricky plays. Iru was looking for it, but not actually ready at the end of the day.
AWP comes out for Zaiwu. First sighting of it here in the semifinals. Matches to come through the smoke. Right into a Apex, and he doesn't care. He's going to take a double kill on the MP9.
A little bit of an in-game leader rebuttal there from Apex. I can do it too. Massive kills to grab out at long, and they control that part of the map. Now the rest of Falcons have to shy away from it. Nico shifts back towards middle. 3 versus 5, and they're kind of paused with no great options of where to go. Vitality thus far have played a pretty chill, pretty conservative, pretty passive CT side. Haven't seen any real mid pushes, haven't seen any kind of pushes into lower. Ops not being hyper aggressive, peeking up middle all that much.
Now Falcons getting the space to play their game right now, but Apex shutting them down at long, and you're in a really difficult spot if you're Falcons. You've lost health on Tessa, who took a dink on board from Rops in the back of the B-bomb site. They kind of had everyone spread across the map and just look for an individual duel in their particular positions. Tessa's at B, Nico at long, kicks it over towards Catwalk, just holding on to things. This round just feels like it's slipping away. Now that they're backing off, feels like a save is going to be called by the Falcons side of things, which is going to allow Vitality to get up to a 4-2 scoreline with a 2-round lead. Just nothing for them in the round after long was lost. So they play the economic game. Magisk will have money to buy. And we'll try again in round 7. Every round matters in a matchup like this, with both the last 2 engagements in best of 5s going the distance. All 5 maps played in both of them. Multiple overtimes picked up in those series as well. So across the entirety of this best of 3 semifinals in Dallas, these players know they better be locked in. There's not a single round that they can take off, not a single round they can lose focus. Yeah, you were mentioning Kixan, talking about the mentality of Falcons and how fragile it's been at points throughout the competition so far. I think one of the greatest strengths about Vitality that we've heard from them is the fact that their mentality is so strong right now. They've got so much confidence, so much track record to back them up. And Kixan, he's going to be charging out towards long and applying pressure, and it's slowed down behind that smoke.
Okay, how many do Falcons want to drop away from long at the moment to kind of spread out and gain a little bit more presence on the map? They've got nothing towards tunnels, they've got nothing towards middle. So Nico and Tesses are popping out right now just to check this flank. Nico's going to check all the way deep into T-spawn, so making sure they're not being wrapped around early. However, all that said, Vitality still know exactly what's coming. Nobody in middle for the CT side, everyone at A.
Good start here to the round for Falcons. Magisk to spam down through the smoking wall.
Yeah, but Zaiwu just made the move to get in that same position, and now he's got Modesty.
Jumping into the crosshair, the Frenchman connects. And the smoke goes down to the CT cross, but the bomb is bailed out. It's going back to B, and that means they're going to put pressure here on Rops.
There's a timing of weakness in this Vitality of defense before they realize that they need to fall back and get away. I don't think Zaiwu has all the information, so it's Mezzi to slide into CT spawn. But how aggressive will he be in running to the B bomb site when Rops calls contact?
You can often rely on Rops to lock down this B site. They're going to be aware they're going up against it, but it's not so clean on the first couple of bullets. Still stabilizes for 1. Mezzi's come back to try and stop them on the cross at the door, but Nico confident to just fight. He'll toss the bomb across. He'll come second, and he'll join up with that explosive and put it down on the site. Magisk has to protect him as Apex comes to the window, forced back out of it. Grenade goes down, and Magisk's health removed to half. Magisk goes for the fight, but Zaiwu's come to back him up, and now it's Nico left alone, spotted at the window. Ready for Zaiwu to come through the door, but it's Apex with a death sentence from the window.
Yeah, Nico just gets caught in a position where he has nowhere to go. He wanted to get aggressive towards window, but when Apex spots him out early, feels real uncomfortable taking that fight. Oh, Falcons, that was a very winnable round that you just can't convert at the end of the day. Rops and Mezzi do just enough on the defense, 1 kill apiece, to make that a costly take, and it's going to force a timeout from Zonic. 2-5, a 3-round deficit for Falcons. This T-side not looking like a well-oiled machine at the start. Barely able to get much going. A pistol round victory, but responded. Vitality win round 2, and it's been all them since then. A lot of conversation around these teams too at this event in particular. Team number 1 and number 2, it feels at the moment with all the finals that they've been to. But both of them coming into this event and looking a little bit flat, right? Like a little bit, not quite at their peak. I know there's been a lot of conversation around like, oh, Vitality doesn't look impressive. But it's like, what's actually going to impress you anymore with Vitality? They've got a 28-match win streak, right? They've won every event they've attended. In some sense, it's impressive that it's clear they're not playing their A game at all at this event, and they're still here in the semifinals and still favorites.
I think that's the conversation, though, is the fact that we're building into the major, right? Austin just around the corner. We got the 2 top performing teams, and both of them have looked a little weaker, like they've taken a step down from their recent performances at other events. And that is a little slight worrying sign for the squads, but we expect them to elevate when they go up against each other. You know this is the priority matchup for both the teams. ZywOo blinded as he peeks out to long. Going up against the AK-47 of Nico.
They don't want the fight though. They'll leave Indigo out long. ZywOo spots the head, but no danger for him. He's gonna back off. Mezzi has gained a lot of ground on the other side of the map, as we can see. Pushed in towards upper dark, calling it all clear. And just now, Falcons is gonna come back late towards middle. No utility, so gonna rely a lot on Nico's AK-47 to provide cover.
Grenade goes up into short. It's going to be half the health for m0NESY and Magisk removed. Best case scenario here for Falcons seems like getting that bomb down, and you've got to get past ZywOo for that to happen. Good shot here from Nico as well. Delivers the opening. Apex protects ZywOo, and it's all falling apart for the side of Falcons. Not looking like they're going to be able to break through, especially with that rifle going down to mid.
Frustrating for Nico. He feels like he's got the fight he wants. He feels like he's got the spam lined up, and Rops just kind of slides into the open while he's shooting into the door. Nice mechanics from Rops in that fight. So this should be a 4-round lead for Vitality, barring any crazy shenanigans. Apex and Flamesy to defend. Kixen only has a Tech 9, and they've just got to go for it. Molotov, it means it's only Apex here for the moment, and that's just fine.
Nearly all they need, but Kixen makes sure that the Tech 9's got a little bit of sting in it. Is there more from Kixen? Dives down into CT looking for a follow-up kill, but it's all about just getting away now. He's not going to die before the time. Don't want to die after the time, and in fact, that's exactly what's going to happen. So $2,200 in the bank for Kixen. At least he's not at the 0 mark, but he's too pretty.
Yeah,
too pretty.
That hurts quite a bit if you're Kixen, but he's saying in his head, I'm the IGL. I can manage. I can do whatever. I'll just grab utility. I'll throw some nades. Nice couple of kills, though. Just not enough time to actually win the round or recover the bomb for a plant.
I mean, based on his Tech 9 work, he can stick with that. He can keep that going into the next round. That is what he's going to have to play with. Going to have m0NESY on the AWP, 2 AKs and a Galil for TeSeS. Although this CT side is starting to build beautifully for Vitality, which is a very worrying sign early in the semifinals here for Falcons.
Yeah, it's starting to feel very one-sided, this match, which is not what we want to see. With how these matchups have gone in recent history, we're looking for the fireworks, but Falcons have yet to show up, and that was a worrying concern and a valid concern coming into this match.
Oh, Robs, here we go. A little bit more proactive play. You say we were missing that in the early rounds, but they feel comfortable now, 6-2 up to try it. And TeSeS is going to make sure that Rops does not take a step further.
I don't know if he spotted a barrel, but he started spamming the smoke before Rops came out, so I think Rops just walked into the spray. But still, Falcons haven't shown clean finishing moves, the ability to close out the rounds. So this one isn't done yet. 4 versus 5, and ZywOo is going to be back at the bomb site. They've conceded long entirely. Everyone playing behind this catwalk smoke for the moment. This is an awkward place for a CT clash.
Flames goes to the side of the smoke, and as soon as he gets detected, bullets come in. ZywOo backing off. It becomes a little bit awkward, but he still connects one. Then traded out as Nico ravages the defenses. Mezzi topples to m0NESY. And an injection of life in another round for Falcons.
Those are the exact rounds you want to see out of Nico. That's how he's going to provide the benefit for Falcons. Way to pick off ZywOo. He gets pinned down in the sight. Nico knows it's a game of peekaboo, and he hits that immediate headshot.
I gotta say, Nico is looking sharp to kick off. Does too. He's had a number of moments looking great on the rifle. This is the early kill on Flames, the following kill on ZywOo in the bomb site, and he's just wrecking everybody. Breaking apart the defenses, allowing Falcons to go in. And now the money shatters for Vitality as they go down to scouts, weaker weapons.
In a round victory here for Falcons, you're looking at that scoreboard and you're like, oh, that's a great chance to get up towards 6. So huge round for Falcons if they want to keep this half close.
Early damage done to m0NESY at the beginning of this round, though. 44 HP.
Tagged through the door. Or tagged with a scout.
Loves getting into these smokes. Loves being a nuisance with the MP9. Magisk
Nico starts to feel the reaction.
There's the aggressive play, he's coming.
Flashes up, blinded, held back. Flames realizes he hasn't got away with one here. He's going to get away and get back into the doors.
Cool idea, but Magisk isn't going to get caught by it. Molotov, okay, Flamesy. Oh, there's the burn. Now you got to go forward. Magisk is ready for you, and you've gone down. No good options. Okay, Nico, and now he's feeling a little bit frisky after that previous round. He'll take the risk of sliding out catwalk.
He's got m0NESY posted up in middle, and this is giving the freedom to Nico, but m0NESY's now gone. He's been tagged up and domed down.
And Nico's just saying, wait, nobody do anything. I've won us the round. Give me 5 seconds.
There's the kill on ZywOo. He has to get it. It's not clean. Eventually taken. And now he's got his team coming in towards the A site.
Yeah, you can't go for it if you're Vitality. You're going to want to save this M4. Perhaps that scout on Mezi you can pass over to ZywOo in the next one. Scout did good work for them in this half, winning the second round after losing the pistol. But down the stretch with these AKs, tough to manage. So a couple kills on the escape is about all Vitality can have. But now Falcons can start feeling good and comfortable, right? Now, like, they've strung a couple of rounds together. This is the first time they've won 2 in a row. Had a couple good rounds called by Kixin. The tactics are working. Nico's hitting good headshots. So things are starting to look like they're on the up and up for Falcons. Not getting that clean break of the economy due to the saved weapons, but they're going to be happy to fight against the weaker Arsenal.
2 rounds left in this first half. And we got viewers watching in style, watching in comfort.
That baby is going to have a blessed life watching m0NESY and Nico and ZywOo up on the stage.
Well, let's just make sure their first words aren't F you Apex. Let's keep that quiet.
I don't know. That actually might be funny. I'm into that.
Should be quite an easy 5th round coming up here for Falcons.
Well, I mean, you say that, but you got to be really careful. You don't just lose a kill right out of the gate. You get put on the back foot due to this scout. Just a nice shot from Mezi can ruin everything. Trying to bait Falcons to take the fight, but they've been so patient across the map, and I swear, every time I watch Kixin, I'm like, this guy just does not get caught off guard by these aggressive pushes, aggressive lurks. But as I say that, Flamesy's found a nasty timing.
Kixin seems to be aware of the opening though. ZywOo, a lot of damage done into the lower tunnels, but Nico's still going to win out the duel. And here's Flames around the back. He's got the upgrade, and yeah, you might have just cursed him. You might have just cursed him. There goes Kixin.
I think they're going to be happy that he took that kill, though. I was thinking if he did trigger discipline and walked middle, he could actually get a multi-kill that just destroys this round. So one for Flamesy. They know the position. Up towards catwalk we go for Falcons.
Limited time here. Still could get a little bit messy now that Flames has an AK.
And Cat just got smoked off, so they back away from it for the moment.
28 seconds. All right, Falcons. Don't fall here.
They're going to be very relieved when this smoke clears and they walk into a free A bomb site because Vitality had just shifted away. But Flamesy says, you know what? My M4, or my AK, excuse me, might be able to win the round. And nah, not even going to go for it.
Yeah, the second guess, he bails out. Falcons going to put the bomb down. 5th round collected. And a tied game is a possibility to round out this first half.
It's been a little chill, it feels like. This first map is like both of these teams kind of like testing each other. Obviously, you mentioned they've played each other, what, 12 maps in the Falcons' early lifespan with this lineup going on? And you just played 2 huge best-of-5 finals at big events. I mean, you know intimately what your opponent is going to be doing, and it feels at the moment like they're just sort of testing each other to see if anything's going to be different, if anything has changed, if someone has game planned something unique that they haven't seen before. Haven't got the full unleash of the pressure and emotions of this game.
A relatively low fragging half here as well. The only player to break double figures and kills for Team Falcons is Nico. In fact, he is the only player on the server to break double figures and kills in this half so far.
There's been a lot of saving.
Who knows?
That's cruel. It's cruel, but I like it. Cruel, but fair. Yeah, timeout for Xaz. He's talking right now because Vitality's just lost 3 in a row. It was a blistering start for them. They won 6 of 7 after losing the pistol. But now this 3-round streak from Falcons has brought this back where it looked like this was a very one-sided affair that Vitality was just marching out to a massive victory with. Falcons have grinded themselves back into the game. Ooh, we got a little bit of a treat as well, Dinko, because to start this round, we got a triple setup for Falcons. They want to pick someone off on the cross. They've got Monacy with a B-spawn.
Long spawn as well.
Oh, B-spawn, long spawn, and a mid pick.
Okay, and what if they don't get anything? How disappointing would that be? Here we go, Magisk up next. Can he get kill? Nope, he can't. So he bails out, and the AWPs don't reveal anything just yet.
Cool idea, though, with the money you had.
AK is available if they want to pick them back up and spawn.
Stalemate over at the B bomb site. Robs has spotted Monacy's AWP, so he knows he's being peeked and held. And Monacy's happy and content to sit there and challenge until Vitality deploy utility. Something they've wasted now that will give them a timing at the end of the round. And for this round of Falcons, everyone is lined up in middle and towards the B bomb site. A unique round. Most of their plays have been catwalk, a lot towards long. Now grouped up towards the B bomb site to hit this timing.
Gathering outside of B. Ready to try and break through Rops and Mezzi. The spray comes in, and Mezzi with a double kill stops Falcons in their tracks. It's Rops and daylight robbery from Robin. It's going to be a shutdown, and Monacy to try and pull them out of the hole. He's alone in the world now. 29 seconds left.
And 16 HP, not even going to get there. Apex finds the last. Vitality close off a strong half, a 7-5 lead over Team Falcons. First half was a very laid-back half of Counter-Strike. Both teams testing each other, both teams getting comfortable with the pressure, with the situation. But in this second half, we're looking for that one round, that one performance, that one clutch from one of the stars that's going to blow the pressure valve off and get this match really started.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting for this game to get unleashed. And Team Falcons and Vitality to really go at each other. A pretty cagey first half, but we'll see how the second transpires as now Vitality switch to the T side. They're going to close out the opening map of the best of three.
All right, well, ZywOo spotting for a mid push from the CT side defense, and that's not coming. So Flamesy, Mezzy, and Rop's going to start moving in towards mid control. Apex and ZywOo still back at top middle. And Falcon's going to take the calm open of this round to get a little bit of map control, and Tesses is very curious.
I love how willing he is to take this space right now as well. How quick does he get this flank going? The risk might pay off for how quick he is now behind them.
If they can stall out at the B bomb site, Magisk has a smoke. If he realizes they're out mid, he's going to call it out now. Doors smoked just at this moment.
Well, he's seeing them run up to the B ramp, but how much can he really do? ZywOo's planted himself behind the doorway, so he's cutting off that rotation. Kicks in at the back of the site, eventually taken out. Magisk only getting one with the dual Berettas. And so Tesses has changed up, and ZywOo's heard it. So he's starting to flank to the lower tunnels. ZywOo is now flanking Tesses. And how quick can Tesses be? Can't deny the bomb plant. Can't get away with a kill in the back of Rops. And now the flank of ZywOo has arrived, and Tesses is gone. m0NESY and Nico stopped at the door, so it's all Nico left. Quick headshot. Can he find any follow-ups? And the answer to that is no. Apex puts one right between his eyes, and we've got the pistol here for Vitality.
Yeah, ZywOo flanks out the flanker. That's really nice. Heard the footsteps coming down mid at a very big play to secure some safety at that B bomb site and put himself in a safe position to play the post plant. Falcons won the pistol in the first half, but lost the second. They're going to look at it to have a force buy in this round to see if they can do the same thing. Scout on m0NESY and Magisk. MP9 on Kixen.
Quick long take as Rops and Mezzy get out into position, and Nico is going to be spammed out through the smoke.
Yeah, good long control now, and I mean, with this much time on the clock, already an opening frag with a 5-on-4 advantage. You imagine looking at that mini-map, Vitality, as we know, gonna just pause and wait, look for some kind of reaction, some kind of information play. So we'll have an extended mid-round, and we'll see what Falcons do, if they decide to gamble stack or just let this one slip away.
If Falcons don't win this round, they're going to have a lot of hard work to do for the rest of this half, right? You're going to have to get into the gun rounds, you're going to have to play from behind against Vitality. And we know the Falcons have been struggling a bit, but with this is going to be so much hard work just to get back into a competitive position here on Dust 2.
Especially when you consider, well, all right, crowd, you know what to do, I guess.
And they nade.
Magic's going to spam into the smoke. Nothing there for anyone from Falcons, so they'll back off and save.
Yeah.
And you're exactly right. And I think the next problem with that, too, is you're in a situation where Vitality having all this year together, we know they've figured out how to close out games. We've been watching it for quite some time. In fact, we've watched it for 28 of them in a row.
In fact, many of those in the best of fives as well against Falcons, where it looks like Falcons are about to do it. They can get an opportunity to break them in the series. There's a comeback from Vitality, and that is the mental strength that we talk about for the Vitality squad. When you've won so many games, you're on such a deep streak, you do have that winning mentality, but we also started to see some cracks forming with perhaps the mounting pressure of having a streak, right? There's so much going on for them. They've won the Grand Slam, they won the ESL Grand Slam at the last event in Melbourne, but you know, we've seen in the group stages against the Mongols, there were moments of emotions breaking out. ZywOo looked frustrated, and you don't often see that. So you were mentioning some of the pressure that Vitality might be feeling, given how long the streak has gone on for, and they need to hold on to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of external factors probably adding some weight onto their shoulders. They're managing it well. He knows, we saw, he knows. Round 15, it's 9-5 in the favor of Vitality, but yet again a weakened buy of all the saved weapons from the previous round, so Falcon's just gonna get another crack at it with the scouts.
Good pick for Kixen. He's going to get away with a double push through long. And without a clean start in the half, perhaps Kixen can level Falcons up in this round here.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is a must-win round from Falcons, but it is now. You're in this 5-on-3. Like,
got to take this opportunity.
It's not going to be like you're not going to lose the match or anything if you lose this round, but with this kind of an advantage and being able to turn the round with this kind of a scoreboard, you have to sink it. You have to sink this putt.
Look who's waiting on the other side. It's Kixan again with Nico tucked in the corner. Kixan already with a double kill. Can he get another one before going down here and setting up the Nico Deagle just around that corner? ZywOo's going to come out. It's Kixan and Nico combining together, and it's a shutdown of Vitality's attack. Only Flames left and not a single kill from Vitality here. Flames could change that, but Tetsez catches a great timing up on the Xbox. And X marks the spot as he blasts Flames open.
He turns his head and turns it right back into the barrel of a Deagle. Not ideal. So that lead is cut to 3.
And we mentioned the Kixan interview talking about that quarterfinal against Gamer Legion. He mentioned some of the rounds that went against him were those low buys, right? They really cost him and made the game competitive. I felt like it could have been a lot cleaner of a performance from Falcons if they had not lost those low buys. Well, they lost one in the first half here with Dust 2 that allowed Vitality to get a good start. They've won one of their own now. They've got to use this opportunity to start building into the second half.
Well, the exact way to do it is to get a pick from m0NESY on Apex right through the smoke as he drops down.
And you want m0NESY to get going because he's been incredibly quiet in his opening map of the semifinals. Getting the AWP on the CT side is where he can do some of his best work.
Yeah, Nico's been great, 14 kills. Kixan has been spectacular, probably the most impactful rounds of anyone on the Falcon side of things. 12 kills for the IGL as he descends back into the B bomb site. Vitality with this man disadvantage, still looking for a peek. But Falcons have gone so passive, nobody's anywhere close. We're gonna work up catwalk.
Flash ready, Rop's gonna send them around the corner. Flames out first.
Sound cues being picked up by Tetsez and Nico as well. They're all saying, okay, there's the catwalk utility. They've just taken stairs.
Nico's gonna keep applying some pressure. Deep grenade, not gonna be too impactful. Then he retreats back into the default spot. Nico to deploy a smoke. Are they gonna respect it? Doesn't look like it. Smoke's following up here for Vitality. They're gonna come through it, and look who's waiting for them. Nico steps up, and it's only one kill. Some more pressure on m0NESY.
Should be fine. Flashed off the cross. Oh, look good. But they've got 2 players out towards long, so a retake, but strong positions for Falcons.
1 kick. It's on the back of m0NESY.
A little bit awkward though. Vitality just drops a smoke in CT spawn, which means Magix and Kixan have a labored way to get through.
ZywOo's going to be waiting in the middle of the site. Good long fight coming in, and eventually gets the headshot on Tetsez. Goes back again. ZywOo brought down eventually by Magisk. A lot more to do for the Dane though. As he gets into the site, Utilities plays perfectly as he burns out Mezzy. It's a 1v1 as he gets on the defuse, but it's not the stick.
Oh, no,
and the damage done, but not enough to bring down Rops. And he's out of there. Robin's running away. And the round collected from Vitality up to 10-6.
Brutal if you're Falcons and looking to string those together. And you said it just at the start of the round, m0NESY would be a great time to have him. Well, not in round 16. Plenty of misses from m0NESY's AWP out towards long that allowed Vitality to secure their position inside the bomb site. And Tetsez is frustrated. So is m0NESY for good reason. That round slipping away. Look at all of them. They know a 4-on-3 post plant had to be theirs and they let it go. A 4-round lead for Vitality. Another buy up against them. And what's the change on the CT side from Falcons?
Quick long take from Vitality. ZywOo, the first man out, and of course, he'll get the opener, followed up by Flames. And that is not the round you wanted for Falcons out of the timeout. That might just be one of the first death blows here on Dust 2.
It absolutely is. They missed their opportunity to put them together, and then Vitality's just giving you an uppercut out long. Great opening from Flamesy. And after this, Falcons have no money. I mean, it almost feels crazy. I don't know what you go for. You have m0NESY with the AWP, so maybe you put him here and you try and have him create a miracle for you, but you also might want to think about just saving that weapon because you got nothing in the next round. But everything's going to be dictated by the pacing and the timing of Vitality for the rest of round 17. happy to just let the clock run down. Going through the motions. They know they control this round in every way. They know they own the map as Rops walks into the B bomb site. Apex just gonna pull him back.
30 seconds though on the clock, so maintaining the position at long.
I mean, Rops is actually going to come around for a very long flank through CT spawn, so they're still going to finish at A, but the time in the round is very scary.
This gives Monacy a slight chance, but he's taken out by Flames, leaving just Kixen at short and 5 Vitality players. And the first will bear down upon him. It's going to be Messi's headshot. 5 players staying up. An unbelievably convincing round from Team Vitality at this point in the game. And it's broken the money of Falcons. They're down to an eco. Map point just around the corner here for Vitality. We talked about all the close games that they've had. Vitality getting pushed to the brink by Falcons, wondering, is this finally the time they do it heading into the major? It does not look like it's even going to be that close.
Well, I mean, also the conversation of a best of 3 instead of a best of 5, so you get to kind of limit the map pool. You don't have to deal with Vitality's depth that you just don't have yet if you're Falcons, so that was supposed to be a positive in their favor. But still just getting trounced here on Dust 2, their own map pick. They lost it back in Copenhagen 13-6 to Vitality. Looking like a little bit of deja vu for the moment.
Apex holding on the mid push. No problem for Apex as he handles 2, with 3rd taking significant damage as Monacy knows he's got him pinned in the corner. He's going to send his teammate out to try and fight Messi. And eventually it's still cleaned up by ZywOo and Apex. Map point secured. And everything looks comfortable for Vitality.
Bro, if Apex is up there dancing and having a good time, something's gone horribly wrong if you're Falcons.
Not making them sweat at all.
You do not want your opposing in-game leader to look that happy and that comfortable and that chill. Final timeout from Zonic and Falcons to talk things over. And it's much like I mentioned with Vitality. In the first half, I feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of aggression. We've seen a couple early timing long pushes, nothing in middle really, no one challenging Xbox, nobody challenging lower, but again, it is like this weird chess match between these two teams since they've played each other in all these finals recently, and all these maps very, very recently. You're constantly trying to find the unexpected against a team you've played on this map 2 or 3 times in the past 2 months. Six opportunities for Vitality to take a 1-0 lead in the series heading into Train.
Going to take a special comeback from Falcons. Apex running down mid. Good start here for Falcons. Magisk able to pick it up.
Oh, the follow-up is coming in from lower, but they don't know about Kixen's position just yet.
They'll be pinned just around the double doors. Landing in the cubby. The 2 shining lights in the map at certain points for Falcons have been Nico and Kixen. We talk about Tessos' elevated performance in the Falcons jersey. Haven't seen that level from him in this game. Monacy's been so quiet.
It's been symptomatic of Falcons throughout this whole event, though, is like some of that star power that we saw like off the charts in the past couple of events when they've made the finals just hasn't been here throughout the whole thing. It's been inconsistent. It's been this player's got it in this game, but everyone else doesn't. Falcons has struggled to find 2 or 3 players firing in the same time.
Well, there's Monacy firing straight through the head of Flames. He'll drop the utility, goes back again. And finally a little strike, a spark from Monacy. Rups left in the tunnels. Falcons have a convincing round victory to respond.
And it's good that it's so convincing with 5 players alive. If you're going to start a comeback, get that money growing as soon as you possibly can. So they get that freedom of some cash behind them, but obviously still in the issue of you can't lose a single round for the rest of regulation. Rups trying to take a couple guns away at the end of the day. Spots out Tess's. This will be 12-7 when all is said and done. There's no chance for Rups to win it. In fact, he kind of needs to go challenge and die because time is dwindling. 10 seconds on the clock. Thankfully, Tessus swings into him with the backup of Nico. Lead is cut down to 5.
It's important. If this comeback is to happen, as unlikely as it seems right now, you're going to need m0NESY to start building some momentum and getting warmed up. At least that is the start of it with a couple of kills in towards tunnels. ZywOo's got his op, looking for the early strike down mid.
I mean, such is the power of these players. You give me one more good m0NESY round and I might just start believing right then. He's gonna have a chance to add a couple onto his score. Smoke's up in the double doors. He wants to challenge on a nade break, but nobody's stepping over to do it.
ZywOo's on the other side of that smoke as it fades away.
He's very deep as well.
Oh, he's committed to the lower angle. ZywOo up on top. m0NESY realizes, gets the position, and ZywOo's gonna beat him out. Opening kill for Vitality.
That's a really hard fight, I feel, for an Alper.
Here comes Apex. He's going to be taken out by Nico. Out from CT. He'll drop down, keep Falcons in the fight.
Nico's got no delay utility, though. He's got no smoke for Catwalk. He's got no Molotov for Catwalk. So Test has to come back, and another player pulled in. And it all lies down on Magisk alone at the B-bomb site.
This is ZywOo and Nico going for tit for tat across the server right now. ZywOo trying to close the map, Nico trying to keep his team alive, and Rob's getting involved. It's going to be Flames to take that kill. A 2v2, Magisk and Nico, and now just all Nico. Bomb in the lower tunnels, he has a shot. If he can bring the bomb down, and that's exactly what he'll do. Can Nico keep Falcons in this map?
Oh, he's got Rops in the clutch against him, one of the best clutchers we've got in the game. 20 seconds, and Nico stands on the bomb.
Robs has to come to him. Nico knows it, but he can't do anything about it. Robs will close. Vitality take map 1. And this semi-final, it looks a long way off being competitive. Falcons falter on the first hurdle.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
What?
Not this again. Crucial, DHL, esports division logistics have been leaked. They got everything. Comms, strats. Most importantly, our trophy transportation plans.
I don't know how, and I don't know why, but somehow this job turns everything into a coach scandal level investigation.
And I will find out who did this.
Good luck with that.
What are you doing?
Nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
Tell me, Chad, gatekeeper of information, master of the VACnet. What was your role in this operation?
I anticipated this. From the moment I heard there was a leak, I knew you'd come to me first. Why? Because that's what I do. I oversee all office systems, from configs to auto execs to peripherals. If there was a leak, I would have known about it first. I see things others don't.
Huh. Sees things others don't. Very suspicious, you could say.
Come on now, Alex. If I wanted to destroy you, I'd do it properly. Steam logins, friends lists, skins, VAC bans. You'd go down for good.
Okay, but you wouldn't do that, would you?
I wouldn't, but I could.
Yeah, you could. But you wouldn't.
But I could.
You could.
I could.
You could. Yeah, but why would you when you could lead this investigation?
Me and you.
Batman, I'm Robin. I'm in the underpants.
Batman.
You're Batman.
Me. Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. Thankfully, my time on the dark side of IRC means I know a couple of very bad people capable of many great things. If we want to solve this mystery, we need to go to a master leaker.
Yeah, I can do it, but it's not going to be cheap.
To some, this may feel like a waste of time. But to me, we have now ruled out two crucial candidates. Raya. Front of house. The Wall Street of logistics. Emails, calls. If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Sounds like a great theory. You should totally investigate that.
Huh. Clever. What is that, decoy screen? 40,000 viewers? I mean, mind you, could blow up any time I like. DHL Esports Logistics.
Alex!
Who is this?
What are you doing?
Listen, Buster! I don't know who you are, but if you don't start singing like a canary, things will end badly for you. Hey, who is the name of the mall? Give me the name of the mall!
This is Frankie Ward from head office. I don't appreciate your tone. And what do you mean, mole? Has there been another breach?
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
Just walk! Please, just walk!
Oh, this is good.
So, what exactly am I looking at?
Just the usual. Alex has left his stream on for like 4 days. It's great.
Yeah, well, my dad be up your dad any day.
Did you say 4 whole days?
Yeah, what's the problem?
I think we may have found our mole.
Wow! Secret meeting. Love the initiative. What's the mission?
Yeah, okay.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
The Intel Extreme Masters, we are surely in the playoffs now. And by the way, we're not alone. Of course, we had to bring our friends at Intel here. So let me introduce you to my new friend, Aaron. Aaron, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. Welcome to the Intel booth.
Intel booth, there is so much going on in here. So many lights and I don't want to say distraction because it's all very beautiful.
Yeah, so we have some great Counter-Strike 2 tournaments going on. And in addition, make sure you download our custom map. It is our Let's Climb IEM Dallas.
Oh, well, that place does look a little familiar. I'm not gonna lie. Actually, looks very familiar.
Yes.
Looks like I've seen it almost today.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, this map is everything that you're seeing live here in person. And there might be some little Acer nuggets in there as well.
Just somewhere around in there, little sprinkling, little fixins on there.
Exactly.
So what other things you got going on around here? You got all the fixins. So what else you got?
Yeah, so I mean, everything here is powered by our Intel Core Ultra processors there. We also have some great panel sessions. We have signings here. We have a Marvel Rivals 2 tournament. So yeah, make sure you come on out.
Heard y'all had that guy Vincent around here too somewhere, right?
Yeah, I think he's right over there.
All right, I'm gonna go find him.
Go.
Hey, I appreciate you.
Done. Have fun.
Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. You heard me right. I did say the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas because Intel Acer Predator, my friend Vincent. What's up, dude?
Hey Trey, how's it going?
You know, we're not in Australia anymore.
No.
Still hot, of course.
It is pretty hot here.
Yeah, way too hot. Speaking of hot, that's hot. That's some pressure right there. Talk to me about what this is.
This is a Predator Orion 7000. It is the official tournament PC of future IEMs. So as this bad boy, you can see, latest technology, latest features, Intel Core Ultra processor with RTX 5080. Now, as you can see, it's a 3-fan cooling solution, what we call a Cyclone X360. So basically, it's with the liquid cooling combination, we can really extrapolate quite a lot of fan out of this thing, keep it really cool, keep the components cool. Basically, as you know, as a gamer, right, cooling is one of the most important things. So
yeah,
there you go.
And we push them to the limit every time, right?
Every time.
Cooling is important, so make sure you keep cool wherever you are. Thank you very much, Vincent. I'll see you around.
See you around.
maybe you're into collecting for like different reasons, right? Everybody has a reason to get out of bed every morning, especially if you're a Colex collector and especially if you can cash in at the end of the road, right?
We do this in a few different ways. But one of the things we truly wanted to achieve with Colex, which we talked about already, kind of was we wanted to make sure that you always feel rewarded as a collector. And that's why we have special rewards, whether it's for seasons, whether it's for specific sets. We wanted to make something truly memorable and special for our collectors. Not only can you see your collection in the application, but actually when we're releasing new sets, you can see where you are on a leaderboard. So every card gives you points towards the leaderboard.
Okay.
At certain periods of time, we take like a snapshot of who's like the best collectors in the world for that, and we give them unique reward cards. We have done, for example, on the digital side, 1-of-1 reward cards featuring like Nico, Zaiwu. And then, for example, the Legends set, the top 25 is like a signed card from Nico, for example.
Yeah.
And then top 75 features some of the greatest of all time players on.
That's crazy.
So we really build out a structure to make you feel so rewarded for building out your collection the way you want to.
I do appreciate your Colex cards. Anything you want to say outward before I go get some more somewhere?
Yeah, I mean, they're available through both Colex and ESL, and we hope you enjoy them as much as we do.
Yep, that's shop.eslgaming.com. And Colex, appreciate you, Big Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, all eyes were on Nico coming into this semifinals matchup. He had to be here. The greatest rifler of all time had to be present. And he was on map 1, but Falcons still struggled, still having issues getting this whole Falcons team geared up and online all at the same time. Discombobulated and disconnected on Dust 2 for Vitality to take a 1-map win. It's looking like the streak that is going to survive is Vitality's 28, perhaps soon to be 29 match win streak, and Falcons' streak of 2 straight grand finals is looking like it's coming to an end.
It certainly feels that way right now. Team Vitality, a squad that have won train so convincingly in back-to-back games against Falcons. It doesn't look like there's a way out for the Falcons squad right now. Throughout the group stages, the story was about their lone star in Monacy, the only player over a 1.0 rating. He went missing on Dust 2. He hasn't had great performances on train inside of the Falcons team yet. This is still a new squad with a lot of work to be done. And right now, Vitality look untouchable, unbreakable. As they get into the second map, they are looking for another grand final showing here in Dallas. Back-to-back years, can Vitality do it?
We take it to train for map 2. Vitality looking like the team that Falcons wants to become in the future. Nico with his pistol towards box hall, spots 1, spots 2, sees the drop, backs away from the fight. The real pressure coming up through Pop Dog.
Monacy's Joe Berettas. They're getting unleashed for 1. Robs to quickly trade it back. Magic's trying to keep the pressure up, and they just appear on his crosshair. He'll knock down 2 for 1. And the Falcons off to the races here on train. Great start in the pistol. Tessa nearly going down, but backing away into Ivy. The hunt is still on. Mezzi still chasing. He'll get 1 kill back for Vitality.
Yeah, but I mean, Falcons know they have the bomb down and Pop Dog at the stairs. It's going to be a really, really hard recovery mission for Mezzi and Flamesy, especially because Mezzi has no armor. He picked up utility. I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to place it anywhere. Kicks in, slide into some safety, and just misses the timing. They can close the gap so much at the moment. Kixon coming back.
Kixon's got the right position, but can he pick up the headshot? You better believe he can grab 1. It's now on Mezzi to try and clutch this up. Would be a 4K if he can unravel it.
And it's so nice. Nico just backs away from the fight. He knows he's got Magis with him as well, so he's like, I'm just going to pair up. I'm going to make sure we're going to fight this together. Now, they don't want to let Mezzi get away and plant the bomb. And that's what Mezzi's trying to play with, is that philosophy. And now he bails out and makes the run.
Well, should be able to get a bomb plant here. They're a long way off.
Yeah, I think he will.
They're coming into Pop Dog now, especially with that smoke. He's guaranteed a bomb plant. In fact, there's a cool play. They go into a day through Pop Dog, and Mezzi gets back to the B bomb site.
They have no kits. If this takes them too long to discover which bomb site it's at, oh, Nico's in limbo. Around.
He's trying to figure out which one it is. And he's going to play with it. He figures out it is, in fact, the B bomb site. Now Mezzi gets behind the oil train. No kit Falcons need to get a move on. They run into the site. Messi up first, and Magisk able to turn. He had a great start of the pistol, and he's the man to close.
Fair play, though. Respect over to Messi for making that interesting. A very cool reroute through Z to get towards the inner bomb site. And a different round, a different team, different players, that might have worked. They might have a bit on that A bomb site and had real-time issues for the defuse. But a hard-fought pistol round down the stretch. And keep your, I mean, this all takes kind of place in Pop Dog and box halls. That's where most of the impactful fights in that pistol round occur. That's going to be a theme between these two teams. Both who like to get aggressive towards Pop Dog, both who like to kind of put bodies there to take control of B halls, both who like to push it on the CT side from time to time. That part of the map is going to be critical. And I think Vitality's got a massive advantage in it once we get into the gun rounds, because Rops is one of the best players in the world at playing in those positions and those roles of having to maintain that space and control throughout a round.
As m0NESY straight away to the opening kill. ZywOo toppling. Mezzi still fragging. Short-lived. Thanks to m0NESY's precision on the A1S. He's going to get run down, though. Not able to get back to safety in time. Magisk, NiKo, and Tesses have the final 3 kills, and Falcons have their second round.
Yeah, a couple very nice kills from m0NESY to start things out. Little heat check on an anti-eco. Falcons get up to 2 with no real complications, no real issues whatsoever. So Vitality will sit a round out with only Glocks, a couple upgraded Deagles.
Couple upgraded Deagles. Well, this is a real shot at Vitality doing some damage, but Falcons getting a good start in a half. We mentioned over on Dust 2, they failed to do so, and that cost them quite a bit, right? They won the pistol. They lost the force buy in the follow-up round, and Kixon was mentioning how that was the devastating factor in what allowed Gamer Legion to get so close in that quarterfinal game.
I almost feel like Falcons in this train map need to go on like a 5-6 round streak to start this map. Like, get a little bit of momentum, get a streak going, get a lead going so you can have some comfort and confidence throughout the team and see how they play from there. But I feel like this, like, if they're constantly put under stress throughout this half, trading back and forth, fighting with low money, Vitality's going to overcome that. They're going to overcome that kind of mental game, that high pressure, high stakes every single round. Vitality would love that. They have played against each other on this map twice. Back in Copenhagen for Blast Rivals, a 13-6 victory for Vitality. Back at IEM Melbourne, a 13-9 victory for Vitality.
m0NESY into the brown halls, and Magisk is going to combine with him to make sure it's a quick shutdown of the Vitality attack. The Deagle is not getting too much done. Yeah, based on what you mentioned about the results, the previous results, we heard Kixen saying that there's a lot to still implement with m0NESY coming into the team. There's a lot that still needs to get put into the squad, and you would imagine a lot of those implementations here on Train required, because it hasn't been the most comfortable map for them so far. I don't think they've had enough practice yet to really fully get going.
I think it's been pretty telling too, because of this event it feels like they've taken 2 steps back from what we saw at the previous events, but that's them trying to get on the same page, trying to get everyone comfortable. In that same Kixon interview, he mentioned he's constantly having to tell m0NESY what nades he needs to throw, what he needs to do on particular tactics, because they just haven't had enough reps yet. Fast towards inside. They force Magisk back. They're not going to slow down.
You're right. This is very fast for Rops. Racing to the bottom of the ramp, but m0NESY and Magisk are going to close it out. And that's going to take the initial sting out of the Vitality T side. They have to slow down and play 3v5.
And for your first gun round to be blunted like this, it's a rough feeling.
Well, it looks like they're going to get that opportunity here, Falcons, to get that strong lead you mentioned they required. Flames does a decent job at nearly pulling this back. Mezzi's going to hunt down that initial damage that Flames was able to get.
It's the danger of Vitality. You get out to a 5-on-3, but they've still got so much depth and skill that they're able to bring it right back. This is a winnable 2v3, especially if m0NESY gets caught.
It's definitely winnable now with that kill. ZywOo into a 2v2, and in the connector, Magisk goes down. And I've just seen the cam of Zonic. His hand has gone straight to his face. As this is a Falcons round, they cannot afford to lose early on. And it falls to NiKo again. He would have had such intense conversations between that first map and now about these situations. It has been so common for Falcons here in Dallas to lose rounds like this. NiKo's going to step up. Mezzi gets the timing. He's going to drop into the fight, but Mezzi's picked it up. And another disappointing failure for Falcons in the early game.
Yeah, Modesty just getting caught out in the open. But I'll tell you what, this is new ZywOo. This is 2025 ZywOo. This is the ZywOo that steps up in these moments and says, I'll be the guy that wins this round for us. Doesn't shy away from needing to have the impact. Takes a beautiful peek on Modesty. Pushes for the follow-up rotation. Great game sense. Great kills. And he rips the heart out of Falcons in the first gun round.
Modesty looking for the opening pick. He goes aggressive to the pop dog smoke and he'll retreat. He's got the opening maneuver over the smoke. Does Messi go into the open? Does he offer himself up? He absolutely does. And another start here for Falcons where they've got a 5v3. Can they pull it back again? This time Kixen stops Robs from finding the response. And much better for Falcons.
Much, much better for Falcons, but it almost got a little bit dicey. If Kixen doesn't turn, that round could have unraveled, but now another very strong victory, all 5 players standing. A brilliant response from Falcons to keep the early advantage going strong. Flamesy's got a minute to play with. He's got $0. At the end of the day, if he doesn't find anything, because I don't think Falcons is going to be motivated to go for the hunt, I think for him a save is not the worst call in the world. You have a decent loss bonus built up. ZywOo and Rops and Apex are all going to put something together in the next round. And Flamesy finding safety in the economy of Falcons that isn't built up, but yet enough to risk the weapons in a hunt. So 4-1.
It was great that they were able to bounce back after that previous round. Doesn't break them. This is Modesty taking matters into his own hands, taking some responsibility on his shoulders, going for the opening pick. Going back out of the pop dog smoke, changing up his position.
Yeah, hitting a few shots early in this game with the AWP that we didn't see him hitting on Dust 2, which is obviously a nice change. If you're Falcons, you're loving that. Now, I would imagine in a round like this, we might get a timeout from Vitality. If they just choose to buy here and force up, I think they got to take the extra time to talk things over. It's going to be labored in terms of weaponry and utility.
So it's going to be one AK-47 for Flames. Everybody else leaving some money in the bank.
Which I like that call. I like the conservative approach to the economy. Next round you'll have a full buy. You've got enough to be dangerous here, maybe get some kills and start limiting some of the money on Falcons. Nico and Kixen here, the Deagles spamming into the smoke and they back away. They want the ranged fights against the pistols. They don't want to give up a rifle too close. Good flashbang, Kixen taking off the angle.
Gives space for Flames to work with for just a moment, and he is going to take that opportunity. Kixen goes out into the open. Response from Flames keeps the numbers even. And it slows down with just over a minute left. Messi. Ooh. A glowing Deagle performance as he lands the shot right onto Nico's head. It's going to be the advantage all of a sudden for Vitality.
It's not ideal. Now you're starting to feel really pinched if you're Modesty and Tesses. Trying to find some safety, and Modesty knows he has to have some impact to alleviate the pressure.
Yeah, he's starting to feel responsibility time and time again. Worried about being pushed from Ivy, though. Worried that Messi might try and gain that ground. Tesses gets his head down just in time. Flames started rattling bullets from the top of the red train. Tesses with 30 seconds. Match is starting to rotate over to help, and what? Oh, a hero AK for Vitality, and it's Flames doing all the work. Modesty, tough shots to land. He's out of bullets, he's out of life. And Vitality bring him down. The one AK-47 for Flames erupts on the A site, and Vitality have a second.
That's what I'm talking about with Vitality. The skill just goes so deep. So many players can deliver you a moment like that. Flamesy with the only rifle bides his time, waits for his moment, and strikes. And they don't have the issue that Falcons do, where your star players are either excellent, but they're missing, and it's all disconnected, and no one is able to do it all at the same time. And just when Falcons think they win the round, that gives them the momentum, that gives them a grip on the map, Vitality take one right back, 4-2. And the tables have turned. It's now Falcons economy that's struggling. It's them who have to compromise on weapons and utility. Round 7 underway. 7 kills on Mezzi, 5 on Flamesy. It's 10 on Monacy to lead the way for Falcons.
Yeah, look what that's done to them. Look what Flames has done to Falcons. Their buy is so weak. Zaiwu's got the opening. Here comes the triple push up the B ramp. Rops eventually. Gonna be forced back by Magic's MP9.
But here's the reaction from Vitality. They say, okay, push 3 inner. We don't care, we'll take outside. We'll step forward. You don't have the manpower to hold us off with 3 players inside. So smoking off all the flanks and choke points. Bomb will get planted. And a very tough retake where no kits are in play.
Yeah, missed shot from Zaiwu. A little bit of reprieve from Nico.
I think you have to save this if you're Falcons. You might move over here and see if you can get a cheeky kill really quick to give you an advantage. But if you don't find that, I think you need to bail out.
It's got to feel very claustrophobic for this defense. They're pinned back 2 in connector, 2 at Icon. It's hard to get out here, especially with Apex cutting through TSS. Mounting a boost, that's a cool move. And there was a shot at the second kill, but Apex makes sure it's just the one, sends a bullet back through the top of the smoke. Time ticking a little bit too far now for Falcons to ever dream of a retake. There's no kit available on the 2 remaining players. And Nico's gonna bail out all the way to Ivy, uses that smoke as cover. Monacy might be able to get a better weapon here. If Flames hunts him down, he wins the duel with the MP9, but Monacy goes off the bomb blast, combined with the damage picked up by Flames, and the only player saving for Falcons in the round is Nico's rifle. And that's not good enough, because look at the money on the rise. There's $2,000 average. Vitality are about to tie the game up.
That was always going to be a very tough retake. I think Falcons, more than anything, just ended up throwing away 2 guns in the attempt at coming back into this and ended up losing that 3rd one at the finish as well. 3-4, and you're right. Look at what Flamesy has done to them. Look at how he has ruined this half. Falcons were poised to run up the scoreboard, have quite a commanding lead, and it's gone the other direction so fast. Dallas, you guys have been awesome every single year. A very special event coming back here.
Has warmed up for the Texas Major as well. Rops 2 kills as Magisk and Monacy both go down. Zaiwu will peel away with 1, and it's TSS on his own. So a tight game we have here, 4-4. Apex will make sure TSS does not get away with 1 in the USP. And we mentioned that Falcons needed a strong start, not necessarily the strongest of beginnings here on the CT side. Vitality here and now. Timeout for Falcons. Not a lot of money, not enough to get the AWP out for Monacy, which we've already seen has been an impactful piece, right? He's currently sitting 11-5. In the gun rounds that I remember, you see Monacy taking some early impact, you see him getting involved in these fights. He's not going to have that opportunity. You'll have to play with the rifle. And we've unfortunately seen too many moments of Nico being frustrated in this tournament. He knows his individual performance is not being good enough. You heard it in the interviews after yesterday. You know, I'm joking about his nuke showing, but it does start to get to you, especially in an important game like this against Vitality. You're having another quiet map here on Train.
Just makes you more vulnerable when you're having that kind of a performance as Nico. It makes you way more vulnerable to tilt inside when the game is live, right? It just has you on a little bit closer to that edge that you just keep coming up to and eventually get pushed over.
They just can't get everybody firing at the same time for Falcons.
Better find a way, better find it quick. We're tied at 4, it's round 9. Magisk feeling some pressure early yet again.
Kixen taking the advanced setup. He goes into pop. He's going to push up in behind that smoke. And that's going to hold him at bay for now. And in fact, it might even force him to just reconsider the whole idea and drop all the way back. No presence from Vitality, no opportunity for Kixen.
I think Magisk has gone so passive that Kixen says there's no point in me being aggressive over in Pop Dog. I have no one who can gather information and make sure and like let me know what's going on. So he backs away. Meanwhile, Falcons take mid control, but at what cost? 1-for-1 trade from Nico, wants a little bit more.
Yeah, needed to get that trade. Hunts it down, gets the pick back.
This is the bomb drop by Mezzi as well. It's been held here by Vitality throughout this round, so Apex and Rop's gonna try and join up. Tessa's another late push towards Ivy, but they're watching for it.
They're watching for it. It comes down to a fight. If he can get pinned in the corner, and he just plants his feet, but it looks like he's ready for the fight. He wants it against Mezzi, and he'll get away with it.
That's a good find. If Vitality's going to play the round this slow and not do anything, and you're going to go hunt things down, that's a really good kill to snag for Tess's.
All right, 25 seconds left. Vitality with 3 players against the 4 of Falcon's defense. The final piece of utility being put into the A bomb site, and Monacy and Nico keep it clean. Never a shot there for Vitality in the final few seconds, and Falcons back into the lead.
Monacy upgrades to the alt for free, picks it up off Zywoo's body. So we've got that weapon back in play for the Falcons defense, but that has to be the round that ignites them. I think if you're Falcons, you kind of need to win these last 3 rounds as well. Train has always been tough for you against Vitality. Haven't won it yet in your past 2 engagements, those 2 grand finals. So make up for some of the rounds that slipped away from you earlier in this half. They want to get aggressive towards Team Mid, plenty of utility, and Vitality looks like they might just meet him at the smoke.
Kicks that. He's going to come away with it. Flames to go down first. Advantage picked up for Falcons. They've got to flip it in their favor and keep it as Tessus gets the second kill, this time on Mezzi.
All right, Vitality testing the smokes. Vitality just seeing if Falcon's going to fall asleep behind him. And they can get away with something cheesy, but not this round. Tessus and Kicks in each with 1, but Rops, that's a dangerous lurk handled by Monacy. And all these individual plays from Vitality are falling by the wayside yet again. 1v1, v1, v1 across the map. And Falcons own round 10.
We've mentioned the couple of times that they have played Train already, and the results that have happened there are very one-sided, 13-6, 13-9. If you're wondering if we're on track for a similar half from those games, we are indeed. It was 7-5 in both affairs in the first half. Obviously wasn't enough to have a second half that was competitive for Falcons in either of those games. Want to try and get an 8-4 scoreline right now for Falcons. Get as much out of this first half as you possibly can.
Nico's peak. Oh, that's a big find on Rops. Blinded by Magis. Good support. Good setup for the aggressive
Here comes
play.
Kicks down around the backside as well. 3 players right in front of him in the brown halls. He spots the backpack of Nico. No one's watching this play. Kingston's going to come away with it. Flames to go down. Nico up again, but Zywoo wins the fight this time.
But look at the disconnection. Nico's getting aggressive while Kixon actually tries to smoke off and fall back. Kixon doesn't want any further fights, and now Apex finds a gap, but Magis handles it.
Yeah, just swings out from Thomas, brings down Apex. No problem there for Magisk. Keeping the pressure up here for Vitality, down to 2 players. Mezzi to slip out. He actually got by the scope. Oh, he got by. Now Tessus detects it. Mezzi's going to be watched now by Magisk because he adjusts his gaze, but Mezzi still wins the fight.
You can't lose this one if you're Falcons. You can't let another one go away from you. Another man advantage post plant. And this one you must win.
Vitality being so good in these situations where it may look down and out. You may look like this round is unrecoverable, but they always seem to find a way to make them competitive. Monacy, Kixon, and Tessus need to make sure Falcons have a 7th round here.
Tessus can't play first. He's calling that right now. It might have to be Kixon from the flank.
They got to get a move on. Zywoo prowling around the lower bomb site looking for a headshot down towards the ramp. He's got the info, but he hasn't got the space. Monacy closes him down, and Mezzi cannot mount it on his own. It will be the recovery, it will be the retake, and it will be the 7th round win for Falcons.
And it's going to be a smile on Zonic's face because that's a well-executed retake. No miscomms this time, no disorganization, and no second guessing. Handled this so well. Monacy baiting his teammate perfectly. As soon as Kixon calls out the position, he's able to take a peek. And during the chaos, Tessus slides out.
Oh, and the frustration starting to show now as well for Apex.
It's understandable, and I understand the timeout from Vitality as well, because I think XS had to get involved. These last 2 rounds from Vitality, I think have gotten away from them. Not this previous one, but the one before that, where they all took their individual fights through smokes, and T-Mid and Ivy. You really let them have a little bit too much freedom is probably what you're feeling right now if you're Xtaz and Apex. This round as well, same thing happened. You had a little bit more structure, but individuals, some freedom to make plays, and it all gets away from Vitality yet again. And it's breathed new life into Team Falcons. A 3-round lead, final round of the first half, and they won 8.
Would be the best half they've had yet versus Vitality on Train.
And they'd close out this half on a 4-round streak.
Riding some momentum into the second half. One map down in the semifinals. Vitality look to keep it simple, look to keep it direct. 4 players positioned outside of B. Right at the beginning of the round, Matt just needs to be careful. Oh, he's got away with it. Damage done as well onto the second player. Apex falls foul. And a great start here for the defensive Falcons. Vitality wounded and held back. They hit the pause button.
Well, their idea has been taken away. I'm assuming Apex stepping into that smoke like that was going to have 2 people lined up in the smoke. Maybe you flash and jump down at the same time. Maybe you just played the smoke fade for a trade with 2 people. But that option obviously ripped away from them by Magisk, who's had a couple massive and important rounds defending the B bomb site. He's got another one coming at him right now.
Looking to fight their way into the B-bomb site, defended first by Magisk, blinded, another dink. Can Modesty finish them off? Wounded, walking into the sniper. Modesty gets away with one, and a classic shot up to the flick on Train, but could not bring down the Deagle shot. It's Flames to fall, and Falcons grabbing an 8th round here on the second map. We thought they might be dead, we thought they might be out, but Falcons find life here on Train.
We had to wait all of Dust 2 for this series to get started. That opening half on Train from Team Falcons is their message to Vitality. They've arrived, they're ready to play. Monacy maintains his form from map 1, 17-7 as Falcons have a 4-round lead. Looking to close this out, looking to take us to a third and deciding map. But Dallas, I'm a little bit confused. I'm not really sure which way you guys are leaning, so I just want, are there Falcons fans out there in the audience? All right, Vitality fans, work up some courage. Let me hear you.
Oh, this is a quick pistol, isn't it? Straight into the top side. ZywOo and Nico, blow for blow. There's Nico. Double kill. Rob's fighting back. An absolute chaos inside of the side. Stabilizes for just a moment thanks to Rob's mightiness on the pistols. And it looks like Vitality will find themselves this pistol round unless Magisk has something to say about it. He brings down Rob's. All that hard work still felt on the server, but Magisk could undo it. Apex gets away. He runs away. He doesn't want anything to do with this low HP fight. And that does isolate Mezzi for just a moment. Magisk has done good to get the bomb back here and get it down in the site. At a minimum, giving them a force buy in the next round, but Magisk wants everything. He wants this clutch. The lone Dane. Oh, nearly gets it into the 1v1. Apex now coming through connector around the back. He's gone silent for a moment and Magisk couldn't land the shot. Apex comes out on top of it, and Vitality win the pistol.
The patience from Apex is brutal. Never had the timing to peek in that Magisk was waiting for. Magisk eventually even thought he went to a completely different part of the map. He knew that whole time in the 1v2 where his 1v1s were going to be, where his opposition was, prioritized the bomb plant. And found himself pinched at the end of the day, but you're right, Rob's his pistols just saving the day for Vitality. A great sequence, and it's not going to be any kind of easy finish on Train for Team Falcons. Not able to win the pistol and extend that lead quickly to critical mass.
Force buy, wars begin. Falcons have fallen victim to many a force buy loss in this competition so far. Love to get another one going their way. 2 Galils, 2 Deagles, a Tech-9 and a Dream.
Falcons and Vitality have played this map twice, both won by Vitality, but Falcons have gotten 3 total T-sided rounds across both of those maps combined. Their T-sides against Vitality have been woeful here on Train.
And you're telling me they have to win those without a pistol round as well, right?
Absolutely.
So now you've got to win them the difficult way on the gun rounds.
And we've already heard the conversation from Kixon. They haven't had a lot of time. There's still plenty of things in areas where they need to improve. Monacy's, joining this team and getting him on the same page. So this T-side from Falcons, I think it's going to be scrappy. Doesn't mean they can't win it, but there's going to be some odd moments that they're going to have to come out on top of.
Maybe this is one of them. Maybe this is one of them. That bomb plant from Magisk in the previous round has given them enough to play with. 45 seconds on the clock. And it's going to be an A split.
They've done a good job of slow playing this, so the utility from Vitality is running low.
Flames gets in the smoke. He loves to get in the smoke with the MP9. It's a real nuisance. He's so good at getting those kills, and he comes away with it. ZywOo nearly doubles up, just the one though. And look at Mezzi. Look at this play. He's pushed all the way up Ivy, around the back on the flank. Rob's locking down the bomb site. Mezzi's flank pays off, and Monacy alone to make it happen. 4 HP.
And he's gonna bail out. Other side of the map, the B bomb site. Mezzi hustling over, he knows what's happened now. The bomb is planted and the A bomb train is clear.
Mezzi's been so reliable for Vitality. His elevation and performance this year has been key to their dominance, but Monacy's looking right at him. He gets on the ladder, they're low HP, needs the headshot. And he's gonna drop in behind the oil train. Mezzi's taking some ground, he's made up some space. Getting towards Monacy now, he's on the defuse, he's close to it, he can tap it, he can pull the pressure, but Monacy dancing around the oil train, getting information on the ladder. The defuse being stuck, Mezzi's just holding it, he's holding it, and Monacy round the back. Needed to win this round for Falcons, and Monacy steps up.
And with 4 HP, you gotta win those with style. And that's why he's one of the best players in the world, the movement. Tracking Mezzi the whole way.
Very few people grind as much as Monacy, work on the key details as much as Monacy. And despite the low HP, it's about finding the other advantages that you have. And his movement dancing around the oil train gets the information required, and Monacy able to close it. Falcons get some life early here in the second half, and they've got to build on that. They've got to use that opportunity.
Well, fast pace. Look at a Deagle. Robs wants to get aggressive. Flashes there. Deagle's out. Nico loves that fight. 5-on-4 provided. Modesty looks like he wants to keep it simple. Looks like he's aiming to push down the ramp, but all of a sudden resistance over in Pop Dog, so round's not done yet.
Here comes Apex. 5-7 into the fight. Modesty going to bring him down, no problem. Galil cuts right through him. Here's the quick rotation from ZywOo and Flames. And that was really the last-ditch effort for Vitality in this round, and Falcons going to be up to 10-5. Tessas on the hunt as well. There's nothing left in the bank for Vitality. Take everything away from them, make it easier for you in the next to grab 11 for Falcons.
Who needs the pistol? You win the second and it's even better, and now you've punished them worse. You're getting closer to that map 2 victory. They don't have their losing bonus built up. Next round they've got to sit back. It's a disaster for Vitality.
And we've returned to the storyline of the group stages. m0NESY is back on top, carrying the squad. He was missing on Dust 2. Everybody was calling him the ghost of Dallas for a while there, but he's back. Second map delivering now for m0NESY. 21-9.
Certainly put the numbers up, but when you look at some of the rounds someone like Magisk has had towards the inner bomb site on the defensive side, the impact is there deep into the Falcons roster. But m0NESY, you're right, definitely the engine at the moment. One scout saved.
Yeah, but 10-5 now. Falcons should have no issues getting up to 11. The Vitality have to be perfect to win it in regulation. But how many times have we said it? How many times have we watched it, Jason? When you think it's done, when you think Vitality are out, the class that they've shown this year are coming back despite huge deficits has been almost unbelievable to watch. So Falcons know that better than most. And so you've never put them away.
Yeah, there's no lead you're comfortable with against Vitality, especially if you're Falcons. m0NESY wants to get frisky early, almost takes off the head of Tessas, who steps forward into the next fight. Scout will be recovered. It's Flames' turn to try, but that's a nice double. Nice catch, Flamesy.
ZywOo going to be shut down by the Deagle of Kixant. And Nico to clear out. 11-5. Now the buy returns for Vitality. And a timeout, the last available for Vitality here in regulation.
The last available timeout and really the last available chance to start a comeback. Rifles will come out. ZywOo will not have the AWP. This first one is likely going to be the hardest round that Vitality have to win because they've got to do it without all the bells and whistles. Nades missing. Kits are going to be missing down the stretch. And Falcons during this timeout, a conversation of calm. We don't need to try and end this too soon. We don't need to try and force it. It's been a solid game so far from Falcons. 2 rounds is all they need. And that would take us to a third map. That would take us to Inferno to decide these semifinals at IEM Dallas. Round 17.
m0NESY going over towards Ivy. Oh, a little gap at the start of the smoke, but cloud cover now in the vision of m0NESY. And he'll strike straight through the clouds. It's a lightning burst onto m0NESY.
Just on the reload, as m0NESY's peeking in, the smoke breaks open. He had no chance. No chance to even react. Another 5-on-4 with 1 minute and 12 seconds left on the clock. So Falcons have plenty of time to sit and wait. Let Vitality burn the utility they have remaining. Force some of the counter nades out so you can have an easier time at the end of the round. And it looks like Falcons' winning move is going to be a split towards the outer bomb site. 2 coming through Pop Dog, 3 coming to Ivy. And I don't even mind this from Vitality at this point. Again, you don't have the utility, you don't have the kits, you can replenish that in the next round if these guns all stay in hand. So a stack towards the B bomb site, in an information play being made.
He's walking right in towards Nico. Nico going to be cleared out. Flames to try to follow up. He will try, but he will not be able to succeed. It's ZywOo to do that. Apex from Hell delivering.
double headshot. It's Kixan 1v3 with the MAC-10, and ZywOo closes out on him. 6 now for Vitality.
I mean, that's an ugly finish to the round. It's, I mean, Falcons had so many advantages there. You think of some of the unfortunate events, like Nico not able to just hold the walk into his crosshair. Apex able to grab 1 kill, a player who wasn't ready for it, not clearing hard to his left at the bomb train. That's Tess's. Just assuming the bomb site's going to be clear because no one had encountered any resistance.
Magic's quick to try and fight in Pop Dog. He's going to force Flames out of the angle. He's going to force him back into the site. So Nico and Magis now have this space, this corridor to work with. Tentative start to the round. 5 players still up for both sides. Heavy numbers committed into the A bomb side. They're looking to fight into the Pop Dog here. There's going to be flashes going in. Magisk is under a lot of pressure. They even fumble the flash. It's not a perfect execution for the CT side, but they get it done. And now Nico trying to respond by going down into the B bomb side alone. He needs a tap, and he can't land the headshot, and then he does. Clean on Flames coming through Con. Into another one for Nico. A lot of damage on the flick up, but not enough. And his teammates looking to respond on the other side of the map.
Oh, look at this guy from Tessus though, ZywOo. He might get one, but he's dead afterwards and can't even pull the trigger. Tessus cracks the round open.
Messi coming to do the same though. Comes back into the connector. He slipped out through the smoke into the open. And another shot from Tessus, but Messi denies the bomb plant. Nearly flips back in time to get Tessus as well. Messi's run out of bullets. Oh, they're hunting him down. Messi's going to be chased down by Tessus, leaving Robs 1v2, and he's inside the B side with 20 HP.
Yeah, he was playing it really safe. He didn't budge from the inner bomb side, only 20 health. Now he's going to have to hustle over a tough 1v2 with no HP, but Robs can do it.
Yeah, he's often in these situations, but not this time. Tessus going to drop him. That's a 4K from Tessus. And it might be enough now for Falcons just to round this one out. Map point on train. And the money not in a fantastic spot for Team Vitality. We're talking about $3,000 average. That's not enough to get a good buy here.
Tell you what, I think Kixan will talk about this match a very similar way that he did about Gamer League, at least on Train, where he's going to be thinking, man, we had plenty of moments that we could have collapsed. Plenty of moments where we could have just said, you know what, it's over, they're the better team. Plenty of rounds that were so crushing that we ended up losing that we shouldn't have. But they persevered through it all. And now they give themselves 6 chances to take us to Inferno.
Flames and Apex walking up into Pop. Nico, he's going to be on the other side with Magisk. They know this is a possibility. They disrupt it with fire. Nico and Magisk. Falcons are finished with Train. But it's ZywOo. He gets 1 kill back on Nico. Falcons hit the pause button. They go elsewhere. Mezzi, can he get the right position at the right time? He's only got a scout. He crosses over. Tessus detects him. He lands the tag on him. Needs ZywOo to get the kill to finish him off, and he will. ZywOo inside of the bomb train. Here come the Falcons. Forcing their way forward. Mezzi now alone. Magisk is within touching distance of going down to the scout. Oh, so close. But a missed shot from Mezzi, and Magisk gets away. That bomb's in the B site.
Safe plant as well, Mezzi. Lost that clutch earlier to Modesty, but this one is so much further out of hand.
Mezzi now arrives. Tag onto Kixan. Both low now. No kid on the back of Mezzi. No utility and a very, very limited chance of winning this round. The 2 best performing teams of the last couple of months going tit for tat. And Falcons are going to force us to 3. They survived Train. They've got the win this time. And perhaps they've got the wind in their sails. Will they finally put an end to the streak of Vitality? We're about to find out.
opening players,
Yeah.
I would say Flames is obvious number one. I think he's a very true opener. He's pure entry, so very good. 2 would be Zershin, also a very pure entry fragger. And then probably like third spot would have to be Donk or Nico. Probably would put Donk as 3, yeah.
Donk obviously is number 1. I feel like it's hard for me because I feel like the roles nowadays, it's not like specifically one guy usually just doing everything. But Donk, I would put probably Exertion as well. And then obviously I'm gonna put Nico as well. Because he is a little bit more entry style now than back in the days as well. So I think those 3 are the top 3 in the world right now in that role.
Who else than Donk? Okay, he's just above with the rifle, so Donk. I will go top 2 for Flamesy for now, and I will go top 3 for Nico.
The curveball pick not paying off for Vitality as Falcons bounce back after what was a rough start to this series on their choice of Dust 2. Inferno is required to see who will be going through to the grand finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. But one thing is for certain, Jacob, we've now got a game on our hands.
We now have a game on our hands. There was a great response by Falcons. Obviously, we talked about it coming into the game. A massive surprise to all of us, I guess, that Vitality picked Train. A bit of a gamble pick as well. We kind of questioned, was it a smart thing? Was it a bad thing? We had seen tendencies in the other game that it could have gone wrong for Vitality, and this time around, Yanko, nothing really worked out for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was they wanted to surprise Falcons. That was the goal because they know Zonic really well. Obviously, they know he likes to prepare, so maybe thinking that's going to throw a spanner in the works, or just feeling because the Train games weren't so close that they had the answer for Falcons. But I don't know. For me, just for Vitality, even their T side doesn't feel like they have a ton of versatility on the map. You know, it was mostly the initial plan works well, or in the clutch their players step up, right? And that propels them to some round wins. I think they have a lot more depth on other maps, and that came to haunt them here on Train.
Should we dive into a particular 1v1 that definitely got our pulses raising between m0NESY and Mezzy, round number 14? What happened here?
Yeah, I think that's where the game tipped in the scale of Falcons. Obviously, the first half, Falcons got off to a good start, 8-4. They lose the pistol. Then the second round, I think Vitality are doing a good job at stalling Falcons a lot. They use the utility well. Flamesy gets the first kill as well. And all these trades are more or less going the favor of Vitality. It's a 5v4, it's a 4v3, it becomes a 3v2. But at some point, it tips a little bit. A lot of action going on right here. Very hard to follow what exactly is happening, but it ends up in a 1v1 between m0NESY and m0NESY. m0NESY down to 4 HP, but he has all the space in the world. He's playing it exceptionally well. Gets the bomb down early. m0NESY has to make a long rotation. No kit on m0NESY as well. And when you lose this round, after winning the pistol, you lose the second round, Yanko, on a map like Train, where utility is important, where getting an AWP in the hands of ZywOo is important. I felt that was the moment when it completely slipped out of Vitality's hands.
Absolutely, and such a momentum swing too. I'm not sure why Flamesy felt he had to push back to the smoke towards T-mid when m0NESY was on the flank. Like, if Flamesy doesn't die, then they're 2v1 against m0NESY. They can play much faster. They have the info that he's low HP, and they would probably chase him down, get the trade, and win the round. So that was a little bit surprising, but yeah, absolutely. So far, this series is about these rounds, right? Like the low buy rounds that the team is able to win. We saw Vitality do it on Dust 2, right? And it just really makes it difficult to play. I thought Vitality was going to win when they did it in the first half with the Flamesy Hero AK round, right? Like when Vitality won that round, Falcons were 4-1 up on CT side. Seemed like they had the momentum. m0NESY showed up. He had a really poor first map. He came out swinging in the second map, right? But then that's a momentum stopper. You think, okay, Vitality, here it goes again. Now Flamesy steps up, right? Like just the depth that they have on their roster is incredible, but Falcons managed to persevere in the first half, go on a run to win out 8-4, and then after this clutch from m0NESY, close it out on the T side.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Yanko. We didn't really get to talk at all about that Dust 2 and how that kind of fell out of the favor of Falcons, particularly with m0NESY. We're talking a 0.69 rating, which is just uncharacteristic for a man who's been lights out. It's so excellent to see him bouncing back on what was Vitality's choice of Train.
I think that's one thing you can say about m0NESY, and something that goes a bit underrated maybe, because we often praise him because he's often playing well, but even in the series when he's having a rough first map, he has the mental resilience to always bounce back. You can never count m0NESY out of a series. I've also seen plenty of maps where the first 20 rounds or the first 15 rounds, he's nowhere to be found, and then it just takes one highlight, just takes one sequence where he's feeling it, and then all of a sudden he's popping off. So yes, we speak of m0NESY and Falcons obviously being a massive win condition for them, and heading into Inferno, it's going to be equally important to have m0NESY firing on all cylinders, because I still don't think right now that Falcons are playing their A game, so to speak. So when m0NESY is stepping up like this, you can mask some of those, you know, lackluster moments they also do have throughout the games.
Absolutely, and when teams of this caliber face each other, you know, it doesn't come down to the strats, and you're not going to win just from your game plan. It's going to be a couple of those clutches, right? And even in this game, we've seen m0NESY, we've seen Tessus step up a little bit, and ZywOo and Robs kind of quiet compared to the first map. I think that's maybe a worrying sign for Vitality. They'll have to shake it off coming into Inferno. But just to finish on the m0NESY point, the one loss that Vitality has with this lineup on Inferno was Falcons, the first map of the Copenhagen final, and that was m0NESY leading the way. He was the best player for Falcons, had a ton of impact, especially on the CT side, right? So that he got heated up on the second map is a great sign for them going into Inferno.
Well, after Vitality do fumble on their surprise pick of Train, let's check in with Trace. He had a chance to catch up with Xtaz.
A little bit of a chat here with Xtaz. Obviously a map loss there in a series in a semifinal, and what is a streak that they're trying to keep alive to the very end of the road. Now, I was just chatting with him, and he was saying that, yes, they can hear your chants. Yes, they can, but they like it, which is also something that we now know. Also, on top of that, he talks a little bit about some of their woes in the game and it having been a little bit of their own device and own fault. So we look forward to him on Inferno.
We do indeed look on forward to that Inferno. I'm not surprised that they're not bothered by the chance. I think for Vitality, you know their mental game's going to be strong. What should we be expecting coming onto this Inferno?
I think it's going to be a competitive game. I think Vitality have shown me throughout this tournament that they're definitely not playing at 100%, and if there ever was a chance to beat them, now is the time. Now, Falcons, leading up to this game, the same could be said for them. I don't think they played up to the A game, but they're slowly but surely warming up into it. Nico has been a point of conversation, Janko. His nuke performances throughout this tournament hasn't been great, but on Inferno yesterday, when he was needed the most, I think the opponents even said it after the game, the way he was controlling Banana, the way that they just couldn't go Banana at all, Gamer Legion, it felt like Nico had one of the better showings there. So if he's stepping it up like we know him to do on Inferno, if you have m0NESY firing on all cylinders, I don't know, I'm starting to feel that there may be a world there where Vitality is going to lose the streak.
But I think the balance is important too, right? Nico is at his best when he's fighting, right? And there's always that delicate balance of, okay, your opponents will know that as well. So you have to play to your strengths, but you also have to be able to mix it up a little bit, right? And then keep them guessing. Maybe sometimes m0NESY is going to be there trying to punish some aggressive peak from the T's or something along those lines. And I think here it also becomes interesting if we roll it back to last year, right? Inferno, how it went with those overtime games, Nico and m0NESY versus Apex and the Vitality squad, right? And I'm sure now they're feeling some of that momentum, Nico and m0NESY, that they felt last time on this stage.
Jacob, you said you don't feel like Falcons, have been playing up to their A game as of yet in this semi-final. No. What could they show to you on this Inferno to prove that they're at 100% right here, right now?
I mean, win would be a great thing to do, book a spot in the grand final, but I think what Janko said, you know, you have m0NESY playing well, you have Nico playing well. I think having both of those activated at the same time is obviously when Falcons is at the A game. Again, we can't forget it's still relatively new with m0NESY on the squad. They're still going to get better leading up into Austin. The depth of the playbook maybe not where they want it to be right now. So again, we are going back to the conversation where it does rely on those individuals. And when you have m0NESY playing well, when you have Nico playing well, when Tessus is your third star, you have a lot to offer. So I would like to see Falcons have your two playmakers dominate each side of the map. We know Nico likes to hone around on Banana. We know m0NESY is, you know, a guy that will shut down middle and be aggressive towards middle, both early on, but also mid-round aggression. If they can combine that on the CT side, I can see a world where Falcons can win.
Yeah, I think also flying a little bit under the radar on Train, Magisk had a quietly good game on that B bomb site, definitely did his job. And, you know, Inferno, so much focus on Banana, 3B openings and everything, right? He's the pit player. He holds, you know, pit, anchors A, right? If he can have another solid game when you know, he is in a disadvantageous position, but being able to make something happen, being able to buy time, find a multi-kill perhaps, that will go a long way to Falcons ending the streak for Vitality here.
I hate to be that guy, you know, because I agree with you. He had a great showing on train, but when was the last time we saw Magus play 2 good maps in a row? You know, and that could be a worrisome thing for me. If I'm Apex, I'm going to test him straight off the bat.
And if you're a Dane saying that, you're just being damn honest, Jacob. If you were to be watching somebody's player POV on Face It Watch, who are you looking at going onto this Inferno? Albeit we don't know what side they're starting on, but anybody in particular?
In all honesty, you know, maybe a bit of a boring answer, but Nico, because you said yourself pretty well, he's best when he's fighting. He's best when he's aggressive, and he will be fighting. He will be aggressive towards Banana. He will be all over the place, and he will be one of the players that is activated every single round. So if you want action, you want Nico. Now, if you want a player that is staying alive in the clutches, maybe switch over to Saibu.
Yeah, well, maybe follow Jacob's lead and head on over to Face It Watch to get all the player POVs accessible. But Yanko, does it smell like the streak is ending? Is it going to happen in the semi-final?
It's happening. The Falcon streak of 3 straight grand finals is ending. Freya, Vitality is going to show us why they're the best team in the world. One more time, they're going to rise to the occasion and take down Falcons.
You know what? Fuck it. Falcons is going to win this game. It's going to end right here, right now.
Well, it's about time to see exactly how it is going to be going down. It all comes down to Inferno to see who will be joining Mouse in the grand final tomorrow. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
lot on the line for Vitality stepping into this third map, all of which disappears with a loss on Inferno. Their 28-match win streak would come crashing down. Their chance to win an unprecedented ESL Grand Slam twice in 1 year vanishes. And they'd have to face a question nobody knows the answer to. How do they respond to a loss? It has been 120 days since they suffered their last loss, and they would have to carry the sting of this one into the Austin Major.
So the question is posed. Will it be a disruption of the dynasty in Dallas, or will Vitality show their vigor? Inferno, the final map of the best of three. Falcons have failed to defeat Vitality in any match so far, but perhaps today is that day.
Inferno as our deciding map. Falcons starting on the offense, attacking into the Team Vitality defense. We got dualies on Rops. We got 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov for Falcons T-side pistol round. And we've got a very calm opening. Lined up now, Falcons towards middle. Brackets control. Both smokes deployed. An attack up lane into the A-bomb site.
Mezzi waits in pit, Robs in the balcony, and quickly Vitality shut down Falcons. It's one back from Kickson. And he tries to get into the site to steal away a bomb plant, but Vitality makes sure there's no room.
A beautiful shot for Mezzi to open things up. Takes out that first player, keeps plenty of space between him and his opposition. Robs up on balcony with the dualies. Able to take down the next couple players, and just nothing going for Falcons off that set piece. This is beautiful. Just a pixel that he catches, and then Rops chimes in from above, and Falcons can go nowhere. No plant, no second round investment, just a deagle picked up for Nico.
Now we know the history of how Train went down. Obviously, Falcons rewriting it in the previous. In terms of their Inferno matchup, Jason, where do we stand on that history?
Well, they played it 3 times. They played in the group stages back at Melbourne, and they played it over in the playoffs. And then obviously played it in Copenhagen in that second grand final clash between these two teams. Vitality's won it twice. Falcons have only won it the once. But today seems to be a day where Falcons can break their curse in a couple different regards. They got that first win on Train after 2 attempts.
Let's see if they can get the big one today.
A grand finals matchup awaits the winner. Mouths watching, waiting to see who their opponent is going to be tomorrow.
A familiar foe to both squads. Taking their time here, Falcons.
Well, there's only one deagle, right? They've got no one else who can really do anything. And if you have that deagle, you're just kind of hoping somebody peeks into you, and that's not going to happen. So Vitality's just saying, look, come into a bomb site, commit yourself to something. We're not going to give you any easy kills. We're not going to give you any openings that you can take advantage of. It's going to have to be hard work, and it's Glocks into 1 deagle.
Good nade on the back of the smoke. Now we had 2 very one-sided maps to open things up. A 13-7 win for Vitality on Dust 2, a 13-6 win for Falcons on Train. Does that set us up, Jason, for an exciting third final map decider?
It should. I think we deserve it. And Inferno as a third map has, as we all know, had some spicy elimination matches, some spicy deciding maps.
Yeah, throughout history, been called one of the best third map deciders.
Round 3, and Falcons have a buyout. Should have a little bit more activity, action in this one. 4 AK-47s, a Galil on Kickson. Vitality still playing with 2 MP9s. So a clean round and some free upgrades to rifles is just what the doctor ordered for Vitality's defense.
forcing their way down Banana on the CT side. The response for Falcons is to apply pressure out of the balcony. ZywOo going to be caught by the flash, but he gets his rifle out in time. ZywOo on the double, and he gets a third. Only a couple of bullets left, but that's all that ZywOo needs. And now the reload as m0NESY tries to remedy the sickness of the round, but he'll be taken back. Mezzy and NiKo blow for blow, and it's just NiKo alone.
NiKo was waiting for a banana flank that whole time, but too much success at the A bomb site. Nobody really felt the need. He did get one kill. Now going to push forward up towards brackets, and Vitality know exactly where he's coming from. Mezzy and Apex have all the time in the world to coordinate how they want to play this scenario. Apex at default boxes watching lane. Mezzy up on the balcony watching rap side. Apex can respond. He can swing off contact from Mezzy. It works the other way as well.
And he steps into the open to his death as Mezzy connects the headshot. 3 in a row here for Vitality. We talked about how important it was for Falcons to get a good start over on Train. Other than to build some early momentum, they won't have that luxury here on Inferno whatsoever.
The bummer about it is on a map like Inferno on the T side, like if you get that early momentum, if you get that pistol run victory and convert a couple, like you can really just blow up the scoreboard so fast on this map.
Well, they're not going to have that luxury
whatsoever. Yeah, you
whatsoever.
don't get that luxury.
And you don't have a buy here. You've only got pistols in this round. So unless you get a round with a force buy win or a half buy win, that's going to be a very comfortable lead being set up here for Vitality. And that is not what you want if you're Falcons. You don't want to have to play them back into a huge amount of gun rounds in this first half. Vitality will love if they can get a foundation built up here. It's not like Falcons don't take maps off Vitality in these series. They've pushed them to 5 in the BO5s. They've taken maps so they've been close to getting the wins. They know better than anyone how difficult Vitality are to beat at the moment.
But that was also the whole point of this happening in the semifinals, right? The best of 3 versus the best of 5. Falcons feeling that's much more in their wheelhouse, much more within reach for them.
Well, that is what the major will be as well. The grand final in the major, best of 3, as that's what they're gearing up for. Around the corner, but here they come into the half wall. It's going to be Flames to that first kill, no problem for him. Mezzy to follow up, and as you would expect, it's a shutdown of the weaker weapons. Falcons not getting involved in it. And 5 players staying alive right now for Vitality, and that money can start to swell.
That's a really, really painfully timed little bit of defensive aggression if you're Team Falcons just as you're turning the corner around the half wall. The worst moment for that fight to start breaking out. So 4-0 for Vitality. And once again, that theme that Kixon mentioned in the interview coming into the semifinal today, the mental game being such a constant conversation piece for him in the context of this new lineup that he's trying to get together. Now you have the mental struggle of having to dig yourself out of a hole. A 4-0 hole early on Inferno. And that means the first time out gets burned by Zonic.
Coming in flat into the final map.
We had NiKo on map 1, on Dust 2. We had m0NESY on map 2. We haven't yet seen those 2 heavy hitters for Falcons popping off at the same exact time. If they can get it going on Inferno, if m0NESY and NiKo can both start finding impact on this third map, they can challenge Vitality for the series and potentially eliminate them from IEM Dallas, deliver them that first loss in 120 days.
They had to go around to that corner, and it's going to be Mezzy taking the brunt of the damage. 55 HP.
Falcons in these rifle rounds not really messing with Banana early a whole lot quite yet. Mostly been some pretty passive late mid-round takes. m0NESY, Tesses, and Magisk over towards the A bomb site, gonna start taking bracket control, showing they want to have it. Smoke towards Rap side, Molotov underneath the porch. And showing that map control, they slide back. It's Flames and Apex to defend this B bomb site. Smoke fades in middle now. So Mezzy can have the information that's all clear whenever he decides to peek, and then there's a timer on Falcons. And a great timing on the defensive smoke. At this point, Falcons, without being spread on the map and no presence anywhere else, they have to just wait this out. They can break it open if they want to challenge. But this is letting Vitality know exactly what's coming.
30 seconds.
Look at all the smokes.
Frustratingly frozen here for Falcons. They're going to come through it regardless. They have to now. Running into the stronghold of Apex and Flames, looking to shut them down together. It's Apex out from the darkness, and where he thrives. A triple from Apex as he mauls them. Matches 10 seconds on the clock, down to 1 HP, but he still can't find the final blow.
That's about how he's feeling right now. Gave a strong high five over to his teammates. Vitality up by 5, and Falcons haven't really had a great look yet. And a round like that, where not a whole lot of pressure is applied across the map, you can see how hard it is to get into that B bomb site. Yeah, you've thrown out your own smokes, your own utility to block the choke points, but look at all the CT smokes that are in place. You're coming through that as Falcons, and you have no clean looks at the defense. You can't find the stack, you can't find the crossfire. And Vitality outplaying Falcons early on. That cannot go on much longer if Falcons want to fight for this series, for the grand finals.
Quick arch smoke and Library smoke deployed with flashes following suit for Falcons. Tech-9s flood around long. ZywOo damning them, condemning them, and ZywOo shuts down all 3. He'll come back to look at short, but his teammate in Robs is gone, peeled off the balcony. ZywOo with a 4th in the round. And Magisk, the only player left that can change the outcome. And it's a winnable situation. But it's tough. He's got to separate them, and Flames is the first test. And Magisk does not pass 6 in a row. As Vitality begin to build what is looking like an incredibly difficult half to recover now for Falcons. It's got to feel deflating winning the second map in the fashion that Falcons did. Then come into Inferno and get blanked like this. You've called a timeout as well. You've had many changes, many ideas, but none of them working.
And I mean, Zonic's even trying to let them kind of play themselves out of this hole to a certain extent. He doesn't want to burn that second timeout. If they lose this round, he'll probably burn it before the next gun because it'll be desperate. But he's hoping and praying that on the fly, Kixen, Nico, and Modesty can work out a solution to this Vitality defense. A narrow miss from ZywOo.
You talked about Nico needing to step out. He's got 1 on the opener here. Kixen to follow up, and at least some space taken for Falcons at the top of Banana. Some space to work with, but is it enough?
Well, it's also the first time they forced Vitality's defense to panic a little bit. Mezzi's hustling over. He doesn't know what's going on. Deep flashbang to try and slow things, but Kixen's already got a foothold on this B bomb site, and the bomb's coming up Banana now.
So right now, it's Mezzi can do anything, then Vitality can go for this, but they're still a long way off on the A site. It's taking a while for that bomb to get planted, so they're not starting to shift Robs over. He's starting to rotate back into position. And that plant comes in. Mezzi waiting for them to cross into the back of the bomb site. They haven't been able to establish deep positioning just yet. Then Tessus gets into dark, as I say it. Smoke comes down at the coffins. And this looks like a very difficult retake for Vitality.
They have a ton of money, which I think is the only reason why they're considering risking it all in this retake.
Well, there's a kill. Grenade to collect Kixen. Smoke out to Banana.
Bomb timer's low.
A lot of money, a lot of utility, but not a lot of time. Tessus, back of the site. Shuts down Mezzi, and the round is done here. You're not getting back into the round if you're Vitality, but trying to inflict some damage. Not even that. So, he's going to go down to the bomb, so will Tessus. And the first round picked up here for Falcons on Inferno.
I'll build upon that. Vitality going for that retake because they got so much cash they can sustain the losses, but they're also sitting there saying Falcons haven't won a round yet, so their money is low. They haven't been able to build anything up. If we go for this retake and we go for it late and try and create a miracle, we're going to keep them close enough to the bomb to maybe get an extra kill, have the bomb blast go off, limit the money of the T side after their first win. That's exactly what they've done. There's nothing built up for Team Falcons heading into round 8.
Nothing built up, but they need to start building up rounds here. This has to be the beginning of a bit of a streak, a patch of form in the first half. Nico charging up Banana, sustaining heavy licks already. The 68, he's going to be behind that half wall, and the shot rings out from ZywOo. Fortunately, Nico's still standing.
Yeah, well, hit kicks in as well, through the wall, through Nico. He's brought down to 60 HP also, and they want nothing to do with Banana now. They see that op ring out, they go, nope, I want nothing with ZywOo. Over to the A bomb site we go.
Apex and Rops on the balcony together. And they're not going to have a fight coming their way as Falcons bailing out and going back into Banana again for a B finish. It's a passive setup here with ZywOo and Flames combining at the back of the site.
Yeah, but because they got so much damage and they fell away, they've never actually pressured this bomb site. So Flamesy and ZywOo have plenty of utility. There's 2 Molotovs, another smoke, and a flashbang. I have to imagine these Molotovs are going to be so disruptive.
Yeah,
so
well,
is the
ZywOo, yeah, certainly so. Blinded as he runs in. Kicksand goes down first. ZywOo ready to peek out again, but he's lost his teammate, so it's all ZywOo and m0NESY. He's had enough. Makes it happen. Takes over the B bomb side with a double kill, and that plan's coming in for Falcons.
Another round, I think Vitality might have to ask the question if they want to save or go for it. And already with Rops on the other side of the map, they've already made the call. It's going to be a save and a second round for Falcons.
Well, they don't have the luxury of the money in the next round this time, so they have to save. They have to cut their losses. And Falcons going to go up to 2. So this perhaps is the beginning of a comeback in the first half.
Kind of surprised with how that B defense was orchestrated. Flamesy was holding a flashbang instead of his Molotov, so he's relying on ZywOo to get that first kill of a pick. A flashbang to allow a repeak, and then he's thinking he can get the Molotov out in time after the fact, but none of that works out in that fashion that he thought it would. Those Molotovs go too deep when Falcons are already attacking into the bomb site, and Falcons are able to just run past them without a care in the world. Rops gets found at the end of the day hiding in T-spawn. So one more bruise to the Vitality economy. Going into round 9, Falcons have cut the lead to 4 and have strung 2 rounds together, and that forces a timeout from Xtaz and Vitality.
Yeah, m0NESY does some great work here, not only picking up Flames, but able to stop ZywOo from popping off. Always a world in which when ZywOo has the op at the back of the site, that something special can happen. And I wonder what this final word is. Ah, surprise, surprise. I'm sure it's all with love.
Well, timeout comes to its conclusion. Freeze time heading into round 9. Vitality out of the timeout steals themselves. Their philosophy is not to let Falcons back in this game. They dug them into a hole real early, real quick. Falcons battling out of that hole, but Vitality doing everything they can to keep them there, to keep this lead and play with the big lead.
Well, this is the one for Falcons. If they can win this round and take everything out of Vitality's hands, they'll have some leg room to grow into this first half. They've taken the AWP out of ZywOo's hands. They force Vitality a little further back, more passive at the start at B, and they're going to start accelerating. Kicksand confident, goes into the open, goes into the fight, so does Nico. And no one has lost their lives in the duels until Nico strikes around the corner. Flames to shut down the gap.
Yeah, but I don't think they've seen m0NESY's op yet. He was holding the angle, got flashed off of it, and now they're going to have to smoke things off. Okay, so Vitality bringing 3 players to defend the B bomb site. They're saying, all right, Falcons, if you're just going to win all your rounds at B, we'll bring an extra player, put a stop to it. But a little bit more pressure from Falcons early in the round that's taken some of these nades away from Vitality late. And I mean, it looks to me like they just have Kicksand dropping back to check the flank, making sure that nobody's getting close, and they're just going to walk into this B bomb site after the fact. Full-blown execute with utility with Molotovs, and it's only Apex to defend passively.
He's got some more utility, but that's not going to slow them down long enough. You've got Rops starting to move forward, clearing out the apartment, starting his play, but he's still a long way off as his execution comes in. Smoke and mollies into the site. Apex burning as he gets back to the corner, but Tessez catches him in the back of the head, and Falcons into B again.
I think Apex, I mean, that looks silly. I think he's listening for the flashbang. He's waiting for the flashbang to pop to turn and fight. And Falcons was more than happy to just stream in. They'd already dropped and dumped all their utility. So Apex gets caught looking silly. 3 rounds in a row now for Falcons. They will not be eliminated without a fight.
And with Vitality at least saving 3 players, it's not the worst case scenario. They will have 3 rifles going into the next round. They can drop a couple. Well, still throws a dangerous buy into the mix, but Falcons really are finding life in the first half. It was looking like it was panic stations for Falcons. 6 rounds in a row for Vitality. You got to win it on the T-side gun rounds. And that's what Falcons are doing right now. That B-bomb site has been susceptible to a lot of Falcon success over the last couple of rounds here.
And that's the chess match that's going to start popping up as we get deeper into this half. Only 3 rounds remaining. I should say as we close this half out is, does Falcons ever try and switch it up and go back towards A? They were stuffed there a couple of times in the first 6 rounds. Like nothing was really looking good. They didn't even really get close to winning a round on the A bomb site. Do they want to go back and test it now that they've been able to establish success on the other side of the map? Do they think it's enough of a weakness for Vitality to consistently bring more forces to B?
Well, they've gone for 5-7s on the 2 players that went down in the previous round. Around those 3 safe weapons, and that is a great opener from Odyssey.
Yeah, peace. Flashbang as well, blinded. Mezzi almost on track.
Next, and he's gonna get 1. Slows them down, holds them back. Nico and Monacy around the corner. Up against Apex, he'll get inside of the smoke and retreat back to spawn. But he wants a second look at this.
He likes playing crazy Counter-Strike.
He realizes it's required in a round like this to take a risk, to make a play. And Apex is the man to do it. Nico still able to react, gets his crosshair right where it needs to be.
And they're going to take this B bomb site ahead of the bomb. So they can be as patient as they'd like. Magus coming up now, bringing the bomb, passing by Monacy. ZywOo just waiting behind the smoke. There's another one to replenish. All the utility keeping this B plant safe. And a 2 versus 4.
Yes, I was having a look, but Rops is planted safely in the A bomb site. Not moving, not budging. ZywOo retreating. Tessa's on the pressure lurk now over towards A. He'll have a little bit of time on that Fuse to hunt down the 2 remaining weapons. It's been quiet so far from Rops on the CT side. ZywOo's gone. Successful from Tessas. And now the rest of the squad of Falcons start to move in on the only remaining weapon. 3rd stage loss bonus currently for Vitality. At the start of this round, they've got $2,000 left over. A buy coming up, but this could hurt them just a little bit more. And Rops at the back of the site, they know where he is. They pin him in the corner. And Monacy with no mercy.
What a turnaround from Falcons. This lead has been cut to 2 from 6-0 to 6-4. Vitality got to be a little bit stunned. And with the weight of such a successful season and all the records it has them poised to break. We saw Vitality getting a little bit stressed during the group stages when things weren't looking clean. And the pressure of all these historic records they can break, I think, weighing on them now.
Monacy looking for back-to-back openers in Banana, and that's exactly what Monacy's got. Flames hides behind the car, forced into the open, and that's more like it from Monacy. A lot of impact coming out of the young man sniper.
Look at Tessas off those 2 kills. He's like, you don't have the people to watch this.
Look at the gap he's found. This is incredible from Tessas. There is no way ZywOo and Rops are ready for this. Tessas about to break their backs. From behind, heads turn, tap on the first. Rops needs a step up. Goes into the apartments, could isolate the bomb from the rest of the pack. Little bit of utility to heat things up. Turns back into the boiler. We know what Rops can do. We know what he's capable of.
Monacy's too low on HP, he can't do anything.
He can't step into this fight.
He's got to just hold an angle for the second player who hasn't come there yet. Rops is doing an excellent job of delaying and buying time, and Sonic is so nervous.
He's so nervous because he knows what Rops is capable of in these moments. With him still alive. And Falcons hitting the pause button. It's not the panic button just yet. It all has to fall to Rops. Smokes have faded. Utility gone. But he has to step up alone. They move in together. The pack of 3. They slip away. 1 left to stop Rops from peeking his corner, and they will. Matches to bring him down. The streak continues. 5 in a row for Falcons. Could it be 6 rounds from Vitality in a row, then 6 responded to by Falcons? A tight game here in the first half, just around the corner.
And Falcons showing how strong their mental game can be, showing that they're improving in that regard. This was so calm and composed when Rops introduces so much chaos into a critical round. Falcons remain patient, they remain poised, they remain disciplined, and overcome the obstacles. 5 in a row for Falcons now.
Mike 7 for Apex. A weak weapon. And a dink will land, but not enough to bring down the mighty Kixon. But that fire, he can't go through that.
He would have loved to, I think. Smoke's out anyways, but not going to press the issue. Happy with the 5-on-4. And as we've seen, this mid-round will slow down. Look for the reaction of Vitality. If you see the mini-map, all those Team Falcons dots, the yellow ones, the orange ones, are spreading out all over the place. Going to get utility, dropped in T-spawn, making sure nobody's pushed halls.
Monacy's ready. Here come Vitality into the peak. He's not going to miss those. Goes to the jump peak for info. Knows there's further targets, and he's confident to fight. Gets the leg shot. Monacy, he's fired up right now, but he realizes maybe one more peak's a little bit too much as his teammates accelerate for the finish. We're looking at Falcons trying to force 6 rounds in a row as a response to the initial 6 from Vitality. Robs can't do anything. Robs cannot do enough. And it's 2 MP9s. Vitality fall away. They disappear for the last 6 rounds of play. They are looking mortal. And Falcons, they can smell blood in the water. Is this finally their chance to defeat them? Flames will step up, but it's a 6-6 half for Falcons to respond, play themselves back into this. We've got one more half left, ladies and gentlemen. It's all kicking off in Dallas.
At one point after 2 grand final losses, Vitality had to feel immortal to Falcons, like they could do nothing to overcome them, like nothing they could do could take down the beast. But finally, here in Dallas, they're getting that taste that they've got Vitality right where they want them. After 6 rounds straight to tie the score in the first half, Falcons finally feel like they have an advantage in this matchup and they can eliminate Vitality.
Six rounds for Vitality, responded by 6 rounds from Falcons. You better hope that this second half is more back and forth. We've got m0NESY into Banana straight away, looking for that opening fight, and he's about to get it. Flames peeks into him. m0NESY takes a couple of steps back.
He knows he's got to be really careful managing the spacing along that left wall that he has no vision of. So yeah, a couple of shots and then he realizes, yeah, the timing's there, so back away. But he just joins up with Nico and Tesses and they want to re-aggress. They want to take control of Banana. Ooh, Apex spotted at least 1. And he's pulling them all towards middle quickly. He's made his decision. Off that piece of information, Apex has called for a finish at the A bomb site. It's Magisk and kicks into defend, doubled up in pit.
Smoke's going down, one to the long side. Went down in front of the library. Here's Magisk, the protector of the pit. He's got himself the first headshot. Zywu going down, kicks his toe on the balcony, but he gets cleared out. Flames and Mezzy still combined into the site. 3v3, bomb getting planted in the back corner, but look how quick this rotation has arrived. Look how quick the Falcons have swooped in. Can Robs clip their wings though? He waits in the balcony, he's got his teammate down on default. Robs is the first headshot, and this has slowed it down. Falcons held back at short. It's Nico trying to step into the open. Tesses, what a shot to connect, but it's all on Nico now.
Kill on the ground.
And he needs to pick it up. He's got it on his back now. Nico into the open, and he's got another one. Down to the 1v1 and stopped by Flames.
You felt like Nico in that scenario. We've seen him win those rounds before. Nicely done from Flames. A second pistol round for Vitality in this third and deciding map. Beautiful shots from Tesses and Nico to keep this pistol round in contention. They almost steal it away. (7-6). An investment in round 2 from the CT side. They won this round on Train.
Mezzy creeping closer and closer. He's gonna grab himself m0NESY. Looking to follow up. Nico's shoulder showing, but kicks in. Quick work in the 5-7. Zywu jumps into the fountain, gets his feet wet, and splits open Nico. Good shot back here from Tesses. Low HP on Zywu. And further shots connecting, but not enough to bring them down. And as that smoke cover comes up, the chances of doing much more dwindle here for Falcons.
Had the opportunities for sure, but Vitality with the better weaponry able to persevere. Bomb planted, Tesses and Magisk realize there's nothing left in this round. Save the Deagles, bring forward to the next one. So Vitality's gonna get that solid start on the T side that we mentioned would have been so nice for Falcons to have. It's gonna be their turn to see if they can rattle off and get some momentum on this offensive half. Start both halves very, very strong. And one more mental hurdle for the Falcon side of things, sitting here knowing we didn't win either pistol on an important deciding map. We didn't convert the second round either, so playing from the back foot already off the pistols.
You don't want to have to come back 6 rounds in a row, do you?
Not twice in one game.
You do not want that. This is the Mezzy opener. Just contact in, and m0NESY walks to the open, surprised at how deep Mezzy's already gotten.
And Vitality have obviously plenty of money and all the weapons in the world, so it should be a pretty chill round. They'll take it slow, not get caught off guard by anything crazy. So much of this event for so many of these teams with the major right around the corner is identifying what are your final things to fix. I think for Falcons, they'll look through this event and they'll say we struggled to close rounds. Obviously, anti-eco is tough for them.
Yeah, big problem for them.
If they're able to overcome Vitality here, that's a huge confidence boost. A team that's best in the world, obviously, that's won everything that you've struggled to take down. Having that infusion of confidence with m0NESY still early in the roster going into like, what, a 2-week boot camp?
Yeah, especially when you mentioned, Kickstand was talking about one of the weaknesses was maybe the mentality at times for Falcons. what a boost to the mentality would be by finally beating Vitality, being the team to end their streak. It would be a huge boost for Falcons heading into the most important event of the year.
And having the evidence that you can do it, pointing towards this Inferno first half of being able to work yourself out of a very difficult situation. 0-6 to 6-6 at half.
There's a stack of CTs on the A bomb site. Flames is looking to gather that information for his team so they can comfortably decide where they want to finish here. With Apex taking a dink on board and seeing some presence towards A. Where do they go? The bomb is coming back.
They're bringing it back. They haven't spotted everything. I think they've seen 2 players, a 5-7 and a Deagle. Well, they're in for a world of hurt.
Okay, they're really forced into this now. Limited by the time.
Now they can back away. Flames can be the one to hold off the rotation.
Well, Kixon can be the one to step up. Kixon can be the one to step up. There's going to be such limited time when they eventually get here. And the 5-7 of the in-game leader looks to step up. Here's the plant coming in. Smokes up, and he tries.
Tons of damage, though.
A lot of damage, and the Deagle can't mount anything further than the one from Tesses.
Damn, okay, ZywOo going to start taking over this round. He's got low HP, but up on the boxes as well, ready to fight. AK recovered for Magisk.
They're gathering up, all 3 through Banana. ZywOo's low on HP. If he goes down quickly here, he won't though. He will get one before falling. Magisk still fighting forward with the AK up against Rops. And Rops is hiding. Second oranges is the position he currently occupies, and Magisk has no time. He has no hope at the round win. He's going to take the AK away, knowing that they've done a lot of damage, and retreat into the safe call with the AK. Vitality put on notice, but still pick up the round win.
No, but I think you're super pleased with that eventuality for Falcons. Remember, you didn't invest much into this round, a couple pieces of utility, but the saved pistols were from the previous one. So great damage onto the economy brings the money low for Vitality off this rebuy. 4 players having to reinvest. But looking at a score of 9-6 in the favor of Vitality, if your Falcons' first gun round is critical.
Yeah, and you're going to have the AWP out from Odyssey as well. It's a key detail here on the CT side. If he can start having some of the impact he's had throughout the group stages and what he had on Train.
And that he had at the end of the first half.
He needs to deliver now for the Falcons. Mezzi heads to the front of the smoke in Banana.
This is the difference between Falcons trying to come back and recover a half yet again on Inferno, or keeping things close and battling down the stretch.
Early utility skirmish at top Banana going down. ZywOo eventually feels like it's a good time to walk through the smoke. Get onto the car, a dink from Kixan.
The timing, the nade slowed him around that corner. That nade just slowed his movement, and now you put all the pressure on Nico. Who better? Back to the B bomb site. ZywOo, Apex, and Mezzi leading in.
Tessa is trying to help Nico out, trying to take some of that pressure off. That grenade would get rid of ZywOo. That grenade would remove ZywOo if thrown now, and it will. ZywOo's gone. 4v4. Nico at the new box. Just sees the Apex was forced back.
Yeah, but all the Falcons has rotated over. There's 3 players here. Monacy's the only one at the A bomb site. The bomb can still dip away. Good fight from Tessis. Massive damage. And that might force Vitality away. They might not want to mess with this bomb site anymore.
35 seconds as Vitality set up the A finish.
What if Monacy or Magis has to get into the bomb site? Surely the rifler as Magis makes his move. Meanwhile, the B push is coming in. Information as Nico clears Banana. Now Falcons know what the finish is. They know exactly where they're coming.
Well, Monacy looking to support with some final pieces of utility. Allows the Magis peek. Gets back into the site. The rifle unloads onto one, but it's Monacy's AWP that's overrun. And the A site falls in favor of Vitality. And Tesses and Nico, they are now arriving. Tesses applying pressure, allowing distraction, but it's Nico that must work on the back of it, and he's gone. Flames lands the shot from the graveyard, and Tesses to fall down. Vitality getting closer and closer to the grand final here in Dallas.
And once again, a recovery mission. A comeback is called for. Team Falcons. 0-6 to start the first half. Now 0-4 to start the second half. The start's going awry. And that mental will be tested and called upon again. Falcons gonna have to dig even deeper than they have previously. Second timeout called. The AWP of Monacy was not the impactful choice. Apex calling his team across the map back around. A beautiful game from the best in-game leader in the scene right now. Round 17 coming up. And Falcons go for a very small half buy. Had the money to maybe force it, but not willing to shove all in just yet. So FAMAS on Kixen, upgraded pistols utility, and saving just enough money for the next round. Oh, this is a call out of spawn from Vitality. Apex has just said, let's go, let's set up a Hulse pop. Let's just see what happens. If we don't have any contact, if they don't smoke us off, we're probably just gonna go. But they have been smoked, so it slows.
A 4-man Falcon setup on the A site.
It doesn't look like Vitality's gone away from the idea, right? It looks like Apex and Mezzi want to establish banana control and show Kixen they have it. And mess with the information that Falcons have on the map. But they're still dedicated, it feels, to this Hulse pop as the finishing play.
And this gives Falcons the best opportunity to win this round. And although they don't have a lot to work with, it's such an important one for them to show some fight in. It's m0NESY and Tessus as Deagles erupting in the kill feed. And Falcons start to realize they're walking into a trap. They're walking into a stack, and they need to fight their way out of it. Apex has taken m0NESY down, but Tessus elusive inside of the smoke. Oh, he's come out with another one, and Falcons have a miracle round.
So gutsy from Falcons. What a play from Tessus going through the smoke. It's m0NESY who provides the kills, the all-star, the superstar steps up in pit.
They needed that round in Vitality barrel into 4 players for Falcons set up.
And remember, that was called out of spawn. They were dedicated to that idea. There was time to hunt. There was time to move around the map and see what you could get. But they felt out of spawn with that call that they had them beat, and Falcons shocks everyone. All back in the hands of m0NESY.
Is that the round, though, that now gives enough life for this comeback to happen again for Falcons? They did it in the first half. They showed tenacity to battle back. They've got to deal with the Tech Knights that are looking to put pressure behind that half wall. ZywOo fends off Nico. And they're going to back away. They want nothing to do with that fight.
Yeah, 1-for-1 stalemate and too much utility up that nobody can progress forward from either side of things. So Kixen and Tessus are happy to back away. ZywOo Flames and Apex are happy to step forward once this smoke clears.
Well, this is going to be a terrifying 2-man setup. Kixen and Tessus ready to destroy them as they come around that corner. No utility going into it to try peek, and Flames eradicates them! Okay, that is beautiful from Flames. That's Vitality into the site. And a deadly blow to Falcons.
That CT side Molotov, I think, selling him down the river a little bit. We know no one's scared of running through it. It takes the gun away from the fight while he throws the Molotov, and Flames is happy to swing into things. A double kill on the entry.
And it prevents him from building on that round, that previous round success with Deagles.
Yeah, you
they don't back up on it. Yeah, they don't find it. They had a 2-man setup in Banana that looked like it was designed to destroy Vitalities. They come around that corner, but they get nothing. Not a single kill to make this competitive. And now the hunt is here as ZywOo takes everything away from them. Mannerless from ZywOo, no mercy.
And they've showed so much tenacity, Falcons, staying in this series. Coming back here on Inferno in the first half, but how much more do they have in the tank? That's so devastating. Going from an incredible high to such an incredible low.
They're going to throw a buy together again. You're still going to have enough to get all out from m0NESY, from Mass and a couple of players. Tessus having to take the hit to the MP9. But this is it for Falcons.
Oh, the transfer. Tessus just swings into it. And they know that was a critical, important round.
Yeah, he knows that might just be it. That might be the turning point that allows Vitality to build on the streak, to go to 29, to go to the grand finals. Mal's awaiting them.
Same thing. Hulse pop out of spawn, it's been called. And this time there's no smoke, so they're just going to continue with it. This time it's only Magisk.
This time they're out of position. Magisk gets one, traded immediately by ZywOo. Tessus, the MP9, little gun. Perhaps he can find some big impact. He goes into the side, into the corner, but Apex, the Predator, has hunted down the site. 2v2, Falcons coming back, giving this a look, giving this a go.
Well, they're going to have to wait for this smoke to clear. Nothing. There's one more on Mezzi. Mezzi can replenish it, and indeed he does now.
No kit on the 2 remaining players right now. A little bit of utility for Kixan.
I almost think you have to go for this in 2-on-2. It's not like you're going to get cleaner options down the road.
So Kixan needs to drop the smoke in front of him, close this space down, allow them to get into the site. But you still got to force them out of the pit. You've still got to force Vitality into the fights. And there's the first, but it's Mezzi as he hunkers down in the pit, the time on his side and the kills in his locker. Vitality mere moments away from another grand final. And a push away Falcons who keep getting closer. But today, Vitality do not look like they're going to be denied.
They're sending a message to everyone who got worried watching them in the group stage. Everyone whose eye tests sent out red alerts with Vitality looking diminished. But they've hit that stage that very few teams get to, where you say we've won so much already. We're so good already that we can't be bothered in the group stage, but once we get to that stage, you're gonna get prime Vitality back on it.
Over the course of this season, Vitality have constructed a fortress around their mentality, around their mindset. No matter how far behind they are, no matter if the streak goes against it, you know, they've been able to deal with all of the pressures that the Counter-Strike world has thrown at them. You wonder, is today the day? Are Mongols going to beat them in the group stages? They bring it close. Vitality still withstand. Falcons take them to a third map. And Vitality have only dropped one round in the second half so far. Another grand final awaits them. And Nico wanting to keep Falcons in this. He's taken Apex down. He's given them an advantage. But he has sustained heavy, heavy damage.
Pause from both teams as the map goes quiet. ZywOo chunked down. Him and Flames working for banana control. As the smoke fades, they've got Kixan over towards sandbags, Nico at the bomb site. Tess is shifting over as well. And Kixan is going to swing a little bit wider, wants that fight, and he's got it in the air. Flames goes down, a second kill before being traded.
But look who it is, ZywOo and Rops.
And Nico's low on health.
How many of these clutches have we seen go the way of ZywOo and Rops over the last couple of events? They seem to do the unthinkable, but ZywOo to go down at Nico's hand. Rops steps into the fray, but there's a second player that he hasn't checked in second oranges, and it's Tessas to make sure Falcons stay alive.
So many rounds Falcons have won, just barely staying in this third map, clinging on for dear life. Good job from Kixan in this round. Such a good job providing impact for Falcons when they need it across this whole series, across this whole tournament. Round 21, a 4-round lead. Still no op on the CT side. Money's still a bit of an issue, but thankfully Vitality's got mostly pistols.
Another opening from Nico. He's gonna go again. And just try and puff up his chest and hold down Banana alone. And Nico will have no issues in doing that. A little bit of style as he forces back the pistols. No ace available as Rops is on the other side of the map. Magisk now sees him. We're able to pull a comeback, being 6-0 down in the first half. They've got to pull another comeback just to get it into overtime here in the second half. It's going to be a tough world to live in for Vitality if they let that slide.
Don't want to take too many losses either. No chance at winning it, so Nico, he does get the ace after all. 5 kills. A lovely piece of work up against mostly pistols, but a great time for him to pick things up and get himself some confidence heading into the last 3 rounds of this match, of this series. Holding strong at the angle, so precise on Mezzi. The other ones are just easy. Three more in a row needed for Falcons.
And they got a good shot in this round. Look how weak it is for Vitality. You've got a MAC-10, you got 3 Galils. Falcons with a better buy. They've got an AWP as well in Monacy's hands.
A little bit of flashbang and utility to take Brackets control. Tess's backs away from the fight. He's got Nico shifted over to the library in support. No presence whatsoever in Banana for Team Vitality, which is a new look. And they're gonna hit a timing. Mac 10 on Flames to lead the way.
Monacy retreating back into the bomb site. That means Magisk needs to step up. And reliable as ever is Magisk in the pit. Now he has to step up alongside the rest of his teammates, and Tessis will do it without issue, but this is doable for Rops. But he's caught in the open and not doable any longer as Nico comes around and stops him.
That fourth player not needed during the execute, so Nico just lies in wait. 10 to 12.
The gap is closing. It should be all the rounds required in regulation when you look at what Vitality have next. Falcons showing tenacity.
So much of it. Tenacity we didn't know they had. Tenacity that we know they've been working on. They've been vocal about it. And it's bailing them out now, all this work, all the conversations about the mentality you need, and who better at the helm of a ship trying to create a strong mentality than Sonic. The winningest coach of all time. And we mentioned how hard it would be to have two huge comebacks in each half of one map. 6-0 to 6-6 in the first half. Now, if they force overtime, it's 5 in a row. Incredible showing from Falcons. And once again, just pistols for Vitality.
Can't afford to drop the ball here though, Falcons. Get your gun out. Get your gun out. Nico going down. And so Kixan, what can you do to try and recover this mess? Nothing! Just one! Oh God, not like this! This would be mentally shattering. Back-breaking.
They've had some incredibly heartbreaking lost rounds in this series. This one takes the cake.
They arrive for the retake. Oh, but Flames has got the headshot. Heartbreak for Falcons, queued right up. And Tessis and Magisk, the Danes looking to do it. Magisk with a double right back. But it's the last moment, the last beating heart. And it's ZywOo to stop the delivers! The Dane delivers! And Falcons not dead yet!
What a huge step up for Magisk, and it's gotta feel good for him. He has struggled in this lineup, struggled to find comfort, struggled to find his place. But my God, has he stepped up here. Brought some of that old school Astralis magic back into things, that clutch factor. One round remains. Falcons knocking on the door of overtime and a second timeout called from Vitality. Now they're the ones stunned. They're the ones who can't believe it.
And he looks so composed afterward as well. Just gets to that defuse. Close to complete collapse. But the Dane will make sure that disruption of the dynasty is still possible. Dallas, one more time. Is it overtime?
Talk about the pressure now for Falcons. This comeback, you brought it all the way. One more round. Every round you've gotten closer. A potential loss gets more and more heartbreaking. And a stack for Falcons towards the A bomb site. 4 players here. So confident to leave Kixan alone over at that B bomb site. He's got utility stockpiled. He will stall this round out. And Banana as long as humanly possible. All right, well, utility for Brackets control. And Falcons is just busting up this stack they've had here for over a minute. Nico just shifting away, and he's going to wish he had it. So are Modesty and Magisk. Tess is going to go down for free.
So blind. Messi will have no problem. It's Nico's turn next. Stepping out in the open. Nico's got the pick on Messi. Modesty shuts them down. 3v3. Mapex comes right back, and it's still Vitality in the better position, but Magisk not this time. It was magical in the previous moment, but it might all be for naught. The 6th grand final in a row for Vitality around the corner. Unless Kixan can change that. There's a quick headshot, but it's denied. The greatness of Vitality is untouchable. It is unbreakable. And it does not die in Dallas. We're up to 29. 6 straight grand finals. Falcons come close again, but close is not enough.
They show again that they're one of the few teams who can contend on the big stage with a team of that quality. They're going to be looking at this match and thinking of all the rounds that slipped away. But such a difficult team to overcome. Vitality, it just goes so deep. So many players can deliver. Great calling and impact from Apex. How good was Flamesy today whenever they needed him? Rop's an integral piece, and goddamn, they got ZywOo all still.
I really do. Vitality, this squad, unrelenting. I mean, this is unbelievable. The streak just keeps building. It's another grand final. It's another best of 5. Falcons and Vitality is the most entertaining match in Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah.
And here's one of the most entertaining men we've got in the scene. He doesn't care that you're chanting at him. He wants to come for all the titles. We talked about it yesterday. We talked about the fact that Apex at the start of this year said that he's coming to get all the titles that he missed out on last year. He was in the final of Dallas. He lost to G2. He lost to Nico and Modesty. Well, he's defeated them this year. And now he's looking for the title.
Flamesy, you nearly won that damn thing on an eco. How do you guys always find that extra edge, that way to overcome?
I think we just believe in each other. We say, on this eco round, we say, play slow, guys. We know we're going to have opportunities. Dan comes up with a really good call. And we just believe in it. And, you know, it goes well if the entry gets 1 dig, so yeah.
You know, 29's a hell of a number. But 30, that's a nice round one. You going to keep this thing going here?
I mean, it's 2 things. It's the 30 win streak and the 6 wins in a row. I don't think we focus on it so much. I think the main focus is just to play good Counter-Strike, and if Mousesports tomorrow play better than us, they beat us, but we don't want to lose to ourselves. That's the main focus.
Now, this crowd had some choice words for your captain on a few occasions there. What does that do for you guys? You have any words back?
Well, Apex fucking loves that. You know, it's just jokes to some extent, and I think it's nice to play a Counter-Strike game when the crowd is keeping on chanting and chanting and chanting, and I don't think they really hate him, but I think it's great. He loves it. You saw the middle finger he threw to the crowd, and yeah, I think it's funny.
Now, one more opponent. Between you and that 6th trophy, between you and that dish, it's Mao's, a familiar rival. How's it going to go this time?
Well, we never know. We need to come up tomorrow and show that we can play good CS. I think today was, to some extent, a bit sloppy from both sides. And tomorrow, I think Mao's have been playing really well and very dominant. And we just need to come with our A game, and I'm sure we'll be okay.
Dallas, let's hear it for Flamesy!
Swing for the king, you best not miss. 29 series in a row, and yet another grand final for Vitality, Jacob.
It's crazy. It's crazy that every time we see these 2 teams go up against each other, we're having a spectacle. We're having a game that is going back and forth, a game that keeps us on our toes, and a game that tonight could have gone both ways. I don't know how Falcons do it. You know, they should have lost Inferno many times, but they made 2 massive comebacks within 1 map, Yanko, and I don't know about you, but I felt overtime coming right there.
Yeah, it did feel destined in a way, but that's what Vitality does. They just don't care. They just find a way. And here as well in the final round, I wonder what was, you know, the reason. It seemed like Falcons had a setup for mid, and then just as Vitality is about to come, they're moving away. I guess the timing and being afraid about that B hit. But that's very, you know, looking back, going to be unfortunate for them how things went. But yeah, Vitality just another final for them here in Dallas this time.
And we do have the victor joining us, Mezzy. Huge congratulations once again. What is this, your 6th grand final in a row? 29 now on that series win streak. Can you tell me what's going through your head right now?
I don't know, these games getting a lot closer than we want, I think, but No, it's just it's so exciting to play these games and so fun to know that we have the squad to be able to get through anything, whether we're behind or whether we have a big lead and we feel like the team's getting a bit of momentum as well. I think everyone's so switched on to be able to stay focused and to really close it out when it matters as well.
I mean, it's not a secret you guys came into this tournament after a bit of a break, after a bit of a vacation, much needed perhaps. Apex said you're playing 6 out of 10 level in the group stage. Do you feel like you're ramping up into the tournament? Is it getting better, or do you still feel rusty?
No, I think, of course, we're playing against some better opponents as well. I think, like you said at the start of the tournament, we definitely were not playing very well. I think today we still have got some improvements to make, and we're going to definitely need it against Mouse. I think they're playing probably the best CS here out of all the teams, but I think overall, I think we are improving, which is the main thing, and hopefully looking forward to tomorrow.
So the level was 6 out of 10 in the group stage. Where we're at now? 8 out of 10? 9 out of 10?
7, maybe.
7, all right.
Mezzy, congratulations. I wanted to ask about, we were surprised a little bit by the train pick. Can you shed some light on the thought process with that one?
Not really, no. It's not my job. No, I think.
Were you surprised when they told you?
No, I knew it was going to be a possibility. I think we're really comfortable on that map. In practice or even in officials, I think it's probably one of our strongest maps. It just doesn't seem like a lot of teams like to play it. It's getting banned quite a bit, but I think today we were comfortable enough to go up against them on it. And the last couple of times we went up against them, we won it and pretty comfortable. So I think today, the coaches were going for it. I'm like, okay, it's your choice. Let's go for it.
How are you feeling about Mouse as your Grand Finals opponents? You're obviously very familiar with them, but it's been since Lisbon that you faced them in a Grand Final, and you've played quite a few since then as well. What do you think about them?
Looking forward to it. I think around that period it got a bit boring to play like the same team each time and every week. I think we played Mouse like 3 or 4 times in a few weeks. So I think now we've had that break from each other, and now it's back at it again. I think they're definitely going to want the revenge. I think they've said multiple times. I think after the losses against us, they kind of feel like they're getting closer to beating us and they're feeling confident. So hopefully we'll see tomorrow how they're feeling. But I think we're always going to be confident against any team we play, and the streak we're on obviously proves that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
You said yourself you're 7 out of 10. Mouse, they haven't lost a map so far. Where would you put them out of 10 out of 10 Mouse? They're playing a level above you?
They're playing above us, but I think it all changes when they go up against. I think it's more of a mental thing. I think they will say as much as they want in interviews or think to say that they feel like they're ready or they think they're ready against us. But I think overall it's always different when you get in the server against us, and when we start to build rounds, I think it kind of gets in their head, and we'll see tomorrow. I think they're definitely playing the better CS, but it's Grand Final day, and you never know what will happen.
I'm just thinking, Apex, we constantly talk to him about it, do you ever get tired of winning? Do you ever get tired of beating everyone?
Yeah, sure.
And this whole, exactly, and this whole Spink thing as well, like, is that still a factor? Obviously, he's trying to motivate you in a lot of different ways. Is he telling you that, we got to show Spinks one more time that he was supposed to stay, or is there anything he's doing in particular in order to motivate you guys, or is it easy when you're winning?
I mean, of course it is much easier when you're winning, but I think overall as well, it's like, it's like you say, it's... of course, the way it ended, and obviously Spink's going to Mouse, and we had so much success against them as well. It's always nice to, whenever you play against...
It does make you smile, doesn't it?
Whenever you play against previous teammates or previous teams, you always want to have the upper hand, and it will never get old, especially in Grand Finals. Of course, it's nice to beat them in group stages or qualification games, but in the Grand Finals, nothing better to be able to take the trophy away from them as well.
Too bad Fnatic sucks, huh?
Yeah, exactly. We won't be playing them anytime soon, so it's fine.
I think also last year we had one of the biggest upsets in CS2 when it comes to big event finals, right? Does that give you guys some extra motivation for this year, sort of to, get some redemption for how last year went here?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's always been a really fun event playing here. I think last year it was, of course, the vibes and everything, and the atmosphere here was really fun to play in front of. And like I say, it was a disappointing loss, and we all want to make sure that we correct that. And I think we're definitely in a position this year that we've shown that we can win things, and we're definitely doing that. So I think this year, hopefully, we can win in front of this crowd, because it's been a really fun experience playing in front of them for sure.
Are you trying to get like a trophy in every continent or something? Is that kind of the goal of Vitality?
We've got to make some new goals, so that could be the next one.
You shed some light to Janko that your family are here for this event, right? Were they in the arena?
Yeah, they were here for the first couple maps, I think, and but it's just nice to have them. It kind of felt weird before the game. It was like playing on the stage for the first time. I had the nervous belly a little bit, and no, it's really fun to have them out here and just be able to, in our downtime, to be able to spend time with them and kind of feel like home as well.
Well, I'll let you get off and meet up, back up with them, celebrate with them, and we'll see you in that grand final tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time, Ezzy. Huge congratulations once more. Yes, of course, Vitality versus Mouse. That is going to be the best of 5 going down tomorrow at 2 p.m. if you're joining us local time. What do you reckon, Jacob? Do you reckon we get all 5 maps?
Ooh, I think I said that I think Mouse can win that grand final. Maybe I'll even predict they will win that. Now, they're not going to win 3-0. They're not going to win 3-1. So I think if Mouse has to win that grand final, it has to be all 5 maps.
I don't think so. I think if it goes 5, Vitality takes it. I think for Mouse, it's either a 3-0 or maybe a 3-1, right? But 3-1, then winning the first 2 maps or something like that. I think they have an edge. Tomorrow, now it's what? Almost 8 p.m. It's 7:30. You have to play at 2 tomorrow, so you have to be up at 9 to go through all the things with your team. It's going to be a long night for, you know, Xtaz, for Matt, for the staff, for Apex to prepare sort of for that grand final. But hey, Vitality has been here before many a time. They've been here against Mouse plenty of times, and they've always come out on top.
Well, that leaves me with only one question. Who are our DHL MVP contenders? Three Vitality players up for your votes in the DHL MVP. Put those Twitch channel points to good use in the chat right now. And who knows, maybe just one of these 3 gentlemen will be joining us up here on the desk for an extended MVP interview. First choice, Zaiwu, does he take it for your money?
I mean, it's not too late, right? But it is kind of unorthodox that we're heading into a grand final where Vitality are playing and Zaiwu is not the main candidate to be the MVP of the tournament.
Yeah, it is. He didn't have as much output, but had a lot of impact, it felt like, in the series. And Mazzy was the surprise package, really, of the series, right? One of the more impactful players, definitely had a lot of important rounds. You see the pistol round and just constantly managing to find 1 or 2 kills. Very good on these trades. Seemed like he was very much on point today against Falcons.
Yeah, I just love the fact that we don't have to talk about Messi as being underrated anymore. I think most people realize how good he is. Flamesy as well. Again, KD-wise, maybe not the most impactful game, but there were moments in this one where he was stepping up. Saw a couple of multi-kill sequences, especially on Inferno as well. And Flamesy is that kind of player that can, you know, he could be missing for 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, but then he'll have that one occasion or that one moment that can change the tide of a game, and he had a couple of those tonight.
Well, there's not just going to be one champion crowned up on stage tomorrow. Oh no, there is going to be 2 going down. As of course, the ESL Impact Season 7 finals are going to be going down on this very stage prior to our grand final. That's going to be Supernova Comets versus Furia Female going down at 10 if you're joining us here in Texas time. But unfortunately for Falcons, it does mean they do fall at the hurdle, which is indeed Vitality time and time again. So let's get a few closing thoughts from them.
Here with Nico, Falcons taking a loss here to Vitality on the stage in Dallas, eliminated. Obviously, overwhelming support from the fans. You were coming here, you returned as a defending champion. That's gone away. But let's talk about going down 0-6 in the first half of Inferno, and then going down 0-4 in that second half, and then the sort of grind back. You know, how did this play out?
Yeah, I mean, those bad starts definitely hurt and cost us in the end of the game. I mean, it's very hard to win the game, you know, when you are, 0-10 down just from the beginning, right? So, yeah, we did fight until the end. We believed until the end that we can win, that we can come back. I felt like at moments we were probably better team on Inferno as well with all the comebacks and stuff like this. But, yeah, I mean, just, as I said, very tough to win the game if you're down both halves like this. And I'm happy that we fought back, and I probably think that we deserve at least to go to OT after this. But yeah, it just sucks to lose to them again so close like this.
Did it feel like you let Vitality have a little, maybe too much map control there on Inferno? Like, just very basically, how do you feel like that fell apart?
No, I don't think we left them too much control. As I said, they won the pistol and then both pistols, and then I don't even know what happened first gun rounds, to be honest. I can't recall now, at least on T side, but on CD side we lost. I actually don't know what happened, but I don't think we gave them too much control. Honestly, they just had a good starts. We didn't manage to win any force buy as well. So, yeah.
So pressure applied on Train. Run me through being able to harness some of that on your CT sides there.
Yeah, I mean, we expected them to pick Train. We were we worked really hard on our train, tried to find the solutions how to beat them, and I guess the hard work paid off when it comes to train. We felt good, we felt comfortable, even though we lost 5-2, I think, in the first half, if I'm not mistaken. But we managed to stay in control, and we had a pretty good idea of what we want to do, but also what they are doing. So, yeah, I'm happy with the progress that we made on train, at least.
Look, all roads are leading to Vitality for the Falcons. How can you beat them in the next, what is seemingly an inevitable matchup? You know, it seems like it's right around the corner for playing against Vitality.
I don't know. I wish I had that answer earlier. It's really hard. They're a very strong team, and we can't really use it as an excuse. It's always close, right? We have to manage to get it over the line at one point, and I don't think there is much to do. Honestly, they are a strong team. We also played. This is probably the best we have played so far at this event as well, and just more. I don't even know what more. We just have to look what we did wrong, look what went wrong, and try to get some takeaways. But it's very hard to find the right answer right now.
Hey, I'll let you do this then, man. Anything you want to say to anybody at home, anybody watching?
Thank you guys for watching. See you in Austin.
We will indeed be seeing the Falcons moving on forward to that Blast Austin Major. I can't help but agree with that sentiment from Nico, though, Janko. It felt like it was destined to go to that overtime, and I feel like the crowd kind of deserved it, right?
Yeah, it did, but it is just a game of details, you know? You go back to Dust 2, it's 2 rounds. It's the second round after winning Pistol on the T side, and it's the round on the CT side where Nico is playing behind the smoke short, that they have a 4v3 Falcons that they can't execute the retake. Those 2 rounds go the other way. You know, they maybe come out on top. Inferno, just, you know, with starts like that, it was actually impressive that they managed to make it that close. And the final round looked to be theirs. If they just had stuck to the initial call for the setup, Vitality would walk right into it and we would get overtime. But not much to say for Falcons. You just need to keep at it, right? You need to keep practicing, keep finding those little, it's 5% that you're missing to beat a team that no one else has figured out how to beat either.
And that's a cool thing. I don't think we learned anything new here in regards to Falcons heading into Austin. They're still one of the favorites to win the entire thing. They're still one of the contenders to win the trophy. Obviously, no one can take away that Vitality are the main dog, the top dog, the ones that are supposed to win. But I think Falcons can get even better. They have a couple of weeks now to practice heading into Austin. m0NESY is still relatively new. I think the playbook could be deeper. I think the map pool could maybe change a little bit over time as well in Austin. So for my money, Falcons just confirmed one more time that they are arguably the second best team in the world, and they can most definitely win in Austin if they just add another 5%.
And also for Vitality, just map pool wise, you know, they veto out Ancient. That's one of the best maps, at least statistically, for the Falcons, and Anubis is one of the weaker ones for Vitality, is the permaban for Falcons. So it's always going to be tough. You're always going to have to beat Vitality on some of their best maps too, like Inferno, and they'll have to figure out a way to do that.
Well, either way, that does set us up with a banger of a grand final going down tomorrow. MOUZ versus Vitality, 2 p.m. local time, to see who is going to be lifting the trophy here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025. We'll see you tomorrow.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it.
Fight or flight, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous. Dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.